Welcome to Simplilearn's SEO full course. If you are aiming to learn search engine optimization in 2024, then you are at the right place. In today's digital space, SEO is not just helpful skill, it is essential. Businesses are constantly trying to rank higher on search engines, and they need experts like you to make that happen. The demand for SEO professionals is rising fast, and companies are eager to hire those who can boost their online visibility. This demand also means SEO specialists can earn great salaries ranging from $70,000 to $120,000 in 2024, with top experts even earning more. In this course, we will cover everything from basics of SEO concepts to advanced strategies that will set you apart. You will learn how to attract more visitors to websites, improve search rankings, and create real results for businesses. The opportunities in SEO are huge, and with skills you gain here, you will be ready to take full advantage of them. So guys, let's begin your journey to becoming an SEO expert and unlocking the potential of this exciting.
SEO is also known as search engine optimization. And if you look up the definition of SEO on Google, it's going to say that it's a set of practices designed to improve the appearance and positioning of web pages in organic search results. But what exactly does that mean? Well, let's pretend like the entire internet was a library, and the books inside of the library were individual websites. If you wanted to go to the library and pick up a book on gardening, you would probably search a database. And this database would organize the millions of books in the library based off of how related they are to your search query and how good they are. So the top suggestion for the right book would not only be related to gardening, but it would be highly rated. And this is exactly what Google does as well when you have search queries. When you type in a query to a search engine like Google, it exhibits the best answer. So how do you get your website to rank at the top of Google and be suggested as the best answer? Well, that's basically what SEO is all about. You optimize your website for the search engine. And by doing this, your website is going to get featured at the top of Google. And when it's featured at the top of Google, it's going to get a lot more traffic. And this isn't just any type of traffic. If the search engine does a good job, it's going to be the type of traffic that is highly related to the topic that you're writing about. So if you're writing about gardening, for instance, these are going to be people who are very interested in the subject of gardening. And the more people that are on your website, the more money you can get paid from AdSense, affiliate marketing, as well as selling your own products. So whether you're trying to create your own website or you work professionally as a digital marketer that specializes in SEO, this can be an incredibly valuable skill set. One of the greatest things about finding your website organically or naturally using SEO is the fact that not only is the traffic highly targeted, but it's free. You don't have to pay for ads in order to get these customers. Now let's go over the different types of SEO. The first type of SEO is internal or on-page SEO. This SEO deals with the modifications of the website that you own. This is where you optimize certain aspects of your website so that it gains heightened chances of being suggested to the public. Your goal here is to increase your website's chances of being chosen by a search engine to a query. Examples of good practices with on-page SEO are going to be having title tags, using HTML headers, having content that's relevant, having content that's high quality, using meta descriptions with your website to increase website ranking, using interlinking techniques between different articles on your website, and using your website's content to guide visitors into other content on the website itself. The second type of SEO is external or off-page SEO. Off-page SEO deals with the external factors that can affect your website's popularity. A few examples of off-page SEO are using other traffic sources to get people to your website. For instance, writing a really valuable article and then posting it on a forum to get people to view it. Another thing you could do is reach out to a famous influencer and have them shout your website out. Also having backlinks to your website from your social media and having people actually follow those backlinks to the blog itself. And then of course, having other blogs link back to your blog, especially if those blogs have high levels of authority. And authority basically means how much the blog is respected by the search engine. The third type of SEO is technical SEO. Technical SEO talks about the structure and organization of your website. Some examples of technical SEO are ensuring that your website is logically built, improving your website's user interface, speeding up your website's loading time, making sure that your website is adapted to mobile users, optimizing your own links and URLs, and avoiding repetitive content. Next, let's talk about the specific benefits of of SEO. After all, it typically does take years of doing SEO before you can build your blog up to the point where you're making a full-time income from it. So why would business owners invest in search engine optimization when they can just pay for ads and then get money right away? Well, first of all, with SEO, you do actually have an opportunity to build a massive audience. It just takes time. And these are random people who have never met you before that discover you organically. And the fact that they discover you organically rather through an ad oftentimes makes them trust and like you more. So why is organic traffic so important? Well, if people discover you organically and they benefit from your website, you can actually have a pixel on your website that will retarget them with paid ads. The third thing is that SEO is free. This is pretty obvious, but it's nice to be able to advertise and acquire customers for free. The next point is that SEO produces consistent traffic. Typically, when you build your blog up to the point where it's getting, let's say, 10,000 viewers per month, you're going to continue getting 10,000 viewers per month, even if you stop working well into the future. The reason for this is because your articles rank for certain keywords and they'll continue ranking for a long time into the future. A lot of the time, people who create blogs will work really hard on them for about 1 or 2 years, and then after that, they just basically do maintenance on all of the articles and they update them every once in a while and then repost them. Oftentimes, YouTube channels, for instance, can die, but blogs are typically more evergreen and can last for decades. Google processes about 63,000 queries a second and 5.6 billion queries a day. So if you can consistently create valuable, relevant content over a period of time, Google will trust you enough to rank your blog on the first page. And that's why SEO is one of the most valuable skills that you can learn.
Ever wondered how websites appear at the top of the search results when you type a query into Google? Well, that's the magic of SEO. SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization, and it's the process of fine-tuning your website to rank higher in organic, that is unpaid, search results. In simple terms, SEO is all about making your websites more visible to people who are searching for the things online. When someone types a question or a topic into search engine like Google, SEO helps your website appear higher up in the list of search results. This means more people are likely to click on your website. Just like how you are more likely to visit the shops on the main street than those tucked away in an alley. Study shows that organic search drives are whopping 53% of all website traffic. In fact, a recent survey by Moz revealed that 61% of marketers consider SEO to be the most effective digital marketing strategy. So in this video, we will cover what is SEO, types of SEO, how does SEO work, things to keep in mind while doing SEO. Alright, so let's start with the first topic, which is what is SEO. Imagine you have a fantastic store, but it's hidden down a dark alley. SEO is like putting up bright lights and clear signs so people can easily find you online. That's what SEO stands for, that is Search Engine Optimization. It's about making your website more visible in search engines like Google. When people search for something, search engines use complex algorithms to rank websites. SEO helps your website tick the right boxes for these algorithms. Good SEO means your website appears higher in search results, which can lead to more visitors and potential customers. It's like putting up the big sign outside your shop so more people know you are there. When your website ranks higher in search results, it's like having a prime real estate in the digital world. Study shows that most people don't click past the first page of search results, so being at the top can make a big difference in how much traffic your site gets. SEO isn't just about getting more visitors though. It's also about attracting the right kind of visitors, people who are interested in what you offer and are more likely to become customers or engage with your content. By understanding what people are searching for and optimizing your website to match those queries, you can connect with your target audience more effectively. So this was about SEO. Now let's understand about the 3 types of SEO. Alright, there are 3 main types of SEO you need to know about. First one is technical optimization. So this is like the backstage work of SEO. It involves doing things on your websites that improve its performance in search engines, but people don't see them. For example, submitting your website sitemap to Google helps search engines understand and index your site better. The next one is on-page optimization. This is about making sure that your content on your website is top-notch and relevant to what people are searching for. You do this by using the right keywords in your content and providing a great user experience.
It's like making sure your website is likable and helpful to visitors. The next is off-page optimization. So this type of SEO happens outside of your website. It's all about building your website's reputation and authority on the internet. One big way to do this is by getting other reputable websites to link to yours. These links, called backlinks, tell search engines that your website is trustworthy and valuable. By understanding and working on these three types of SEO, you can boost your website's visibility and attract more visitors, helping your business thrive online. So this was about the types of SEO. Now let's understand how does SEO work. So basically, there are some steps to how does SEO works. First, search engine crawling. Search engines like Google use automated programs called crawlers or spiders to browse the web. So these crawlers follow links from one web page to another, collecting information about each page they visit. They gather data on the content structure and other elements of the web pages, which is then stored in the search engine's database. Now, next one is search engine indexing. Once the crawlers collect information about web pages, the data is organized and stored in a massive database called an index. The indexing process involves analyzing the content keywords, meta tags, and other factors to understand what each web page is about. This indexed information allows search engines to quickly retrieve relevant results when someone performs a search query. Alright, now the third one, which is search engine ranking. When a user enters a search query, the search engine's algorithms shift through the index pages to determine which ones are most relevant to the query. The algorithm considers various factors like keyword, relevance, content quality, website authority, user experience, and more to rank the pages. The pages that best matches the search query and meet the algorithm's criteria appear higher in the search engine results pages. Websites with strong SEO practices, including optimized content quality, backlinks, and user-friendly design, are more likely to rank higher in search results. So in summary, SEO, that is search engine optimization, boosts a website's visibility online. We discussed three types. On-page focuses on content, off-page builds site authority, and technical ensures smooth site operation. SEO involves understanding how search engines find, organize, and rank websites. To succeed, maintain quality content, use relevant keywords, and earn trustworthy backlinks. Regularly track performance to refine strategies. Remember, SEO is an ongoing effort requiring adaptation to industry changes for sustained online success. Welcome to the world of AI-driven marketing. Today, we are diving into the top 7 AI marketing tools that simplify and supercharge your promotional efforts. From automating tasks to understanding customer behavior, these tools are the game changers for the businesses of all sizes. Whether you're a marketing pro or just starting, join us as we explore user-friendly solutions that harness the power of artificial intelligence to elevate your marketing strategy. Let's make marketing smarter and more efficient together. Let's start with the first AI marketing tool, which is Jasper AI. Jasper is an AI co-pilot designed for enterprise marketing teams. It is an artificial intelligence-powered content creation tool designed to assist users in generating high-quality written content quickly. It supports various formats including blog posts, social media updates, and marketing copy. To use it, input a content brief or topic. Choose the desired tone and format, and Jasper will generate the content which you can then redefine as needed. Alright, now let's talk about features. First, company knowledge. Infuse your content with brand and product positioning, company strategy, and audience research. Then, team acceleration. Streamline project management and content creation. Then, AI-assisted content. From idea to execution, Jasper assists with creation on brand content. After that, there is analytics and insights. Gain actionable insights from social data. Now let's talk about how to use it. First, sign up. Begin by creating an account on Jasper AI's website. Then choose your template. Select a template based on content you want to create. Example, blog post, email, social media post, etc. Then input your parameters. Provide the AI with context or parameters such as the topic, tone, and key points you want to cover. Then generate content. Click the generate button to produce your content. Then edit and refine. Review the generated content, make necessary edits, and refine it to meet your needs. So this was about Jasper AI. Now coming to the next one, which is Sprout Social. So Sprout Social is a social media management tool that helps businesses manage their online presence across multiple platforms. It offers features for scheduling posts, analyzing social media performance, and engaging with audience. To use it, connect your social media account, plan your content calendar within the platform, and utilize the analytics to improve engagement and reach. Now let's talk about features. So first is engagement. Manage social interaction, respond to messages, and engage with your audience with this app. Next is publishing. So schedule and publish your content across various platforms. The next feature is analytics. Monitor performance and track social data. Then there is listening. Understand conversation and trends. After that, there is advocacy. Turn followers into brand advocates. Now let's talk about how to use this. So first, create an account. Sign up for Sprout Social and connect your social media accounts. Then dashboard overview. Navigate through the dashboard to get an overview of the connected profiles and analytics. Then schedule post. Use the publishing feature to create and schedule your social media post across different platforms. Next is engage with your audience. Monitor mention, comments, and messages through the engagement tab and respond to them directly. After that, there is analyze performance. Utilize the analytics tools to measure the performance of your post and strategies and adjust accordingly. So this was about Sprout Social. Next up we have is Brandmark AI. So Brandmark AI is an AI-driven design tool that creates unique brand identities including logos, color palettes, and brand guidelines. To use it, provide basic information about your basic and preferences, and Brandmark will generate a variety of branding options. You can then customize your favorite option to perfectly fit your brand's need. Alright, now talking about its features. First one is logo creation. Generate unique logos using AI. Then customization. Personalize your logo with text, icons, colors, and sizes. Then there is scheduling. Easily schedule and publish content. After that, there is analytics. Monitor progress and performance. Now let's talk about how to use this tool. First, input your brand name. Start by entering your brand name and any optional keywords that describe your business. Select your preferences. Choose styles, colors, and icons you prefer for your brand identity. Then generate options. Let the AI generate logo options and brand identities based on your preferences. Then customize. Select a design and further customize it according to your needs, adjusting colors, fonts, and layouts. Then there is download assets. Once satisfied, download the brand assets package, which includes logos, color palettes, and brand guidelines. Alright, now coming to the next AI marketing tool, which is Taplio. So Taplio is an AI-powered LinkedIn assistant. It is an AI tool focused on LinkedIn, designed to help users grow their LinkedIn presence through the content creation, engagement insights, and profile optimization. To use Taplio, connect your LinkedIn account, use the content creation and schedule features to maintain a consistent posting schedule, and follow its analytics to adjust your strategy for better engagement. Now talking about this tool's features. First one is content creation. Get AI-generated post ideas and improve your content scheduling. Easily schedule LinkedIn post. Then there is lead generation. Import people who interacted with your post. You can do that in this tool. The next is analytics. Monitor your progress and optimize your strategy. Alright, so these were the features. Now talking about how to use this. First, sign up and connect LinkedIn. Create a Taplio account and connect your LinkedIn profile. Then content ideas and creation. Utilize Taplio's content ideas and creation features to draft compelling LinkedIn posts. After that, analyze performance. Use the analytics features to track the performance of your LinkedIn content and engagement. Next is engage with your network. Follow Taplio's recommendation to engage with your network, such as who to connect with and which posts to interact with. Next is schedule post. Plan and schedule your LinkedIn content directly through the Taplio's consistent posting. So this was about Taplio. Now coming to the next AI marketing tool, which is Ad Creative. So AdCreative.ai is an artificial intelligence tool designed for marketers and businesses aiming to enhance their advertising efforts. It utilizes machine learning algorithms to analyze a wealth of performance data and design trends, enabling the creation of visually appealing and high-performing ad creatives. The platform integrates seamless with major advertising networks such as Google Ads, Facebook Ads, offering user data-driven recommendation to optimize their ad designs. This technology facilitates the production of ads that are more likely to resonate with target audience, potentially increasing conversion rates and maximizing advertising ROI. Now talking about features, automated creative generation for ads, integration with popular ad platforms like Google and Facebook, then there is performance-based creative suggestion. Now let's talk about how to use it. Sign up and integrate your ad accounts. Input your campaign goals and preferences. Use the AI recommendations to generate and deploy ad creatives. So this was about AdCreative.ai. Next AI marketing tool is Durable. So Durable is a comprehensive AI-powered marketing tool designed to automate and streamline various marketing tasks, including content creation, email marketing, and customer segmentation. Leveraging advanced AI, Durable aims to enhance operational efficiency and personalize marketing efforts. The platform offers features such as automated content generation, tailored to specific marketing goals, intelligent email campaign management, and precise customer segmentation based on behavioral data. This enables businesses to deliver more relevant and engaging content to their audience, improving engagement rates and fostering deeper customer relationships. Talking about its features, AI-driven content creation and optimization, automated email marketing campaigns, advanced customer segmentation using AI, etc. Then, how to use this one? Create an account and configure your marketing channels. Then, set up your marketing campaigns and input objectives. Let the AI automate and optimize your task based on the performance data. So this was about this tool. Now coming to the next one, which is the seventh, that is CustomGPT.ai. So CustomGPT.ai offers platform for business to develop bespoke artificial intelligence models tailored to the unique content creation needs. This tool empowers users to generate personalized content ranging from marketing materials to customer service responses, leveraging the power of AI for enhanced relevance and engagement. CustomGPT.ai stands out by providing the capability to train AI models with the specific data sets, ensuring the output aligns closely with brand's voice and objectives. The platform facilitates the seamless integration of these custom models into existing workflows, automating content generation, process, and enabling more efficient operations. So talking about its features, custom AI model creation for specific business needs, high quality content generation for various purposes, then integration capabilities with existing systems and workflows. Now let's see how to use it. First of all, you'll have to define your content needs and goals, then train your custom AI model with the relevant data. Integrate the model into your workflow for automated content generation. And there you have it, guys. The top 7 AI marketing tools that can transform the way you approach your marketing endeavors. From the intuitive insights of Jasper AI to the social media prowess of Sprout Social, the visual appeal crafted by Brandmark.ai, and the creative brilliance of tools like AdCreative.ai and CustomGPT.ai. These are the tools that bring innovation and efficiency to your marketing toolkit.
If you are looking to boost your website's traffic or dominate search engine rankings, then today's video is just for you. We are diving deep into keyword research, a crucial part of any successful SEO strategy. By the end of this tutorial, you'll know exactly how to find the right keywords to help your content reach its full potential. So let's get started. To kick off things first, let's understand what keyword research is. Now, keyword research is all about discovering the exact phrases and terms your potential audience is typing into search engines. Now, by identifying these keywords, you can create content that directly addresses what people want to know, buy, or learn about. This not only drives more visitors to your site, but also helps you connect with those who are most likely to engage with your content. In essence, keyword research is the backbone of a strong SEO strategy, guiding you in crafting content that resonates with your audience. Now that we know what keyword research is, let's dive into why it's so important. Picture this: you are hosting a party. Would you invite random people who might not even be interested? Or would you carefully choose guests who are excited to attend? So keyword research helps you do the latter by attracting the right guests to your website. When you know the exact keywords your audience is searching for, you can tailor your content to meet their needs. This increases your chances of not only driving more traffic, but also engaging visitors who are genuinely interested in what you have to offer. The better you understand your audience search behavior, the more effective your content will be. Remember, it's not just about quantity. Getting the right kind of traffic is key to conversions and overall success. Moving on, let's talk about the different types of keywords you'll encounter in your research. This is important because not all keywords are created equal, and understanding the distinctions can greatly impact your strategy. So, short tail keywords are broad and usually consist of 1 or 2 words like SEO or marketing. Now, these keywords have high search volumes, which means lots of people are searching for them. However, they're also highly competitive, making it tough to rank for them unless you have a very authoritative website. Next comes long tail keywords. Now, long tail keywords, on the other hand, are more specific phrases like how to do keyword research for SEO. Now, while they have lower search volumes, they tend to be less competitive and more targeted, attracting visitors who are further along in their buyer's journey. For instance, someone searches for best budget laptops for students is likely closer to make a purchase than someone just searching for laptops. Now, next type of keyword is LSI, which is latent semantic indexing keywords. Now, these are related terms that search engines consider relevant to your main keyword. Now, for example, if your main keyword is digital marketing, then LSI keywords could be online marketing, SEO strategies, or social media advertising. Now, even in this example, if you have given best leather shoes, the LSIs would be official and casual wear, best footwear brand, original leather shoes, etc. So, using LSI keywords helps you create more contextually relevant content with search engines' favor. Now, by balancing these types of keywords, you can create content that appeals to both broad and niche audiences, giving your website a better chance to rank well across different searches. So, alright, now that we have covered the types of keywords, let's explore some of the tools that can help you find them. So, keyword research tools are like treasure maps. They guide you to the keywords that can drive the most traffic to your website. Number one is Google Keyword Planner. So, Google Keyword Planner is a fantastic starting point, especially for beginners. It's free and provides a wealth of information, including search volumes and competition levels for various keywords. You can also discover new keyword ideas based on what people are already searching for. Next is Ahrefs. Ahrefs is a more advanced paid tool that offers in-depth analysis. It doesn't just give you keyword data, it also provides insights into how difficult it is to rank for a particular keyword, as well as click-through rates, CTR, and related keyword ideas. So Ahrefs is particularly useful for competitor analysis, helping you see which keywords for your competitors are ranking for and identifying gaps in their content that you can exploit. Now next comes SEMrush. Now SEMrush is another powerful tool that goes beyond keyword research. It offers comprehensive data on keywords, including trends over time, and allows you to conduct competitive analysis, track keyword performance, and more. SEMrush is a go-to for many SEO professionals because of its all-in-one capabilities. So these tools simplify the process of keyword research, allowing you to focus on creating content that will resonate with your audience and perform well in search engine results. So with so many tools at your disposal, the next step is figuring out how to actually find the best keywords for your content. So here's a step-by-step approach. Number one, start with a brainstorming session. So you can list down potential keywords related to your topic. Think about what your audience might search for and consider different variations of those phrases. So use the keyword research tools we just discussed to analyze these keywords. Pay close attention to search volume, competition, and user intent. The goal is to find keywords that have a good search volume but aren't too competitive. And next, consider user intent. This is crucial. Ask yourself, what is the searcher hoping to find? If someone is searching for best travel laptops in 2024, they are probably looking for product reviews or recommendations. Tailor your content to meet that specific intent, and you'll have a much better chance of converting those visitors into customers. So by following these steps, you can pinpoint the keywords that will not only drive traffic, but also ensure that the traffic is relevant and likely to convert. Now, one of the most effective ways to find high-quality keywords is by analyzing your competitors. This might sound like a spy mission, but it's completely above board and incredibly valuable. So tools like SEMrush allow you to see which keywords your competitors are ranking for. So this gives you insight into what's working for them, and more importantly, it highlights gaps in their strategy that you can exploit. For instance, if you notice that a competitor is ranking well for a keyword like affordable SEO tools, but their content is outdated or lacking in detail, you can create a more comprehensive and up-to-date piece to outrank them. So by leveraging competitor insights, you can stay ahead in the SEO game, ensuring that your content is always relevant and competitive. Now, finding the right keywords is only half the battle. The next challenge is using them effectively in your content. So here's how you can do that. Number one, place your primary keywords in strategic locations such as title, meta description, headers, and throughout the content. This signals to search engines that your content is about, helping you rank for that keyword. Number two, avoid keyword stuffing. This old school tactic doesn't work anymore and can actually hurt your rankings. Instead, focus on naturally integrating keywords and using variations. For example, if your primary keyword is digital marketing strategy, you could also use online marketing strategy or effective digital marketing tactics to make your content more readable and engaging. Now, the third one is using LSI keywords to add depth and context to your content. This not only improves readability, but also helps search engines understand the broader topic of your content, which can positively impact your rankings. Remember, the goal is to create content that's both optimized for search engines and enjoyable for your readers. Lastly, keyword research is not a set it and forget it process. It requires regular monitoring and adjustment. SEO is a constantly evolving field, and what works today might not work tomorrow. So make it a habit to regularly check how your keywords are performing. Use tools like Google Analytics to track your rankings and see which keywords are driving the most traffic. If you notice that certain keywords are underperforming, consider tweaking your content or trying out new keywords. So by staying on top of your keyword strategy, you can ensure that your content continues to perform well and adapt to changes in search trends. And there you have it, a comprehensive guide to keyword research. I hope you found this tutorial helpful and that you are now ready to start finding the best keywords for your content. Remember, keyword research is all about understanding your audience and creating content that meets their needs.
Basically, Google follows 3 basic steps to rank a website. They need to crawl your website. They need to take what they crawl back to their servers. And when they take it back to their servers, your web pages, they need to have them available for indexing. So when somebody actually types in a keyword into google.com, it'll be available to be found on organic search. So that's what indexing is all about. And then Google's job when somebody does type in a search query is to basically rank those pages that they've indexed from number 1 to infinity, depending on how many pages are relevant to that search query. So really it's about crawling, indexing, and ranking. So crawling is simply a process done by which Google has bots. And what these bots do is they go to your web server and they're going to crawl every page that they can find. And how do they find these pages? Well, they basically follow links. You might have heard the term spidering, but that's what they call search engine spidering. So basically what Google's doing is they're building a web, so to speak, all the links that they're following. And so when they can follow all these links on your website, they're going to be able to crawl them. And when they crawl them, basically they're going to take that content and store it on their servers so it's available in their index. So based on this method, Google finds out which websites have relevant content and which ones don't based on certain keywords that are typed into Google. Because if they can't crawl your website, you're not going to be found. And if you can't be found, then you're not going to show up for relevant keywords. So we need to make sure your site's available to be crawled. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. Okay, but let's show you an example. So let's just go to Google search. And if I type in the keyword Simplilearn, okay, I could see I have 1,010,000 results. Okay, and that's how many results are showing up for Simplilearn. Okay, now they may not all be Simplilearn pages, but nonetheless, Simplilearn is ranked number 1 here organically, and there are 1,010,000 pages related to the keyword Simplilearn. Now, when it comes to organic search, we don't want to get it confused with paid search. So anytime you see paid search, you're going to see something that says ad next to it. Okay, so we could see that there are paid ads here, but when it comes to organic search, those are generally below paid ads. And so that's where Google counts the 1,010,000 results. And so that's the whole idea behind crawling and indexing. Google's able to crawl Simplilearn's website, and based on all the pages that they gather, they're going to make those pages available in organic search. So if you type in a keyword and your web page is not available for indexing, then you're never going to show up for that keyword. So that's why it's important to make sure your website is available for crawling and indexing. And so when a user types a query on Google search, the most relevant websites that are in Google's index are going to appear in the search results. So in the example I gave with Simplilearn, well, Simplilearn is the brand name of the company Simplilearn. So there's a lot of relevancy there. So that's why you see Simplilearn show up here organically, number 1. Like we mentioned about what is SEO and why SEO, we talked about that user experience. So there's a lot of factors that go into ranking, relevancy being one of them. So in the Simplilearn example, Simplilearn is relevant to a lot of the Simplilearn pages because that's who they are, Simplilearn. However, Simplilearn also needs to make sure that, for their pages, the page load time is fast, meaning these pages load very fast for the end user. And Google also takes into account other factors, like how long someone is staying on a website. Or are they bouncing, meaning are they going to one page that they land on and then leaving the website? Okay, and so the user experience is very, very important. There are other factors also like language and location. And so, for example, location, if you do a search, say in India, the results are going to be a little bit different than, say, the results in the United States. Why? Because Google is indexing as many web pages as they can find. So if somebody's doing a search in India, their results may be a little bit different than the results show up in the US because Google has different bots. And these bots are crawling different pages at different times. And so Google's index is updating continuously, but it's not real-time syncing. So if you do a search in India, you may not see exactly the same thing because both search engines, the Google in India and the Google in the US, may not be exactly synced up. So an example would be, if you're looking for cafe. So if you search a cafe in, say, San Francisco, you're going to see different results. Now, if you do a search for cafes in Mumbai, you're going to see different results. There's going to be local search here at the top. There may be some paid search, but again, you may see different results because one, location, but two, Google's search engines in India and United States, Google.com, aren't exactly synced up exactly at the same exact time you do that search. So location is important, language is important, and relevancy is important, along with user experience. So all those are important factors in how Google ranks websites.
Imagine a small online boutique with a great product line and a beautifully designed website. Despite all the effort put into the business, it's barely getting any traffic and sales are stagnant. The owner is frustrated and wondering why potential customers aren't finding their store. That's when they turn to Google Ads. By setting up targeted campaigns, they start reaching customers who are actively searching for products just like theirs. In a matter of weeks, the business sees a noticeable increase in website traffic and sales, all thanks to the power of Google Ads. Google Ads has become an essential tool for businesses looking to connect with the right audience at the right time. A Google Ads campaign helps businesses reach potential customers online by displaying targeted ads across Google's vast network, including search results, YouTube, and partner websites. Advertisers set a budget, choose a campaign objective, and create ads that are shown to specific audiences based on keywords, demographics, and interests. The campaign operates on a pay-per-click model, meaning you only pay when someone clicks on your ad, making it an effective way to attract interested customers and achieve your marketing goals. So in this video, we are going to walk you through everything you need to know to get started with Google Ads. We'll cover how to create a campaign from scratch, set your budget, and choose the right bidding strategy. We'll also dive into targeting options to ensure your ads reach the right audience. And we'll show you how to craft compelling ads that drive results. By the end of this video, you'll have the knowledge and confidence to launch your own successful Google Ads campaign. So let's get started. So to kick off our Google Ads campaign, we'll start by creating a new campaign. So once you're logged into your Google Ads account, begin by clicking the blue plus new campaign button. So here you're presented with a list of campaign objectives. Now, choosing the right objective is crucial because it guides Google Ads on how to optimize your campaign. So let's see one by one. The first objective is sales. So this is perfect for businesses looking to drive direct conversions, whether it's online purchases, phone orders, or in-person sales. So for instance, if you run an e-commerce store, this objective will help you target users who are ready to buy. So Google will prioritize showing your ads to people most likely to complete a transaction based on their behavior and intent. So this makes it ideal for businesses focused on generating immediate revenue. So you can use this when your primary goal is to turn clicks into sales, making it perfect for businesses with clear purchase paths like online stores or service providers. Now next, we have the leads objective. So this is designed for businesses that want to gather contact information from potential customers, such as through form submissions, phone calls, or signups. So for example, imagine you are a real estate agent aiming to build a list of potential home buyers. So by selecting the leads objective, Google Ads will optimize your campaign to reach users likely to fill out your contact form or call your office. Now next is website traffic. Now this is the objective you'll want to choose if your main goal is to drive more visitors to your website. So this is particularly useful for increasing brand awareness or getting people to explore your products and services online. Like for instance, if you're a blogger or a content creator, so this objective will help you attract visitors to your site to engage with your articles, videos, or any other content that you put up. So now next comes app promotion. So this is when you have created an app, like for example, an online gaming app or anything, and you want more installs or downloads. Now next you have awareness and consideration. So it is designed for businesses that want to engage users and encourage them to think about their products or services. So this is especially effective in introducing something new to the market. And then you have local shop visits and promotions. And then you can also create a campaign without a goals guidance. Okay, so here we are planning to give an example for lead generation, like how to generate lead for a free online course provider. So let's select leads and continue. Now, as we have selected an objective which is generating leads, the next step is to choose your campaign type. So there are several campaign types, like Google Ads offers several types, but the two most common are search and display ads. So anyways, let's start with the search ads. So these are the text-based ads that appear at the top of the Google search results when someone searches for keywords related to your business. Like for example, let's just see car rentals near me. So your ad could appear like this, like as you can see the sponsored ads. So your ads could appear at the top of the search results. So this is highly effective for capturing high intent users. So people who are actively looking for what you offer. Now next we have display ads. So these are visually engaging ads that appear across the Google display network, like which includes websites, like the ads, basically the ads you see in others' websites, apps, or even YouTube. So now display ads are perfect for building awareness and keeping your brand top of mind. So they work well for retargeting, like showing your ads to people who have previously visited your website but didn't take any action. Now the next one is shopping ads. Now shopping ads are a powerful tool for e-commerce websites. So these ads showcase your products directly in the search results, complete with images, prices, and your story. Like for example, if we search leather jackets, just a second. Leather jacket, yeah. So your shopping ad could appear displaying a product image, price, and a link to purchase directly from your website, as you can see here. So this makes it easy for potential customers to see what you're offering and click through to buy. So shopping ads are ideal if you're looking to drive sales of physical products, providing a visual, direct path to purchase. Then we have video ads, which is another impactful way to reach your audience, especially on platform. Video ads, you can create engaging content that appear before, during, or other videos on YouTube. So it is basically the videos, like the ad videos that you see, like while watching your YouTube video. And then we have performance max campaign. So this type uses Google's machine learning to optimize your ads across all Google properties, like including search, display, YouTube, Gmail, etc. So performance max campaigns are perfect when you want to maximize your results without managing multiple campaign types separately. So Google's algorithms will automatically find the best combination of ad formats and placements to meet your objectives. So right now we'll select the search campaign type. And we'll be giving lead form submissions. And let's press continue. And let's just keep like lead search. So now that we have selected our campaign type, the next step is to set your budget and bidding strategy. So this is crucial as it determines how much you're willing to spend and how Google Ads will manage your bids. So now for bidding, since our objective in this demo is to generate leads, we'll choose conversions. So this strategy lets Google automatically set your bids to get the most conversions within your budget. So now you can set a target cost per action. So this budget is the amount you're comfortable spending per action. So like you can just give 0.3 rupees, per action. And let's press next. Now next, let's define our targeting options. So this step is about deciding who will see your ads, where they will see them, and when. So you can target users by location. As you can see, all countries and territories, India, or any other location, you have options. So for example, if your store is in Delhi, you might want to target only people within a 50-mile radius. Now, additionally, you can also refine your audience based on demographics such as age, gender, and household income. So this ensures your ads reach the most relevant customers. And you can also select the languages that your, customers speak. Like you can give English, you can give Hindi. So you can select multiple languages that your target audiences speak. And also you can, select the audience segments, like what your audience might be doing. So like, for example, we are actually, giving this example for lead generation for a free online course provider. So what we do is we can actually, like, our audience will be students, right? So we can give students. Yeah, you can give current university students. And this is also for working professionals. So you can give working education jobs, IT and technical. So you can select who your target audience are. So effective targeting is crucial for maximizing your ad spend. So take the time to consider who your ideal customers are. Now let's go to next. So now next is selecting keywords. So for search ads, keywords are the backbone of your campaign. So these are the words or phrases users type into Google when looking for products or services like yours. So choose keywords that are closely related to your business. So for example, we are actually looking for lead generation for this particular website, which is Simplilearn skill website that provides free online courses. So first you have to give the final URL, and then you have to enter your keywords. You can also, type in the products or services like you advertise, like the course name and everything, and you can enter the keywords. Now you can take the help of Google's keyword planner for keyword ideas and see how often they are searched. So let's just go to keyword planner, discover new keywords. So now here you have to enter the products or services closely related to your business. So here I'll just type free online course, digital marketing. So you can give so many keywords, okay? And let's get results. So now these are the keywords that are suggested by the keyword planner. So what you can do is you can just select the keywords. Like you can select so many multiple keywords. You can copy it. You can paste it here. So this is a demo. That's why I've just taken, 3 to 4 keywords. But in fact, you have to use more keywords. So now you have selected your keywords. Now it's time to create your ad. So your ad copy includes the headline, description, and display URL. So this is what users will see in the search results or across the display network. So basically in your ad. So making it engaging and relevant. So first you can give the URL of your website. So in the headline, you can grab the attention by highlighting your key offerings and including one of your main keywords. Like for example, you can give master digital marketing. You can give, like, you have to fill at least 3 headlines. So you can give free digital marketing course, or you can give best digital, and you can even fill more headlines. Now you can use the description. So this is the description part. So you can use the description to expand on your offer. So like you can highlight unique selling points of yours, like expert instructors. For example, you can give expert instructors, or flexible learning, or like enroll today to boost your career, etc. So once you have done this, let's go to next. Now this shows your budget. So as you can see, we had given like 0.244 cost per conversion. So your weekly cost will be 58,100 rupees. So here you can see the budget. Now the final step is, before we launch, it's important to review all the details. Now Google Ads will show you a summary of your campaign settings, including your budget, targeting, keywords, and ad copy. So you can double check. So next is the review. So here you can double check everything to ensure it aligns with your objective. So this will take some time. So select, once you're satisfied, you can publish your campaign. So your ads will start running shortly and you can monitor the performance in real time through dashboard.
Alright, so let's first understand what are ads and its purpose. Ads, short for advertisements, are messages created by companies, organizations, or individuals to promote products, services, or ideas. These messages are designed to reach a specific audience and persuade them to take a particular action, such as buying a product, signing up for a service, or supporting a cause. Ads can be found anywhere: on TV, radio, websites, social media platforms, billboards, newspapers, and more. The main purpose of ad is to inform and influence people. So here are some key purposes of ads. First, awareness. So ads help create awareness about a product, service, or idea. When a new product is launched, companies use ads to let people know it exists. For example, if a new smartphone is released, ads will inform potential customers about its features and benefits. Then comes interest. So ads aim to spark interest in the target audience by highlighting the unique selling points and the benefits. Ads can make people curious and eager to learn more. The interest can lead to further research, such as visiting a website or reading reviews. Then comes the desire. So effective ads create a desire for the product or service. They appeal to emotions and show how the product can solve problems or improve the customer's life. For example, a car ad might emphasize safety features, making it potential buyers feel that owning the car will protect their family. Then comes action. So finally, ads encourage people to take action. This action could be making a purchase, signing up for a newsletter, or visiting a store. Google Ads have clear calls to actions like buy now, sign up today, or visit us. So in summary, ads are powerful tools used by businesses to communicate with their audience. They create awareness, generate interest, foster desire, and encourage action. By understanding the purpose of ads, we can better appreciate how they influence our decisions and behavior in our everyday life. Now, with so much of our time spent online, advertising has taken a new form. Let's dive into Facebook ads, a powerful tool that leverages the massive audience of Facebook to reach people exactly where they scroll. We will explore how Facebook ads work and how they can be used to target specific demographics and achieve your marketing goals. So, what is Facebook ads and how it works? So, Facebook ads are like online billboards that businesses create to reach people using Facebook and its app like Instagram and Messenger. So these ads can pop up in different spots such as your news feed where you see posts from friends, stories where shorts temporary posts are there, and the marketplace where people buy and sell items. So businesses can choose from different types of ads such as single images, videos, carousels with multiple images or videos, slideshows, and collections of items to best fit their goals, like getting you to visit their website or buy something. So businesses use these ads to get your attention and encourage you to do something, like visit their website, buy a product, or sign up for a service. Because Facebook knows a lot about what you like and do on its platforms, it helps businesses show ads to the people most likely to be interested in them. This way, if you love fitness, you might see ads for new workout gear, and if you're into cooking, you might see ads for the kitchen gadgets. It's a way of business to put their messages right where you're likely to see them while you are spending time online, making it easy for you to discover and learn about the new products and services that might interest you. Alright, let's understand how Facebook ads work. So first, targeting. So one of the standout features of Facebook ads is their advanced targeting capabilities. You can define your audience based on a wide range of criteria such as demographics, that is age, gender, education level or job title, then location, that is target users in specific cities, regions or countries. Then there is interest like hobbies, favorite activities and interest, example sports, music. Then comes the behavior. In behavior there is purchase behavior, device usage and other user activities. So this precise targeting ensures that your ads are shown to the people who are most likely to be interested in your product or service, maximizing the efficiency of your ad spend. Then comes ad creation. So creating a Facebook ad involves designing the ad content and selecting the format. Here are some tips for effective ad creations. That is visuals. Use high quality images or videos that capture attention. Then message. Craft a clear and compelling message that highlights the benefits of your product or service. Then there is call to action, that is CTA. Include a strong CTA like shop now, sign up or learn more to guide users on what to do next. Then come next, that is budget and bidding. So you set a budget for your ad campaign, which can either be a daily budget or how much you want to spend per day, or a lifetime budget, that is the total amount you want to spend over the duration of the campaign. So Facebook uses a bidding system where you bid on how much you are willing to pay for your ad to be shown to your target audience, the platform that works to get the best results within your budget. So it works like that. Then comes the ad placement. So you can choose where you want to put your ads to appear. So Facebook offers automatic placements where it optimizes your ad delivery across all its platforms. That is Facebook, Instagram, Messenger, Audience Network, or you can manually select specific placements. So basically this ad placement things works like that. Then comes the performance tracking. So Facebook provides detailed analytics and insights into how your ads are performing. You can track metrics such as like impressions, how many times your ad was shown, then clicks, how many times people clicked on your ad, then conversions, actions taken by users after seeing your ad, then cost per action, that is CPA, the average cost of a desired action. This data helps you understand what's working and what is not working, allowing you to make informed decisions about your ad campaigns. Then comes the optimization. So based on performance data, you can make adjustments to improve your ads. This might include tweaking your targeting criteria, changing your ad creative, or adjusting your budget. Continuous optimization is key to maximize the effectiveness of your ads and achieving the best return on investment, that is ROI. Alright, now let's understand this with the help of a demo example. Alright, so this is basically the structure of Facebook ads. We have gone to the campaign, and yeah, let me explain to you guys what all things are there. So first of all, we have this campaign tab. So this section lists all of your ad campaigns. Then we have this create button, as we can see. So if you click on this, we basically click on this to create a new campaign. Then there is campaign list, as we can see. So this shows the campaigns you have created with columns for. And as you can see, there is on and off toggle button is there. So this toggle is used to enable or disable a campaign basically. So this is why it is used. Then this campaign names that you have created, you can name your campaign as per your choice. Then there is delivery status, as you can see. So status of the campaign, example in draft or etc., is the delivery status basically. You can check that. Then comes the bid strategy, as we can see. So it basically tells us what bidding strategy we have used. And then comes the budget, as we can see. So this budget is this is basically the budget settings for the campaign that you have put. And then there is attribution setting is how conversions are attributed. So results, reach, etc., it basically tells us performance metrics of each campaign. All right, so this is basically the structure. Now we'll click on this to create a campaign. Click on create. As we can see, these all metrics are there. Awareness, this is basically an objective. So you can decide the objective, and if here we'll see this is account info needed, so you can link your account to it. Then here we can see buying type. Basically this is a method used to bid for ad placements. Auction, as we can see, auction here basically means your ads compare with others for placement based on your bid relevance. So it's like that. Now comes the campaign objective. So the purpose basically of first we can see here is awareness. So for the awareness, its purpose is to make people aware of your brand or product. It is used best for new businesses or products that need to build recognition. As you can see, here it is written as well, brand awareness. So then comes the traffic. So the purpose of traffic is to drive visitors to your website or app. And the uses, basically it is used for, it works great for increasing website visitors or getting people to download your app. So increasing the traffic, basically it helps. All right, then comes the another one, that is the engagement. So the purpose of engagement is to get people to engage with your content, like comments, likes, and shares. And its use is, it's basically ideal for increasing interactions with your post or growing your page followers. So if you want to do that, you can go for engagement. Next is, as we can see, leads. So the purpose of leads is to collect contact information from potential customers. So it is used by those who want to get the information from their customers and then put the mails or generate some data or just give some promotions to those particular individuals. And its use is, it's basically useful for generating email signups, form submissions, or you can say gathering information about potential customers. Then comes the ad promotions, as we can see. So purpose of ad promotions is to get more people to install and use your app. So its uses, it is more focused on increasing app downloads and user activity within the app. All right. Now there is sales. So as you can see, so in sales, its purpose is to increase sales of your product or services. As simple as that. And its uses, it basically targets people who are likely to purchase your product, aiming to boost your revenue. So each objective helps you focus your advertisement efforts on the specific business goals, ensuring your campaign is aligned with what you want to achieve. So you can select among these objectives as per your choice. So in basically Facebook ads, there are two ways to buy ads, as you can see, auction and reservation. So basically, for auction, you compete with other advertisers by bidding for ad spots. So for this, price change based on the competition, giving the flexibility but not guaranteed costs. Then other one is reservation. So you pay in reservations, you basically pay a fixed price for guaranteed ad spots, making it predictable and stable. It is ideal for big campaigns. All right. So in my suggestion, you must always start with the awareness campaign. So we'll click on continue. All right. So the new layout for you guys, as you can see. So here, as you can see, this is the new awareness campaign. So this is the main folder for your campaign. Basically inside this folder, you can have your ad sets and ads. All right. Now then there is new awareness ad set, as we can see. So this is a subgroup within the campaign. Here you define your target audience, budget and schedule. Then comes the new awareness ad. So this is the actual advertisement that people will see. So you must have the image, carousel or video ad before doing all these things. So you must have your ad in hand because you have to do all the things here. Then you have to add or upload the ad basically. All right. Now, so I've told you about all these three. Now comes the main area, that is the campaign name. So basically, this is the campaign name. You can select your own campaign name and you can name your campaign here. For example, it's named like new awareness campaign, but you can change it and make it any campaign name like that. So as per your choice. There is special ad categories, as you can see. So the purpose of special ad categories here is this section is where you declare if your ad belongs to special categories like credit, employment, housing, social issues, elections or politics. So these categories have specific rules because they are selective topics. All right. So the benefits are basically declaring your ad category helps ensure your ad follows Facebook rules, preventing it from being rejected. So this is what special ad categories is. So basically, this all layout lets you set up the basic details of your campaign. Now let's understand about each one of them. Let's first name this one as any random name. We'll name it K Joggers, our anime joggers. So this is the template name according to me. Let's add campaign as well. All right, now you can keep the rest as it is, like you don't have to change anything else. Like you can change the objective over here if you want to again. We can leave A/B test in this as well, and we can just click on next. All right. So as we can see, this is the new layout for you guys. All right, so this is new awareness ad sets, and this is ad set name. So this is where you can name your ad set basically. Let's name it anime joggers ad set 1. All right, so like you can name as per your choice. The purpose basically, this is where your name, you put the name of your ad set, and you can create a template to reuse the settings for future ad sets. As you can see, create template. If you want to create a template to reuse the settings for future, then you can do this. All right. Now here is, as we can see, performance goal under awareness. So this is where you set what you want to achieve with this ad set. Here it's set to maximize the reach of ads, meaning you want as many people as possible to see your ad. So it is pretty simple as well. As we can see here, they have written in maximize reach of ads, we'll try to show your ads to as many people as possible. Then maximize number of impressions, we'll try to show your ads to people as many times as possible. Okay, so they can show people number of times, many times, to a single person also they can show. All right, then there is maximize ad recall lift. So we'll try to show your ads to people who are likely to remember seeing them. All right, so you can select this as per your choice. It's your own choice. You can select. So let it be like this only for me. Maximize reach of ads. Then comes the under Facebook page. As we can see here, we have it is written demo. So here you select the Facebook page that the ads will be associated with. So in this case, it's set to demo one, that I named my page for the video purpose. I've created a page like demo one. So it is naming that. So if you have more page, like more than one page, then you can select from here. All right. After that, there is, as we can see, cost per result goal, as you can see. All right. So this is optional. Yeah. So here you can basically set the target cost for achieving your desired result. For example, how much you are willing to spend for every 1,000 people who see your ad. This helps control your spending. All right, now there is budget and schedule. So here is daily budget. So you set how much money you want to spend per day on your ad. Here it's set for 200 per day. And this means Facebook will try to spend 200 rupees each day to show your ad to people. The maximum amount it might spend in a day is 250. And the maximum weekly spend is 1400. You can change as per your choice. And then there is what we call schedule here, you can see. So the date and the time when your ad campaigns will start, here it's set to 11 June 2024. So you can change it. As we can see, this is the date that it is not selecting. You can select 14. Now it is not showing the error. So yeah, so the date and time is when your campaign will start. Here it's set to like 14 June, and the time is also mentioned. And the end date, as you can see, set an end date. You can click on it. You can choose to set an end date of your campaign, meaning when it will stop running. All right. Now, as we can see, budget and scheduling. Here you can see. So it allows you to schedule when you want your budget to increase during specific times, like holidays or special sales period. So this feature helps you allocate more money to your ad during times when you expect high traffic or sales, optimizing your spending. Then there is ad scheduling, as we can see. So the purpose determines when your ads will be shown. Here it sets to run ads all the time. So it's like that. You can choose to run your ads continuously or only at certain times of the day. All right. Now there is audience controls, as we can see. So it allows basically to set criteria for where your ads should be shown. So you can specify the locations, demographics, and other details about who should see your ads. And here, as we can see, the location is set to India. You can edit it as well as per your choice. So yeah, we have set it to India. You can search for locations, browse it, the map will open, and like that. Then advantage plus audience, as we can see. So Facebook's technology automatically find the best audience for your ad. If you provide an audience suggestion, Facebook will prioritize showing your ad to people matching that profile before expanding to others. You can save the audience for future use. All right. Now coming to the placement thing, as you can see, advantages plus placements. So here it lets Facebook decide where to place your ads for the best performance. So Facebook system will automatically place your ads across different placements like Facebook, Instagram, etc. based on where they are likely to perform the best. This helps optimize your ad performance without you having to manually select the placements. All right. Now let's try to move on to new awareness ad. Let's understand it. So here, as you can see, ad name, here you can give the name to your ad. Example, we'll give anime joggers ad 1. All right, so you can name your ad over here. Then there is create template. Again, you can create a template to reuse the settings for future ads. So here we can see the partnership ad. So it allows you to run ads with other brands or businesses featuring both identities in the ad. This is useful if you want to collaborate with other companies or creators. Then under identity, we can see the name of our page, that is demo 1. So Facebook page, basically over here, it selects the Facebook page that the ad will represent. Our page name is demo 1, so that is why it is showing demo 1. This ensures this ad is aligned to correct business page. All right. Now, as we can see, Instagram account, you can see, and ad setup is also there. All right. So choose the Instagram account to associate with the ad. Like you can select your business profile on the Instagram ad with it, and you can either use your Facebook page or connect with a different Instagram account. Then there is ad setup, as you can see, create ad. So choose to create a new ad. All right. So select the structure of your ad, like single image or video, that is one image or video, carousel, that is the multiple images or videos that people can swipe through. Then there is collection, that means a group of items that open into a full screen experience. So it's like that. All right. Now after that there is you can see ad creative. So it selects the media, that is the images or videos, and text for your ad. Then the media placements are there, as we can see. These are the media placements, feeds and streams, stories and reels, Facebook search results. So choose where your ad will appear. Either it's feeds, stories, or search results. You can also you have the option to add music to your ad depending on the placement. So as you can see, add music. So you can select among these. All right. Then there is what we call primary text and event details. As you can see, primary text. So the main text that appears in your ad, you should put it over here. And this text is what people will read when they see your ad, basically. It is recommended to keep it under 125 characters. All right. Now, event details, talking about the event details. So include the details about an event, such as the name, date, and time. This helps promote events and allows people to get reminders. All right. Then there is languages and tracking. This is the language. So language basically add translations to reach people in more languages. This helps make, I repeat, so this helps make your ad accessible to a wider audience by providing it in multiple languages. Then comes the tracking. All right. So as we can see, tracking over here. So tracking basically tracks the action of people take after seeing your ad. And type of events, basically website event, like action people take on your website. Then app events, action people take in your app. Then offline events, actions people take in your physical store. And here the preview icons are there, so you can switch between different views to see how your ad will look on various devices. So you can do like this. This loading, I believe. Yeah, the Facebook story, the Instagram reel story, reels. So you can preview your ad on a desktop, mobile device, or other formats to ensure it looks good everywhere. All right, now let's click on publish. We have to upload the ad as well, but we haven't did that. We have not did. I repeat, we have not done that. So as you can see, they're asking for ad payment information because I'm doing it in some other laptop. So I have not added it, but you have to in order to move forward. But I believe you guys have understood the basics and how to move forward in the Facebook ads situation, and you can proceed on your own. You can like publish it, and the normal the first window will open. So now that we have walked through the demo, let's move on to the specific requirements you'll need to create effective Facebook ads. All right, now coming back to what are requirements. To create and run Facebook ads, you need to fulfill a couple of essential requirements. So that is active Facebook account. You need to have an active personal Facebook account. This is the account you use to log into Facebook, interact with friends, and use various Facebook features. An active account is necessary because it allows you to access Facebook's ad creation tools and manage your advertisement activities. Your personal account is necessary to log into Facebook and across the ad management tools. It is the first step to getting started with Facebook advertising. Alright, now second requirement is Facebook business page. So in addition to personal account, you must have a Facebook business page. This is different from your personal profile and is designed specifically for businesses, brands, organizations, and public figures. A business page provides a dedicated space where you can showcase your product or services, post updates, engage with your audience, and run ads. So the business page serves as the hub for all advertisement activities. It allows you to create and manage ads, engage with your audience, and access insights and analytics to see how well your ads are performing. Having a business page ensures that your ads link to legitimate business presence on Facebook, which helps build trust with your audience. Alright, we appreciate you joining us on this journey to master Facebook ads. Remember, Facebook ads is a powerful tool, but like any skill, it takes practice to master. With dedication and practice, you can leverage Facebook ads to grow your business and reach the new heights.
Google Tag Manager. Thanks for joining, and let's get started with this Simplilearn webinar. So let's start out with why GTM. So let's just say you're Sam and you have your own e-commerce website and you want to understand how people are interacting with your website. Well, Sam, today's world of websites contain a lot of interactivity, everything from videos to PDF downloads to commenting to form submissions to all sorts of chat functionality, interactivity going on throughout the website. So there's just a lot that you need to track outside of just page views. And so really what GTM does is they help you track all these things I just mentioned. Everything from somebody clicking on the play button of a PDF to somebody clicking on the submit button of a form to somebody entering in something on a chat function. So that's what GTM is. So why GTM? Because it helps us track all that interactivity. So all GTM is really allows you to really place a piece of Java code, which is just script, and this script that's added to a web page to collect information. So that's really what a tag is. It's just some script that gets put on a web page in order for you to collect information, like page views, clicks, etc. And they send it to third-party tools. Okay, so that's what GTM does. It basically allows you to take all these tags that collect information and you can use them in GTM. So if you want to, for example, collect how many people, enter a chat functionality and start chatting. Well, you're going to take that script and you're going to put it in GTM, and GTM will then allow you to start tracking that information. So that's really what GTM is. It just allows you to put tags into a container, or think of it as a toy box. You have all these toys and you want to track. Well, you can put all those toys or tags in a toy box or container. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that. But before we get into GTM, let's just say, you're communicating with your developer and there's a new user request on your webpage and you want to update the tag. Well, your developer, considering it's probably a small update to your website, is probably gonna not hesitate and is going to go ahead and turn around and do it normally. And so normally what happens is the developer is going to go to the website and update the tag. Well, what if you have a few things that you want to track? All those things I mentioned before, from downloads to clicks to, somebody checking out to watching a video. Well, your webmaster, your web developer is going to go, well, hold on a second. Now, all these requests are going to take time. I need to put them into the work queue, so to speak. Well, what happens is when they go into a work queue, usually it's going to take some time. And in some cases, you as a marketer need to launch a campaign. And you want to get that tracking added to the website in time for the campaign launch. So you want to go ahead and quickly turn around the tracking for that particular campaign. Let's just say you're launching a campaign and you're sending people to a landing page that has a form submission, and you want to be able to track how many people click on the submit button of that form submission. Well, if you need to turn that around, your developer's like, well, I need to put that in a work queue. The timing isn't going to always work out between you and your developer, is my point. And so that's where GTM comes in, because there is a solution to update your tags faster. And that's Google Tag Manager. So when we say GTM, that's what GTM stands for, Google Tag Manager. It's a place for you to add tags quickly and easily. So tags, remember, are just snippets of code that allow you to track things on your website interactively. And basically, when you have GTM, you can bypass the webmaster and do it quickly and easily. So that's what GTM is all about. So why GTM? Because we just identified two benefits. One, you could track all the interactivity on your website. And two, you can bypass your web developer or webmaster. And so that's the benefit of GTM. So the benefit, you get those tags updated very quickly via Google Tag Manager. Okay, so that's what Tag Manager is. So what we're going to talk about today is specifically what Tag Manager is and what it does. We're going to list some of the benefits of Tag Manager. We're going to show you how it works, and then we're going to show you how to get started with Tag Manager. Tag Manager, if you're not familiar with working with webmasters and dealing with JavaScript and tags and all this jargon is just new to you today, okay, well, don't fret, sit back. We're going to take it slow. This is an introduction into Google Tag Manager. Again, let's start out with what is Tag Manager. So we've already introduced it to some degree because we already introduced it as a tool where you can put all your tags into a toolbox, toy box, or container, so to speak, right? And we already mentioned that, hey, you can bypass your webmaster. So you're probably thinking, well, if you're not familiar with Tag Manager, how can I bypass my webmaster? Well, first of all, it's a free tool, and it's a Google tool, hence the name Google Tag Manager. And it helps you really, that's the main point, is deploy and track tags on your website, bypassing your webmaster. So that's Tag Manager. And so examples of tags that can be deployed via Google Tag Manager are numerous. These are just some examples like Google Analytics, Facebook's pixel tracking, or Google Ads. There's no limit into the number of tags you can track in Tag Manager. There is no limit. You can add any number of tracking tags in Tag Manager. Okay, so some of the benefits, well, again, we just listed two. You can put any tag into Tag Manager and track that onto your website. And we know you can bypass your web developer or webmaster. And what it also does is it also allows you to test and deploy your JavaScript codes quicker. So remember, these JavaScript codes or snippets of codes are just there to track certain things on your website, whether that be a page view or somebody clicking on a play button or tracking somebody who converts or even just goes to your website. So the biggest benefit is you can take that snippet of code, let's just say Facebook. Let's just say you're doing Facebook marketing and you want to put that Facebook pixel on your website so that you could track people who come from Facebook and convert. Well, you don't need to put that Facebook pixel on your website. You can go right to Tag Manager and you can put that snippet of code right in Tag Manager really quickly. And the other benefit here is all tags are managed in one place. And that to me is really a good benefit, because when you start adding tags on your website and you have some tags in Tag Manager, it just gets very confusing. So ideally, all the tracking code you have on your website needs to be in Tag Manager. Think about that. All the tracking. So if you're doing Bing or you're doing Facebook or you're doing Twitter or you're doing LinkedIn and you're doing Google, you're doing all this type of marketing on all these different platforms, you're going to have tracking code for all these different platforms. And instead of putting all that code on your website, return going to slow down the load time of your web page and website. You want to put them all in Tag Manager so they can be organized and you know exactly what you're trying to track. And the other great benefit of Tag Manager is there's a versioning control. So let's just say you have added tags to your website via GTM for the last 6 months. Well, and let's just say you add another tag yesterday. If you added that tag yesterday and something doesn't work, well, you can just roll back to a previous version. It's that simple. So you have versioning, and that's a good thing. When you have versioning, you can control what gets published, and if something doesn't work after it gets published, then you can roll back to a previous version. So it's a peace of mind, so to speak. Just because you've added code to your site, there's no guarantee it's going to work. And so you can always control what version you're dealing with in Tag Manager. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. So the biggest benefit here to me with Tag Manager is you have event tracking. And so we talked about some of the things you could track on your website, from videos, from play buttons to somebody clicking on the stop on the video or pausing it, all the way to somebody, again, chatting, or let's just say somebody clicking on that purchase button on your website. Okay, and you want to track all these different things, these different interactivities and buttons. Well, event tracking is what you're going to use to track all those buttons. And to me, this is the biggest benefit of Tag Manager. And I'll show you some examples as we go along. And if we didn't mention it already, I'll mention it again. It is free. Tag Manager is free. There's no limit. So once you have Tag Manager going, you can add as many tracking codes as you want. There's no limit on the number of tracking codes you can add to Tag Manager. Okay, so it's free and you can use it to its fullest advantage. Okay, so it's also high security, meaning that it has different levels of permissions. Okay, so you can have somebody just go in and look at the different tags and tracking codes you have in GTM, or you can ask somebody who is very familiar with Tag Manager and can go in and add the tracking code to Tag Manager and then publish that tracking code when it gets added. So those are all the benefits. Let's talk about how it works now. Specifically, how does Tag Manager work? Because you're like, Rob, okay, again, a lot of jargon. You know, you got tags and JavaScript and versioning and publishing and all this other stuff. Well, I know I'm throwing a lot at you at once, but just bear with me here. Okay, so let's start talking about how it actually works. So you have a website, okay? Whatever that domain is, you have a website, and there's chances are on your website, you have some form of interactivity, whether that be a video, whether that be a blog, whether it be a form submission. You have a website with some interactivity. And let's just say you're even thinking about getting ready to launch some type of campaign on maybe Google or Facebook, and you want to drive traffic to your website. Fair enough. You're joining the millions of other websites that are out there that have interactivity that also drive traffic to the website. So in comes Google Tag Manager. And so Tag Manager is important because, again, we know we want to track people coming from that Facebook campaign or that Google campaign and interacting with our site. So if you are running Facebook and you are running Google Analytics, well, guess what? You want to put that tracking code in Tag Manager. So Google Analytics, being a Google product, works very nicely with Tag Manager. Facebook has its own tracking code, but you still want to be able to track people who come from the Facebook campaign to your website. So you're going to get that tracking code from Facebook and put it in Tag Manager. That's generally how it works. So here, information from your website is shared with another data source through Tag Manager. So think about that. If I add Facebook tracking code to Tag Manager, or let's just say I add Google Analytics tracking code to Tag Manager is the one that's pushing out and doing all the heavy lifting. They're the ones that are controlling what code gets fired and what code doesn't. So if you're putting the code in Tag Manager is controlling the code. Think about it that way. And let's show you an example of what that looks like. So here I am, I'm in Tag Manager. I just went to tagmanager.google.com, and here I could see a list of tags. So in our conversation, we're talking about tracking Facebook and we're talking about tracking Google Analytics. Well, Google Analytics is easy because it's a Google product. So here, if I look at all the different tracking code I have on my website through Tag Manager, let's just take a look at Google Analytics. So if you're going to use Tag Manager, you might as well put the Google Analytics code in here. So here I can see I have Google Analytics as a tag in Tag Manager. Now, for Facebook, if I'm running a Facebook campaign, well, I can take that pixel tracking and put it in GTM as well. And here I could see Facebook Pixel. That code is added to GTM. I just basically took what Facebook gave me and put it into Google Tag Manager. So you can see I can add Facebook and Google Analytics. And again, I can't stress it enough, any tracking code from any platform I can add to Google Tag Manager in order to track the behavior from those sources. So let's take a little bit deeper dive into how Tag Manager works. So I just showed you an example of how you could take Facebook and Google Analytics code and put it into Tag Manager. But if you're not familiar with Tag Manager, then how do I do that? Well, let's talk about the structure and how Tag Manager works. So when you have a Tag Manager account, you have a container. Remember, I mentioned toy box earlier. You have a bunch of toys. If they're code and you're tracking different bits of code from different platforms like Facebook, think of those as toys, and you have a toy box. Okay, well, that's what this code is, and that's what a container is. The code is the code, and that's going to go into the toy box or container. And so the way Tag Manager works is you have tags, triggers, and variables. So if I take my Facebook tracking code and put it into a container, I need to set up a tag and a trigger. Okay, so let's take a look at what that is. So first, if I go back to Tag Manager, I'm going to have an account, and if I have an account, I'm going to have a container. So here I'm just going to click on an account with a container. And a container is nothing more than what website you're adding the tracking code to. Okay, that's all the container is. We're just letting Tag Manager know this is the website we're adding all this code to. So you have tags, triggers, and variables. That's the structure of Tag Manager. So tags are just what it says, tags. What are we trying to quote unquote tag? Well, if it's Google Analytics, that's easy. Here I could see I have Google Analytics added. So if I click on Google Analytics, here's my tag. And if I take a little bit of a deeper dive there, since Google Analytics is a Google product, it integrates already with Tag Managers. It's pretty easy. I can just choose Google Analytics, then I'm going to check page view, and that's my tag. Now, every tag needs a trigger. Okay, so I need to tell Tag Manager how or when to fire the Google Analytics tracking code. So in this case, I'm going to tell Tag Manager to fire on all pages. So if I get somebody, a visitor to my website, Analytics is firing on all pages. So whatever page that visitor lands on, Google Analytics is going to fire. So that's really what it comes down to, is I have a tag and I need to tell Tag Manager when to trigger that tag. That's really what the structure of Tag Manager is. It's tags, triggers, and variables. And variables we're going to talk about here in a couple minutes. But you have a piece of code. You're going to go ahead and put that into Tag Manager. You're going to tag it, and then you're going to fire that trigger. So let's take a look at another example here. If I go back here, you can see Facebook. Well, here's my Facebook pixel. Okay, that's my tag. So when is it going to fire? Well, it's going to fire on a specific domain or subdomain. That's basically what we're doing. We're trying to tell GTM when to fire that particular tag. So those are the three main components: a tag, okay, which is going to contain the JavaScript code that you get from, say, Facebook, the trigger. So you're going to go into Tag Manager and tell Tag Manager when to fire that code. That's the trigger. And then you have variables. And so variables are basically just additional information that Tag Manager may need for your tag and trigger to work. So that's what a variable is. It's there to get the tag and trigger to fire. So variables are divided into built-in and user-defined variables. So common use variables include, say, page path or page URL or host name or click class. Again, they're there, and these examples I just gave you are there to get your tag and trigger to work. Think about it that way. That's a component. And if I go into Tag Manager here, and here on the left side, I can see variables. So remember, I have built-in and user-defined. So built-in means that Tag Manager already built these for me. So in case I need to get my trigger to work with my tag, I can use a variable. So those are built in, and then I have user defined. So these are what I define. These are what I created. And again, the variables are there to get the tag and trigger to work. Okay, so that's the job of the variable. The job of the tag is to host that JavaScript code. Okay, in the case of Facebook or analytics, that's where we're putting our code. So here, if I click on AdWords remarketing, again, it's a Google product, so I don't really need to even deal with code. I'm just gonna select Google AdWords remarketing. Okay, so you can see GTM integrates nicely with some of the other Google products. But let's just say you have a Facebook pixel tracking code. You're going to choose custom and you're going to put the code here. So that's part of the tag. And then the trigger again is there to get the tag to fire. So you're telling GTM when to fire the tag. And the variable is there to help you make sure that that trigger and that tag work together. So that's how all three kind of work together. You need the tag to put the code. You need the trigger to tell GTM when to fire the tag and code. And the variables there to help you define when that tag and trigger should work or how it should work. So again, review, tags they're just small codes of JavaScript or tracking pixels on your website. And so tags are allowed to manage events like scroll tracking, remarketing, clicks, downloads, files, play buttons, you name it. Even clicks on external links. For example, let's just say you have a click or a Facebook icon on your site, and when somebody clicks on it, they go to Facebook. You want to maybe track that. You're going to create a tag. Okay? The trigger is there because you need to tell GTM when to fire that tag. So it's a certain condition, whether it's, fire the tag if the URL equals facebook.com or some other condition. So the tag cannot be created until the creation of the corresponding trigger. So tags and triggers go together. You can't just create a tag and not have a trigger. Otherwise, your tag will never fire. And then the variable is there again. It stores the information when defining a trigger or transferring data to tag. So a variable has a variety of data. Okay, so you pick and choose the variable you want to use with that trigger. Okay, so you're making sure that by defining a variable, you're making sure that you're telling GTM how that trigger should be fired. So let's take a look at another example here of how all three play together. If I'm in this account, I'm in this container. If I look down here, I can see Google Optimize. That's another Google product. So what I'm doing here is I just chose Google Optimize as my tag. It's already integrated. So what does that mean? I don't even need to deal with any code. I'm just going to select Optimize. Well, we have the tag Google Optimize, but we need to tell GTM how to fire that. And so here we're going to tell GTM to fire it on all pages. So that's basically a very simple example because we're firing it on all pages. So if I want to look at something specific again, Facebook, here's my tag, here's my code. What's my trigger? Well, my trigger is it's going to fire on specific pages. How do I know that? Well, if I look at the trigger, here I could see the trigger is a page view, but I'm telling it to fire on this particular hostname. So the tag and trigger go hand in hand. So how to get started with Tag Manager. So first things first, you have to create that account. So you're going to go to tagmanager.google.com, or you can do a search for Google Tag Manager, and you're going to create your account. And then when you create your account, what's going to happen is you're going to set up a container. And when you set up a container, you have choices. So you could set it up for your website, for an app on iOS, or maybe Android, or you can even set it up for AMP, an accelerated mobile page. So most people by default are probably going to set up Tag Manager for their website. And so when you do that, when you actually select website, what's going to happen is you're going to get some Google Tag Manager code in return. And so the whole idea here is you're going to do a swap. What you're doing is basically you're saying, okay, Google, I'm going to take this Google Tag Manager code and I'm going to put it on my website. I'm going to put it on every page of my website. So notice Tag Manager has two scripts. One goes in the head as high as possible. The other goes into the body tag as high as possible. And so what you're doing is you're making a deal. You're putting this tag manager code on your website, and in return, every code you deal with, whether that be Facebook or analytics or optimize or remarketing or whatever it is going to go in GTM. Okay, it's going to go into the container you created. So you need the tag manager code on your website in order for tag manager to work. Okay, so when you add this code to your website, then you're free to start adding all sorts of tags to your container. But if you don't have this tracking code on your website, then none of the tags you add to your container are going to work. So that's the idea behind the container. And then one thing I wanted to mention on the account is it's a Google account. So when you create your account, then make sure it's the same account you use with, say, Google Analytics or some other Google product. That's a good best practice, is always use the same email address when you set up your account so that it integrates nicely across all the different platforms. Meaning you can go from, say, Google Analytics right to Google Tag Manager in one browser without having to log out or log in. Okay, so when you create the account, you're going to create your container. If you choose web, then you're going to be asked to place code on your website. And when you place that code on your website, then you are free to start using Tag Manager. And that means you're free to start adding tags. Okay, so if you want to know more information about installing Google Tag Manager, then what I would recommend is visit the Quick Start Guide website of GTM. So again, if you're curious as to where that code is located in Google Tag Manager, well, when you create an account and you create a container, that container is going to have a specific ID. So if I click on that specific ID, here's where I can get my code. Okay, so again, when I'm logged in to Tag Manager, I'm going to click on Workspace, but in the top navigation, I'm going to see my unique GTM ID. If I click on that, that's where my code is going to be located. And so again, your code needs to go in the header, and there's another script that needs to go in the body. And if you're not sure how to add the code to your website, well, you can always click on the Quick Start Guide here. Okay, and that'll take you to a Quick Start Guide page, a reference page related to Google Tag Manager. So let's talk about creating a tag. So once you get Tag Manager installed, I'm sure you're excited to get going and create that first tag. So let's talk about how to create a tag in Tag Manager. So when you're in Tag Manager, all you need to do is basically you're looking at all your tags. If you click on tag in the left side navigation, you'll see all your tags, and there's a new button there. So you just click new. And so basically what you're going to do is you're going to create your first tag. And so what I would recommend, once you get Tag Manager installed on your website, I would recommend setting the first tag up as Google Analytics. So that will get you going with tracking page views on your website when somebody visits your website. Okay, so ideally that's what you want to do. You want to get Google Analytics as your first tag in Tag Manager. So what I'm going to do is, because Analytics is a Google product, it's already integrated nicely with Tag Manager. So I'm just going to click on Google Analytics. It's going to be a page view. That's what I'm tracking. And now I have to set up a variable. And so what it's going to do, it's going to ask me to select a variable. And so what you're going to do is you're going to select new variable. And what you're going to do is you're actually going to go and add your tracking ID here. That's going to be your variable. So where do I get my tracking ID in Analytics? Well, if I'm in Analytics, I'm going to go to Admin. And then under Property Settings, I'm going to see my tracking ID. And all you need to do then is go to Tag Manager and paste copy. First, you got to copy over that tracking ID. Then you're going to go to Tag Manager and going to paste it. And then that's going to create a variable for you. And then when you create that variable, you're going to see it in the drop down here. So I've already created it. And basically, that's your tag with a variable. Then what are you going to do? You're going to set up a trigger. So see, I have some triggers already set up. You're going to see a default trigger already set up for you, and that's going to be all pages. So ideally what you want to do is you want to select all pages in order for analytics to fire on all pages. So that's what we're doing. We're setting up a trigger. We're basically telling Tag Manager, hey, if I get a visitor to any page on my website, then I want you to fire Google Analytics. So that's basically, in summary, how to set up your first tag. And my recommendation is your first tag should be Google Analytics. And when you set up analytics, you're going to have to set up a variable for the tracking ID. And so you get the tracking ID again from admin, property settings, copy and paste that tracking ID over, save it. You have your variable. That variable is going to be included in with the tag. Then your trigger is going to be all pages. And there you go. You have your first tag, you have your first variable, you have your first trigger. So that's basically what you want to do. And once you've added that tag, once you've added that trigger, then the only thing you need to do now is basically publish the tag. And so anytime you save a tag, you're going to go ahead and submit it so that way it gets published. So again, what you're going to do is let's take a step back here. You're going to choose new tag. You're going to choose analytics from the drop-down menu. You're going to choose page view. Then basically you're going to add your tracking ID so you could set up the variable. And then basically that's what you need to do. Okay, you're going to add that tracking ID and then voila, that's your tag with a variable. And then once you've done that, then you're going to click submit. So when you click submit, you're basically saying, hey, I want this tag to go live now, this tag and trigger. And once you've done that, then analytics is ready to go. And anytime somebody goes to your website on any page, Tag Manager is going to fire Google Analytics. So the great thing here is you have something called Google Tag Assistant, and that's an extension that works with Chrome. And so when you've actually added Tag Manager to your site, or you have analytics running in Tag Manager, you can confirm if those tags are firing properly. So let's take a look at how Google Tag Assistant works. Okay, so if you just do a search for Google Tag Assistant, you're going to see here that it's basically just an extension that works in Chrome, and unfortunately it only works in Chrome browser. It doesn't work in any other browser. So go ahead and install that extension into Chrome. And when you do that, you're going to see this nice icon here in your browser. And now, if you go to any website and I click on Google Tag Assistant and I click on Enable, okay, so basically I'm loading Google Tag Assistant. And now once I refresh the page, I can see that this particular site has Google Tag Manager installed. And not only does it have Tag Manager installed, I can see that it's also has Google Analytics running. I have also Google Optimize running, and I have Google Ads Remarketing Tag running in Tag Manager. So that's what Tag Assistant does. It allows you to see if one, Tag Manager is on the site, and if it is, great, what other tags are firing on this particular site. So Tag Assistant's telling me I have these particular tags firing on that site, and they're firing within Tag Manager. So Tag Assistant is a great way to confirm if one, Tag Manager is on the site, and two, what other tags are firing on the site. Now, another way you could confirm if Tag Manager is firing on the site is you can go into preview mode. So even before you submit and publish your tag and trigger, you can click on the preview mode. So if I click preview in Tag Manager, so basically that's going to put me in preview mode. And so what does that mean? Well, that means that now I'm free to go to my website and see if those tags are firing. And so let's take a look at what that looks like. So if I go to the website and just click refresh, then what's going to happen is Tag Manager is going to load in preview mode, just as you see here. Okay, so that's going to take a couple seconds to load up. And now what can I see in preview mode? I could see that I have GTM firing, but I also have some other tags firing on this page. Remarketing, I have Google Analytics, I have Google Optimize. I have some other tags firing as well. And so the preview mode shows me what tags are firing on any given page. And I can also see what tags did not fire. Okay, so here I have a number of tags already in GTM, but they didn't fire on this particular page. So let's just say I clicked on the Donate Now button. I'm still in preview mode, so I'm going to be able to see what tags fired. Now I could see I have a couple of tags that have fired on this particular page. And then I could see what tags did not fire on this page. Okay, so that's the preview mode. You can use the preview mode before you even submit a tag and trigger to see if it fires. And that's the great benefit of Tag Manager. So if you're not sure if something's going to fire or not, then you can always go into preview mode. And if you are sure it's going to fire, then you can go ahead and submit it. So you can leave preview mode and just go ahead and submit that particular tag and trigger. So here I'm going to leave preview mode, and now once I'm done and I'm sure the tag is going to fire, and go ahead and submit all my changes that I've worked on in terms of setting up tags and triggers. So that's really GTM in a nutshell. So I have my tags. Okay, my tags are just snippets of code that I'm going to put in, whether that be Facebook or event tracking or any other Google product like Optimize or Page View. Then I have my triggers. My triggers are there to tell GTM when to fire that tag. And the variables are there to help those tags and triggers work together. So remember that particular variable we set up for Google Analytics. Okay, so here it is right here, because we want to tell GTM what property to specifically fire in Google Analytics. So that's why we set up that variable. But there are all sorts of variables. Google Tag Manager has built in, or variables already created for you, or you can specifically define a variable. So variables are there to help the tags and triggers work together. So when you set up a tag, you set up a trigger, you use a variable, you can always go into preview mode, preview it by going to the website, seeing if it fires. If it fires, then voila, you can go ahead and click submit, and that will publish the tag and trigger, and you're good to go. That's pretty much how Tag Manager works. And again, I can't stress that there's an unlimited number of tags you can add to Tag Manager. There's no limit. So you got anything from Google to non-Google to event tracking, okay, to Facebook, to anything that you want to track, you want to be able to put into Tag Manager. And again, there's versioning. That's one of the great benefits of Tag Manager. So if I want to go back to an older version, I can simply do that. So here you can see I'm on version 32. That's how Tag Manager works. And I can't stress that, Tag Manager is there to help you track interactivity on the site. Because if you have a site that's interactive, that has a video, that has a download button, let's just say, you have all sorts of newsletter signups, Facebook, YouTube buttons on your website, just like this website does, and you want to be able to track how many people click on that particular button, well, you're going to need Tag Manager. And when you have Tag Manager, you're going to be able to track all of these button clicks and interactivity on your website. We're going to talk about how to rank #1 on Google. So let's get started, and let's go with the scenario that you have a friend named Sam, and he has a website where he sells shoes. But Sam doesn't understand why his website's not ranking #1 on Google. And so typically, to rank #1 on Google, there are some factors involved. And those are factors that are going to help Sam get his website rank #1 on Google so he can sell his shoes, get traffic, and convert that traffic to conversions. So there are factors involved. And so what are those factors? Well, it always starts with keyword research. So in order to rank for a website where you sell shoes or you sell products, other products like clothing or food, or you're an automobile website, you're a mechanic, it doesn't matter whether you're selling to customers or selling to other businesses. You have to start with the keyword research. And so we're going to go into really explicit detail on how to conduct a proper keyword research. And then the second factor involved is high quality content. So in order to rank high on Google search, you need to have high quality content. So we're going to go over what's involved with creating high quality content. Then we're going to take that content, we're going to optimize it using on-page elements and website level factors. So we're going to take into account what's involved with your website and what's involved with specific pages on your website in order to rank number 1 on Google. Then we're going to get into the off-site engagement. So when it comes to ranking on Google, you need to optimize your website and you need to do some elements off your website. You need to be engaging off your website, meaning on other websites. And so we're going to talk about what's involved with off-site engagement. So SEO being a major channel for most companies and websites where the opportunity to drive a lot of traffic is there. But you have to earn that reward. The reward is a lot of traffic, but you have to earn the reward, and there's a lot of work involved. And so ideally what we want to do is follow what we call the 80-20 rule when it comes to search engine optimization and ranking on Google. And what do we mean by the 80-20 rule? Well, 80-20 means we're investing 20% of our effort and 80% of the results are obtained. So we want to invest 20 and get back 80. That's basically what we mean by 80-20. So for example, if 20% of our targeted keywords bring in 80% of the traffic, then that's following the 80-20 rule. Or 20% of our landing pages drive 80% of the overall traffic, that's following the 80-20 rule. Or 20% of our backlinks pass 80% of our link juice, that's the 80-20 rule. Meaning these targeted keywords, these targeted landing pages, these trying to target backlinks using off-site engagement. We want to put in 20% of our effort on those keywords, landing pages, and backlinks in return for 80% of the results. So without further ado, let's get started with the keyword research. Let's talk about that keyword research for a website with shoes. And it doesn't really matter what particular product you have. If you need to rank number 1 on Google, it all starts with the keywords as I mentioned before. And so in this example, if you have a website where you sell shoes for kids, you're going to want to be found for certain keywords. So the obvious keyword here would be shoes for kids. Well, every keyword that you target has search volume associated with it. So that means when we talk about search volume, we're talking about how many people on average type in that keyword or related keyword on google.com or Google search. And there's always an average number of searches associated with every keyword, and we call that search volume. How much search volume? So obviously if we're going to target a keyword, we want to have as much volume as possible. However, there's always going to be competition for those keywords, meaning there's always going to be other websites who want to rank number 1 on Google for the same keywords. And we call that competition or difficulty. So for every keyword, you're going to have volume and you're going to have competition or difficulty. And the difficulty ranges as well, depending on the tool you use. And we'll get into that in a minute, but search volume is how much on average people are typing in that keyword or close variants of that keyword. And the difficulty is measured in terms of kids is highly relevant, has high volume and low competition, then that's a keyword we want to target. So we always want to focus in on those 3 areas. So there's always a trade-off with keywords. So shoes for kids might have high volume, but also might have high competition or difficulty. If we look for another keyword that's just as relevant, for example, shoes for children, it may still have high search volume, but the competition or the difficulty may be lower. And if that's the case, then that may be a better keyword for us to target. Instead of something highly competitive like shoes for kids, we can focus on another relevant keyword like shoes for children with just as much volume and lower competition. And the reason why we want lower competition is because we want to be able to rank for that keyword. So the higher the competition, the harder it is for us to rank number 1 on Google for that keyword. And so the whole idea behind keyword research is analyzing and choosing the best keywords. So we want to identify a list of keywords that are always relevant. We want to choose the keyword that your competitors are ranking for. And we want to use third-party tools to choose keywords to identify which keywords have low competition and what keywords have high search volume. So one thing to take into consideration when you're doing keyword research is that the longer the keyword phrase, or in other words, long tail keywords or keywords with 3 keywords in the phrase or more, you're going to always have less competition. But there's always a trade-off. With long tail keywords, meaning the longer the keyword phrase, there's going to be less volume, but the trade-off is less competition. And so what we want to do is we want to brainstorm some ideas and find those relevant keywords. So let's look at an example here. So if we go to Google Ads, so Google Ads has a tool called Keyword Planner. And let's just say I have a website where I'm selling dried figs. And if I'm selling dried figs, I want people to buy these dried figs. However, in order to attract them, I want to be able to show them that, hey, we have a bunch of recipes. And if I show you a bunch of recipes where you can use dried figs, maybe you'll buy these dried figs to use in these recipes. And so we're going to look for keywords related to bread recipes, because if we can optimize for our recipes page for bread, then that will attract an audience who wants to make bread and use dried figs with those bread recipes. So that's the example I'm going to give here. And so if I look at the keyword planner in Google Ads, if I just type in bread recipes, what Google is going to do is they're going to give me an average monthly search volume. So I can see the average monthly search volume here is 60,500. And so in order to do keyword volume and the competition you're getting for certain keywords. So if I go into a spreadsheet, here my theme of keywords is bread recipes. My keyword is bread recipes, and my volume therefore is going to be 60,500. However, if I go back into Google's keyword planner, Google's telling me the competition is low. So that's great. I want high volume, I want low competition. But how low is low? So we want to be careful. So if we're going to put in numbers into a spreadsheet, we want to figure out what that competition really is for the keyword bread recipes. So if I go to Google and just type in bread recipes, I'm going to be able to see 771 billion results for the keyword bread recipes. Now, is 771 billion our real competition? Maybe, maybe not. What we want to do is put in a syntax, and we want to put in the syntax all in title and then colon, space, and then our keyword. And the reason why we do that in search is because we want to be able to identify the true competitive number, or the true number of websites who are trying to rank for bread recipes. And if we put in the syntax all in title, colon, and then our keyword bread recipes, we'll be able to see that there are 998,000 results. That's a lot lower than 771 billion. So that means that 998,000 sites or listings have the keyword bread recipes in the title tag. And the title tag is what shows up in the search engine results. And so if I look down and scroll down here, I can see bread recipes are in every one of these title tags. So title tag is an important element to rank #1 on Google, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes. But if we understand that there are 998,000 results with bread recipes in the title tag, then this tells us that those are the websites who are trying to rank #1 on Google for that keyword, and therefore those are the websites we need to jump over in order for our website to rank #1 on Google. And so therefore I'm going to put in 998,000 in my spreadsheet as the competitive number. And so now I could see for the keyword bread recipes, I have 60,500, and if my competition is 998,000, then my KEI, or Keyword Effectiveness Index, or in other words, the ratio of volume to competition, is 6%. So that's nothing more than volume divided by competition. So that tells me that my KEI, or my ratio between volume and competition, is 6%. So remember, we want more volume than we want competition. So anytime you do a keyword research, you're going to find a number of different relevant keywords. So if I go back into Google's keyword planner, if I typed in bread recipes, you could see that Google is going to give me a number of different keywords related to bread recipes. Let's just say I have another keyword that I want to think about optimizing for, being ranked on Google for, and that's banana bread recipe. Very similar keyword as bread recipes, except it's a little longer tail. Now, if I type in banana bread recipe in Google's keyword planner, now I can see the average monthly search volume has actually gone up. It's 368,000. I can also see the competition is low. So those are good signs. So now I can see 368,000. I'm going to go ahead and put that in my spreadsheet. Now I'm going to go into Google. I'm going to put in my syntax all in title. I'm going to put in banana bread recipe. I'm going to hit enter. And now I can see I have 233,000 results with the keyword banana bread recipe in the title tag. So if I look at the title tags, I can see banana bread recipe, banana bread recipe, banana bread recipe on all the listings in the Google search results. So that tells me I have 233,000 results that I have to jump over in order to rank number 1 on Google. So I'm going to put 233,000 in my spreadsheet. Now I can see my KEI, or my volume to competition ratio, is 158%. And so to me, that's a lot better number to work with, or in other words, that's a lot better keyword because it's just as relevant and it has a higher ratio of volume to competition. So therefore, banana bread recipe is going to be a better keyword to optimize for in order to rank number 1 on Google. So that's the whole idea behind keyword research. You want to brainstorm ideas. There are plenty of tools out there. So the tool I recommend is Google Ads Keyword Planner. Google's going to give you how much search volume. They're going to tell you the competition, but then you're going to go into Google search. You're going to use the syntax all in title to get a more accurate read on the actual competitive number. And so to find out how keywords that your competitors are ranking for, you can use those keyword tools that I mentioned. Another tool that I use is Moz. So Moz, if you go to moz.com, they have a tool called Keyword Explorer. So if we just type in the keyword, for example, bread recipes, it's going to be able to tell us how much volume and the difficulty. So you can use other tools at your disposal. Figure out the volume and the difficulty. There are plenty of tools out there. But the one thing I would just make sure is you use everything at your disposal. So you can use social media to find the most shared article for a particular topic or keyword, like bread recipes. You could check other platforms that have a lot of shared content, like Reddit and Quora, where you can ask people about certain topics using keywords to figure out how much competition or volume there might be. You could stay up to date on industry news to get an idea of what types of keywords are trending. But when it comes to keywords and keyword research, remember, for every web page, we want to be able to pick 2 keywords. We want a primary and secondary keyword. So when we do keyword research and we enter all our keywords into our spreadsheet, we want to be able to have a number of different keywords. In this case, we're focusing on the theme bread recipes. We want to have different keywords because we want to be able to choose a primary keyword and a secondary keyword, because we want to be able to focus on multiple keywords for each page, because we don't want to put necessarily all our eggs in one basket, meaning we won't want to put all our emphasis just on one keyword to rank for. We want multiple keywords to try and rank for. So the primary keyword can define the nature of our business. The secondary keyword could be just highly relevant to our keyword. At the end of the day, we want to choose multiple keywords to try and rank on Google for that page. So for example, we have a blog and we're using ice cream recipes and we're blogging about ice cream recipes. We can have a primary keyword that is about ice cream recipes or homemade ice cream recipes. We're going to always want to find out what the volume and the competition is. Our secondary keyword could be built around other similar keywords like low-fat ice cream recipes or fat-free ice cream recipes or low-fat homemade ice cream recipes. Those are complementary keywords, just like our bread recipes and banana bread recipe. So one thing we want to do when we do keyword research is we want to be able to target one keyword per content when you can target many. We want to be able to target multiple keywords, not necessarily target one keyword. And so we want to be able to cluster keywords. So we don't want to target just one, we want to target multiple keywords per page. And when we talk about clustering, if we go back to our keyword research, what we're doing is we're clustering a bunch of keywords under the theme bread recipes. And so by looking at the volume, looking at the competition, looking at the KEI, we can choose different keywords for our page. And that's what we mean by clustering. We want to cluster keywords into a content theme. So why target only one keyword per content when we can target many? Because we don't want to put all our eggs in one basket. We don't want to target just one keyword. We want to target many. And so that means clustering your keywords into a theme and choosing multiple keywords for that particular page. And when we do that, we have a better opportunity to rank high on Google search. And the whole idea behind ranking high on Google search is we can get the volume. So if we know we're ranked number 1 on Google search for bread recipes or banana bread recipe, we know we stand a chance of getting a majority of the volume associated with that keyword. And if we can get the volume and get the traffic, then we can get the conversions. So let's move on to high quality content and talk about the impact content has on your ability to get your website ranked number 1 on Google. So let's just say you have content on your website and the content is ranking on page 4 of Google. And it's that blog with ice cream recipes. And if it's just content for the sake of content, it's not really informative, then it's not necessarily going to get good engagement. In the eyes of Google, they want to rank content that's very informative, it's very fresh, it's exciting to read, it's interesting. It's going to have good engagement. So if it's a recipe or an article about any topic, if the content is just not informative, then you're not going to get good engagement. And when you don't get good engagement, if people don't stay on the site to engage in the content and they just leave the website after landing on the page, causing a bounce, then the content's just going to continue to fall down the rankings. And we want to prevent that. We want to move up the rankings. We want to be number 1 on Google. We don't necessarily want to fall in the rankings for our content. So content is a key driver in being able to rank number 1 on Google. So if the content is on page 9, what can we do? Well, we want to be able to, take that content and do something with it. We feel like we did write engaging content, so let's go ahead and share it on social media. And to me, social media is a good platform to share your content because on social media platforms like Facebook, for example, you're building a community on that platform. That community is already interested in your content. So if you're sharing an ice cream recipe, especially in the summertime, and you're engaging with your community on that platform, then the likelihood of that community on that platform is going to increase engagement. Increased engagement will send social signals to the search engine that says, hey, this content is good quality. Likewise for any other platform. Most social media platforms have engagement metrics. And those engagement metrics pass signals. Is it good? Is it not good? Do we like this content? Are we giving it a thumbs up? Are we going to want to follow it? Are we going to want to share it? And so if you share content that you feel is engaging on social platforms, then it's going to be engaging and it's likely going to cause an increase in engagement. For example, a decrease in bounces. And once you share that quality content then the likelihood of it moving up the rankings, even as far as number 1 on Google, is going to be greater. So you always want to start out writing good quality content. So let's talk about good quality content, because Google does take content seriously. They do take into account what other people think of that content. So high quality content is an important factor. So how to create good content? That's always the question. So let's talk about some best practices here. Remember, in the last segment, we talked about keyword research. So we want to perform good keyword research. Why? Because we want to choose keywords. Remember, we're choosing multiple keywords per page. One keyword could be related to our brand. One keyword could be related to the content, but another keyword could be related to a user's intent, like recipes. If you recall the example we used with bread recipes, maybe somebody's looking to type in a keyword that says, how do I make, a bread? Or how do I make a specific type of bread? Or how do I make banana bread? Or what's the best recipe for banana bread? They're question related, and we want to be able to answer those questions. So that's where choosing those right keywords that's going to respond to a user's intent. So starts with choosing the right keywords. So remember, we talked about a number of different tools when we talked about keyword research. So there's a research tool that you can use called phrase.io, and that will help you do quick research on, keywords and trends and whatnot. So if you know a better research tool that you use for keyword research, then drop us a comment below. I'd be interested in getting your comments about keyword research and what research tools are out there. So if you know something better than phrase.io, drop a comment below and we'd be interested in getting your perspective. So keyword research is key, but creating content that fulfills users' requirements. So answering those questions. If it's a recipe, we want to answer that question. If it's directions, we want to answer that question. If they don't know how to do something, we want to answer that question. And that's the whole idea behind content. Content is not just to fill a page, it's to really fulfill users' requirements. That's when you get good engagement. So if somebody's typing in something on Google and they're looking for an answer, your content should answer that question. But we also want to make the content readable. So in other words, write for your audience. Don't impress anybody with very high vocabulary type words that somebody doesn't necessarily know the meaning of. Don't use jargon. Don't use a street language, for example. Use everyday common language that's just easily digestible when your audience is reading. And then we want to keep that content organized. And so when we mean organized, we want to use headers and subheaders. Break your content into paragraphs. Keep the flow organized. If we can keep the flow organized, then it's going to be easier for somebody to read. And then it's okay to add resources, especially resources from credible sites. So if you can incorporate those resources in there, then it's just going to add the credibility to your content and let the audience know that, hey, I've done my research on this topic, and this is what this person has to say about it. This person who seems to be credible. Okay, so it only adds value to your content. So these are all tips to remember when creating content. And then the one important tip here is we want to use white hat techniques. And when we say white hat techniques, that means, if we've chosen keywords that are going to answer somebody's question, we don't want to stuff those keywords into the content. We want the content to be naturally written. So when we say opt for white hat techniques, that's what we mean. Write the content naturally. Keep it organized, keep it readable, include third-party sources, and make sure it answers a question. So there are different types of content. So there's content where you just write words. It's all text-based. You could also use an infographic. An infographic is simply just a graphic that visualizes exactly what you're trying to explain. For example, if we want to write an article about how to write good, engaging content, we don't necessarily have to write all that out as a text. We can create an infographic. So for example, here's an infographic on 20 effective ways to basically not bore your readers, but write engaging content. So you could see this is an infographic. It's all graphically laid out. So infographics tend to be easier to understand because they're visual. They're easy for the end user to comprehend because there's generally no jargon. It's usually images that are portraying the point of what you're trying to get across. And so it tends to break it up, the monotony of just text. It's more visually appealing and it's laid out and organized. So you can see this infographic has 20 different steps or rules, and they lay those out all here in this infographic. And the great thing I like about infographics is you could share them on social media, you can re-engage them as a post, you could save them on really any social platform. So infographics tend to tell a better story versus, say, just writing text. You can use video and images, so you don't necessarily have to lay it all out in an infographic. You can certainly insert a video or an image into your content, especially if it's a blog post. If it's a blog post, then sometimes video and images on its own tell the story. You don't necessarily need text to go ahead and tell your story. A video or an image, as they say, tells 1,000 words. And so images and videos are great to use in a blog post. So using different forms of content, you always want to review your content. When a user dwells on your web page for a longer time, Google will tend to think, okay, this person's engaged, so we're going to rank that favorably. So if you're using infographics, videos, and images, then the chances of somebody being more engaged are going to increase versus just text that's not well organized and written out in a way that somebody doesn't necessarily understand. So be creative in the types of content you use. So longer engaging content tends to bode well with search engines. So this is according to HubSpot. So the more word count you use, the more words you use, the chances of you ranking higher are going to be better. Just take into account best practices. You want to maybe break up the content with an image, organize it, make it engaging, use headers. So it's not necessarily just words, it's the words and how those words are written, how they're structured, the types of keywords you're using, how you're engaging with your audience. There's a lot of factors, again, those best practices we just went over. But the key is, if you have longer, more engaging content, then it's going to bode better for you on search engines. So a couple of steps to create high quality content. So you want to begin with a comprehensive introduction. So always introduce your content. Remember, the content should be relevant to the keywords. So if you're choosing keywords in your keyword research, think about answering that question. If somebody's typing in bread recipes, maybe they're looking for banana bread recipes. How to make the best banana bread, or how to make banana bread using dried figs. We want to be able to align our content with that keyword naturally. You want to create a title that's worthy, that's click-worthy. So remember, if you're in Google search and you're doing search for something simple like bread recipes, we want to make something that's going to be engaging for somebody to click on, like easy perfect yeast bread or easy crusty French bread, or something that's going to be engaging. The best bread recipes, or how to make the best homemade bread. Something that's going to draw somebody's attention to the title of that blog post. So we want to include LSI keywords. So what I mean by LSI keywords in your content, we mean, long tail keywords, make it natural. Headings and subheadings should consist of keywords and variants. So if you're writing headers and subheaders, include the keyword in there. And that way, the content always stays relevant to the audience. Okay, shorten your sentences and paragraphs, so don't write long paragraphs. Remember, we want to break this up. We want to make it easy for the end user to read. And we want to always put internal links on our blog post. Why? Because if we have internal links, then if we have a link from one blog post to another blog post, or say our blog post to an internal page on our website, we want to make sure that it's relevant content. That way, if somebody's reading something and you have an internal link, let's just say from a bread recipes page to a banana bread recipes page, then they may find it interesting, click on that link and go to the banana bread recipes page. So it's keeping somebody engaged on your website. So putting in internal linking will help keep the end user engaged because you're offering up links that's relevant to the content. You always want to break up that content with images. Okay, we want to use alt tags, meaning we want to pen the image with text. So that way, if the image doesn't load, then at least the alt text will load. So we can incorporate call out boxes. And more importantly, we want to update our content regularly. So we always want to get the best recipe out there if it's banana bread, or different ways to create banana bread, or always just coming up with ways to update the content. So we want to keep our content, our blog post fresh. And then we want to include a CTA, call to action. If we include a call to action, then that's going to keep somebody engaged and have them act on your content. So these are steps to creating high quality content. And so let's look at an example here. And this is a 3-month-old post on BuzzFeed. And it's 21 pictures that restore your faith in humanity. So it has a lot of likes, a lot of tweaks, and that means it's engaged. People are engaged when reading that. And so if we go and look at it as an example, we could see it on BuzzFeed here, 21 pictures that will restore your faith in humanity. So this was written back in 2012. Again, a lot of engagement. But if we look at it, we can see immediately that it's taking into account third-party sources. It's got some content, it's got images, it's being broken up by images. We could see there's call to actions on there in the form of social, so people can go ahead and share it if they like it. Okay. It includes videos, it includes images, third-party sources. So it's a good post because, listen, it's engaging content. It's probably answering somebody's question about humanity. And we could see clearly that, look, there's a lot of different examples here from a lot of different sources, and we could take action on this content. So not just video, not just images, but text as well. And so it's very engaging, answers questions, takes into account the different types of content available. So this is a good post in that regard. So content's updated regularly, it's engaging, and it includes sources from high authority websites. Some do's and don'ts on the content. So take into account the best practices I mentioned about creating high quality content. Okay. Answer those questions that the end user wants to hear, because that likely is going to be their search. And so you want to be able to respond to the end user. That's part of creating high quality content. Different types of content, i.e. in the form of infographics or videos or text or images. You can add images from public domain sites. You can be relatable and use examples to clarify points, just like the BuzzFeed article. Simplify complex words. Don't use sophisticated language. Talk to your audience as if they were standing right in front of you. And use bullet points to exemplify your examples, your points. So some do's, the don'ts. Obviously, don't lift content. We don't want to lift content from another website. So that's plagiarism. So we want to have our own unique content. We also don't want to take images from other websites. And so if you do happen to find an image that works for your post and it's on somebody else's website, ideally that's not a good situation. But if you do happen to do that, then always give credit to the website. Okay, so if you took it from xyz.com, credit xyz.com for the image. And even put a link back. But ideally, you don't want to take images from other websites. Just as much as you don't want to take copy, you don't want to take images. Use your own imagery and content. But if you don't have imagery, then you can always go to stock photography. There are plenty of websites out there where you can sign up for a subscription, like Adobe Stock Images as an example. You can sign up for an account, and in some cases you can sign up for a free account and use stock imagery. Okay, don't give less information to your audience. Give your audience what they deserve, which is the information they're looking for. They're looking for the best banana bread recipes. Give them the best banana bread recipes. Incorporate your own images. Break it up with titles. Give them a good quality piece of content that they're going to be able to engage with. And so if you put long paragraphs in your content, then it's going to be less engaging. So try to avoid those long paragraphs. Remember, shorten up the paragraphs, keep the language simple, add in images, answer those questions, use third-party credible sources, but write it in your own words, and you should be on your way to creating good quality content. Okay, so now that we've talked about high quality content in order to get your pages ranked high on Google search, let's turn our attention to optimizing on-page elements and discuss some website level factors that are both going to help you rank high on Google search. So let's just do an overview of what we're talking about when we talk about on-page elements and website level factors. So optimizing on-page elements include a number of different things. But primarily, we're going to focus in on meta tags, also known as meta description tags, header tags, also known as title tags, and URLs. So those are just some of the on-page elements we want to be able to optimize using relevant keywords in order to rank high on Google search. We also want to take a look at some website factors that will affect our ranking on Google search. They include website architecture, having a secure website, having a sitemap, and taking a look at page speed. So all of those are some of the website factors we need to take into account in order to rank high on Google search. So title tag and meta description together are considered meta tags. So both play an important role in ranking high on Google. So we want to be able to write unique title and descriptions for each page on our website. When I say unique, that means the title and the meta description need to be different for every page on the website. And so if you're not quite sure what a title tag and a meta description tag is, if you go to search and just type in any particular search query, the title tag is what's going to show up here in bold, and then the description is going to show up below it, below the URL, and that's going to describe the page. So both of these meta tags are important because it describes what your page is all about, and that's what Google uses in the search results pages. So we want to be able to pay attention to the length of our meta tags. So if we go back to our search results pages, title tags are generally 65 characters. Meta description tags are generally 160 characters. So anything really longer than that, then what's going to happen is the meta description tag or the title tag will get truncated. And so if we look here, for example, we can see all of the title tags here fit the 65 character limit. But if you run over the character count on meta description, then Google is going to truncate the copy. So you want to stay within your parameters in order to avoid getting your content truncated. And so the other thing when we're writing title meta description tags, we want to minimize keyword repetition. So if we're optimizing for keyword, we don't want to necessarily just plug that keyword into the title tag and meta description multiple times. We want to make sure our title tags and meta descriptions are naturally written. So if somebody's typing for banana bread recipe with dried figs, we want to have a nice title tag and a description that is going to get somebody to respond based on their need. And so we definitely want to avoid keyword repetition, but we want to be able to use that keyword in the title tag. Because if you remember from the earlier segment, when we did the all-in title syntax to find out exactly how many competitors were using that particular keyword, well, we obviously want to use that keyword in the title tag because, again, the title tag is an important factor when it comes to search engine results. So we want to use the keyword, but we want to avoid stuffing or using it repetitively in our title tag and our meta description. We want the title tag and the meta description to describe the page, sound natural, but also be engaging, because the point is we want people to click on our link and go to our website from search engines. So title tags with numbers tend to result in higher click-through rates. This is according to Moz. So for example, if you just put in a title tag that says learn digital marketing, well, That may work, but if you put a number in there like 5 easy ways to learn digital marketing, that might get somebody to click on your link and go to your website. So having questions in your meta tags can also increase your click-through rate. For example, if you just put learn the importance of first page rankings, not too bad, but again, generic. But if you put it into the form of a question, how to rank #1 on Google, it's more action oriented. It's going to get somebody to resonate with the question that they have. And that may be their query, how to rank #1 on Google. And so these techniques will help you get higher click-through rates. And so according to Backlinko, title tag with a keyword can improve site ranking. So remember, we want to include that keyword in the title tag. Even though we only have 65 characters, we want to include that keyword, but we want to avoid stuffing the keyword in there. We want to, again, make the title tag action-oriented, maybe with a number, maybe as a question, with the keyword in there once, naturally. Not easy to do, but that's the beauty of SEO. If you can follow these best practices and write a good title tag, then the chances of you improving in your search results are going to be greater. So having only one H1 tag in your post is going to be good. So remember, when somebody clicks on a link, so let's just say they do find a title tag engaging and they click on this link here and they go to that website, you want to start out with having that particular H1 tag, because the H1 tag, especially with the keyword in it, is going to signal to Google, hey, we're organizing our page, and because it's an H1 tag, it's important. We're structuring the page according to best practices. So having only one H1 tag in your post is definitely helpful. Having multiple tags, H tags in your post, help organize the page a lot better. So we want to add that targeted keyword in that tag, and your header tags should be relevant to the content. So if we go back to our example of the using dried figs with banana breads, well, the title says California Fig Banana Bread. And remember the last segment when we were talking about high quality content? Well, look no further than including a video into our content. So not only will this video help keep the engagement high, but it breaks up the monotony of the page. And it's from a third-party source, so it adds credibility to the page. So adding a video based on the last segment of high-quality content definitely helps with ranking high on Google search. So following hierarchical structure, that means putting those H tags in there. H2 tags help break up the content. And we want to avoid repetition of H1 tags on your different web pages of your site, meaning don't just put the same H1 tag with the same keyword in it and keeping it blasé. We want to make those H1 tags exciting to read, but also used appropriately to break up the content. So remember, all white hat techniques. We want to avoid hidden tags. We want to avoid stuffing keywords. We want things to be natural. We don't want things to be forced. And your H1 tag should be 20 to 70 characters. Don't make long H1 tags. If we go back to our page example, a short, sweet tag here, California Fig Banana Bread. It's relevant to the content. It's short, sweet, and breaks up the monotony of the content. And more importantly, and again, any content you have on the page should always answer the user's intent. Remember, people are using search to answer questions, find information. Our content should be able to answer that for them. So, according to John Mueller, Senior Webmaster Trends Analyst at Google, header tags would definitely help Google for rankings in the search results. So we want to use header tags. So when it comes to URLs, we want to use hyphens and avoid underscores. So if we look at this URL here, this uses hyphens, fig and banana bread. So it's all broken up with hyphens. That's a best practice. Remember, canonical URLs. A canonical URL signals to Google this is the original content. So we want to use original content. And if you have multiple sources of content out there on, say, different websites, we want to use a canonical tag to signal to Google, this is the original content. Please index this content. And that doesn't hurt to use a favicon in URL, meaning a small icon. It helps to break up the monotony and help your URL stand out. We can add targeted keywords in the URL. So again, looking at the URL here, I could see we're using targeted keyword as part of the URL structure. Fig and banana bread. And notice the H1 tag is fig banana bread. So it's all consistent and it flows naturally. URLs that are no longer existing, then we want to be able to set up a redirect for those URLs, meaning a 301 redirect is a server response for Google that says, hey, Google, this page is no longer available, but we permanently redirected it to this page, which is now available. So that's what a 301 redirect does. It helps signal to Google and all the other search engines that if the page is no longer there, that's fine. You're just going to go to this page. This is the page that's permanently there now. And another thing we want to do here is if you have mobile URLs, you want to include those in the sitemap. And we're going to hit on that in just a minute. But all URLs should be mobile friendly as well as desktop friendly, meaning take into account those best practices. Keep your URLs short, use hyphens, put the keyword in that URL, and make it easy to understand. Want to avoid capital letters in the URLs. The URLs are case sensitive, so go lowercase. You should always go lowercase on the URL. Readable URLs, again, the rule of thumb here is if you understand what the URL is, then Google's going to understand what the URL is. So the shorter the URL, the easier it is to read. The easier it is to read, the better chance you have to rank high on Google search. So according to Backlink 2, URLs that are shorter definitely help you rank. So we want to be able to shorten those URLs. Keep them short and sweet. Don't make them long and unreadable. So those are some optimized ways or on-page elements that help you optimize. Now we want to look at some website level factors that will help you optimize and rank high on Google search. So good site structure provides better crawling for search engine bots. And what do we mean by that? Well, we mean having your site organized in a fashion that Google's going to be able to find all the pages. So what do we mean by that? Create a logical hierarchy structure. So if you're selling shoes, you're going to have a home page, break the structure up into men's shoes, women's shoes, children's shoes. Then under men's shoes, you could have it by brand. It could be Nike, Puma, Adidas. On the women's side, it could be Nike, Puma, Adidas. On the child side, it could be Nike, Puma, Adidas. And so you want to keep the structure, flow, in a hierarchy. So we want to balance the amount of subcategories within each category. So the men's, if it has Nike, Puma, Adidas, the women should have Nike, Puma, Adidas. And so you want to code your site navigation in CSS or HTML, meaning we want to be able to use something that Google is going to be able to index. So most sites are built in HTML, and that's what Google likes to index. They like to index something that they could take back to their servers. And then more importantly, build a comprehensive structure for internal linking. So internal links mean that if you're on a site, you should have natural links pointing to other pages on your website. So to keep the flow going. And we don't want to have unnatural inbound links. You always want to have natural internal links to keep the flow of the user going from one page to the other. So here I can see, as an example, all the ingredients in this recipe. Well, this has an internal link to another page on our site. And this happens to link to a page where somebody can buy the ingredient. So it's a natural internal link. So John Doherty of Credo has claimed that one of the biggest changes that he can make in fixing the Credo website is architecture. So for example, in Credo, John Doherty has increased the organic sessions by 74% and pages per session by 41%, just by changing the site architecture. So you'd be surprised by changing the site architecture what that will do to engagement. And so let's turn our attention to secure versus non-secure. So what we mean by that is securing your site. We want to make it sure that compliant with certain protocols. And so if we go back here, we can see that this particular site is compliant, it is secure. HTTPS means it has a secure license, meaning the site is secure. So Google likes secure versus non-secure. So non-secure would be HTTP. So we want HTTPS as our protocol. And what that means is just enabling SSL certificates. And that means when you enable an SSL certificate, that means your domain or your protocol is going to be turned to HTTPS. So Google prefers sites that are secure versus non-secure. So if you use HSTS as a protocol, that adds an extra layer of security over the HTTPS. And HSTS prevents cookie hijacking. So adding multiple layers of security always helps. In my opinion, if you have an HTTP website, a non-secure website, you should look into buying an SSL certificate, getting your sites flipped over to HTTPS, because what's going to happen is your URL structure is going to change. When your URL structure changes, Google's going to recognize that because they're going to index your site. And when they index your site, they're going to see those secure URLs. And that's going to work favorably in your favor and help you rank higher on Google search. So websites using secure or HTTPS have a higher chance of ranking higher. So HTTPS is a ranking signal because Google indexes those pages. So let's also talk about sitemaps. So sitemap is one of the most important ways to improve your website ranking. Why? Well, because sitemaps are a way to organize all your URLs into one file. So we're basically going to prioritize all our web pages in a sitemap. So if you go to any particular website and you type in sitemap XML, you're likely going to see all the pages on your website. So usually the sitemap is located in the root directory. So if I type in sitemap.xml, I'm going to be able to see all the pages in my root directory. And I can also prioritize them. I can also alert Google as to how often they change. And every page is going to have a date stamp associated with it. So Google can actually see how often it changes. So remember, we want our content to be updated frequently. So if content's not updated frequently or it's not fresh, then Google's going to see that that date stamp, that last modification date. So we want to be able to make sure our content's updated frequently. We want to let Google know that we changed it frequently. And we want to be able to prioritize our pages, let Google know, hey, these pages are important to us. So all that can be set up in a sitemap. We want to be able to add canonical versions of URLs in the sitemap. So we want to be able to add all our original URLs in our sitemap. And so we always want to build dynamic URL sitemaps for larger websites. And what I mean by dynamic URLs, that means that if I look at this sitemap and we're always adding content, let's just say in the form of a blog, well, guess what? We want those pages to be added to the sitemap as they're published. So as we add pages to the blog or to the site, then they should automatically be added to the sitemap. And so in effect, what's going to happen is we're going to be able to see the sitemap grow with more URLs. When the sitemap grows with more URLs, then that means then Google's going to index more pages. They're going to index more fresh pages. So they're going to be able to get those pages that are just published quicker. So that's the whole idea behind dynamic sitemaps, is we want to be able to capture all the URLs just as they're published. And we want to be able to maintain our sitemaps. And so I would always recommend a dynamic sitemap, but you can always create your own sitemap just by going to a tool called XML Sitemap. So if I just type in XML Sitemaps into Google search, here I could see XML Sitemaps Generator, and I can be able, if I have a small website, just create a free and simple sitemap on my own. When XML Sitemaps creates it, or your platform creates a dynamic sitemap, either way, the sitemap's going to sit in the root directory. And then what we want to do in turn is let Google know where that sitemap is. So in Search Console, we want to be able to submit the sitemap. So you're going to add the sitemap, you're going to let Google know where it is. It should be in the root directory, and it should be called sitemap.xml. And when you do that, Google's going to be able to take those URLs and index them. So we could see we submitted 528 URLs, Google indexed 521. So one thing about URLs here is when we create a sitemap, we're putting all our URLs in there. we do not add no index URLs in your sitemap. And what that means is that any URL we don't want Google to index, we're just going to exclude from the sitemap. Okay, so we want Google to take all the URLs we want indexed and put them in the sitemap. So according to Edgy, using sitemaps for SEO can increase your website's visibility and help you get indexed. Why? Because what you're in effect doing is taking all your URLs that you want indexed, you're telling Google how often they're modified, you're telling Google which ones are important, and you're submitting that to Google. And so Google's going to be able to take all these URLs quicker, index them quicker, and when they're indexed quicker, you can get ranked quicker. And when you get ranked quicker, you can get traffic quicker. So that's the whole idea behind sitemaps. So let's turn our attention to page speed now. So one of the last factors for our website, besides architecture, making it secure, and adding sitemaps, is we want to take a look at how quick our pages load. Here are some tips in order to optimize page speed, because ideally the quicker a page loads, the more engaged the user is going to be. If it takes a longer time for the page to load all the elements of that page, then what's going to happen is the user is going to get impatient, maybe leave the website altogether or go to another page. And so we want to be able to optimize images. So any image that's of large size in terms of megabytes, we want to be able to optimize that, compress the image. So that's one way to speed up page speed. We want to use a simple website design. HTML with CSS or cascading style sheets. Just a simple design with simple hierarchy and website navigation structure. So nothing fancy, nothing complex, just a simple website design with optimized images. We want to leverage browser caching, and we want to upgrade the server response time, meaning all your files are sitting on the server. So when somebody goes to a web page, the server is serving up all of those files, the images, the text, etc. And so we want the server to respond as quick as possible. So when it comes to page speed, we can look at the factors affecting page speed in Google Analytics. So if I go to Google Analytics and I go under behavior and I go under site speed and I go to overview, I'm going to be able to see what my average load time is for my site. And ideally, we want our pages to load as quick as possible. So that means anything under 4 seconds. Anything 4 seconds or higher, and it's likely the end user is going to leave the page. There's a correlation between page load time and bounce rate. And so what Google actually does is give you speed suggestions. So if we do have a page that loads slow, we can just go to speed suggestions in Google Analytics. And we go to speed suggestions, then Google's going to be able to tell us, hey, this particular page load fast, this particular page load slow, and if it loaded slow, why is it loading slow? So here we could see the home page, as an example, is loading on average of 7 seconds. Well, if we look here, they're going to give us some suggestions. So if I click on this page speed suggestions, it's going to load a report and a tool called Page Speed Insights. And basically what it's then going to do after it's done running is it's going to tell me all the ways in which I can optimize my pages. Not only for desktop, but also for mobile. So here I can see for desktop or for mobile, I can look at some ways in which I can optimize it to increase page speed. For example, sizing my images properly, server response time, reducing my server response time, avoiding multiple page redirects. So there's a lot of opportunities that we can do to speed up page load time. And all that's found in Page Speed Insights, and all that's found within Google Analytics. So remember, optimizing code, minimizing redirects, optimizing your images, upgrading your server response time, all of those are factors. And so again, you can go into Analytics, Page Speed Insights, and you can see exactly what Google is recognizing as what's lowering or slowing down your page load time. So Google takes site speed as one of the most important ranking factors. Why? Because they're going to rank pages not only with high quality content that are relevant to the keyword queries, but they want those pages to have a good user experience. So if somebody clicks on the page, then the user should be able to see that content fairly quickly. And so that's why it's such an important factor. So the quicker your pages load, the chances of you ranking higher are going to be better. So according to Web Performance Today, Walmart as an example, experienced a decline in conversions. So what they did was looked at their page speed. And when they looked at their page speed, you'd be surprised what that did. Just increasing it from 1 to 4 seconds or decreasing it basically increased conversion. So there's always going to be a correlation between how quick a page loads and how engaged the user is. Because if the user's engaged, they're going to stay on the site. And if they stay on the site, then their chances of converting are going to be higher. So just even 1 to 2 seconds increase in page load time will make a world of difference in terms of engagement and conversions. Let's turn our attention to off-site engagement. So previously we talked about on-page elements and website factors that affect our rankings for search results, but we also need to turn our attention away from our website, meaning what we do on our website, and turn our attention what we can do for our website off our website and onto other websites. So that's off-site engagement. And so let's look at an example. So that ice cream recipes blog. I'm going to talk about how to rank YouTube videos today. So at Simplilearn, we take our videos on YouTube very seriously, meaning that when we create videos, we want people to see them because we know we make good videos and we know we have good content and we know that our audience is going to enjoy it. And so we want our audience to see the videos that we're creating. And so we're going to give you some tips and tricks and methodology and ideas on how to get your videos to rank on YouTube. So at Simplilearn, if I go to YouTube and I just type in machine learning, you can see we're right here is the first organic video on YouTube for machine learning. If I jump over to Google and I type in machine learning basics, you can see we're number 1 for machine learning basics under videos. If I click on all, we're also ranked here as well under the videos section on organic search results. Another example, data science for beginners. We ranked number 1 for that. If I look at another keyword, data science interview questions, okay, we'll rank number 2 for that. So we're ranking for a lot of videos. And why are we ranking for a lot of different content and videos on Google search and on YouTube? Well, we put a lot of work in behind the scenes of creating the video, and that's what we want to show you. So part of that has a lot to do with, how our audience engages and sees our video. So for example, we're looking at the machine learning basics video here. And we can see that it has over 221,000 subscribers for this video, 234,000 views. We've had over 2,000 people like the video, and we have had over 270 plus comment on the video. So when we get our videos to rank, then we can see there's a lot of engagement. And so that's the whole idea, is when you do a video and you want it to show up on YouTube, you want people to enjoy it, you want people to share it, you want people to like it, you want people to comment on it. And that's part of the whole ecosystem of YouTube. It's, we're going to show you behind the scenes of what it takes to get your videos to rank. And then we're going to show you some of the metrics involved with some of these videos to help you stay ranking. So without further ado, let's go into how to get your videos to rank on YouTube. So we're going to talk about keyword research for YouTube. We're going to talk about some ways to create high quality videos. So the importance of user engagement, just as I showed you with the machine learning basics video, all the shares, all the commenting, all the views and subscriptions. Then we're going to get into how to promote your content. And then we're going to just review a little checklist for you and sum it all up. So let's get started with keyword research. So basically what we want to do is center our keywords, just like our website. We want to center our keywords around, or our content around, good keywords. So the videos on YouTube are no different than the web pages on our website. So if we have somebody who states YouTube is the world's second most well-known engine, well, it is, because it's right behind Google. It's not a search engine per se, it's a video platform, but if it was a search engine, it'd probably be second right behind Google. So YouTube is pretty popular. Majority of people use YouTube search every day to watch videos on a number of different topics. So they can find these videos in Google, but because YouTube's so powerful and so popular, people go directly right into YouTube for their searches. And so the whole idea behind YouTube being the second most well-known search engine is centered around keywords. So if you have the right keywords for your video, then the chances of you ranking higher increases on YouTube. So we're going to share with you a few easy ways to do keyword research. This is the most important step in getting your videos to rank on YouTube. Just like for those of you who watched any of the SEO videos we produced at Simplilearn, you know that keyword research is so essential to getting your web pages to rank on Google. Well, it's no different. Keyword research and choosing the right keywords is just as important for your videos as it is for your web pages. So we're going to go into a few things to do here to find the right keywords. So we have the search suggestion. You can look at your competitors. We have different tools we can use, some other factors involved in Google itself. So let's start talking about some of these ways to really hone in and do some good research on your keywords to align them with your videos. So first thing is search suggest. So YouTube has a feature called autocomplete. So if you've done any searches on Google, it's very similar. If you're typing something into YouTube search, then YouTube is going to suggest other related popular keywords. So let's take a look at that. If we go back to YouTube for a second, and I just type in machine learning, YouTube is going to populate on the autocomplete in the search bar some other popular keywords that we can potentially use. Or in this case, if I choose, machine learning tutorial, I'm going to see a video about machine learning tutorial. So here you can see Simplilearn's ranked #1 for machine learning tutorial, but there are other videos that show up in my search result. So we want to be able to use the search suggestion box in the search box field. So when we're typing in something, YouTube, just like on Google, is going to give us those suggestions. So if we're focusing a video on machine learning, then, we have some ideas of some other keywords that we could center around, because these are our popular keywords. These are keywords that people are using to search on YouTube. So that's one suggestion. Looking at competitors is another suggestion. So we could search for keywords used by our competitors in their video title and description. So let me talk a little bit about that. What you want to do is you want to go to that particular channel of your competitor. So when you go to your particular competitor's YouTube channel, you want to be able to click on the videos tab. When you click on the videos tab, then you're going to sort by most popular, and then what you could do is see a list of videos, and then when you look at a list of videos, you're going to choose a video, and then what you're going to do then is take a look at the keywords used in the title and description. And then once you do that, you're going to have a list of keywords that you can use yourself for that video. So for example, let's go back to YouTube. So if I go to type in Simplilearn, here's their channel page just by clicking on Simplilearn. If I click on videos.
Ever wonder if there's
So now I can see all the videos.
Ever wonder if there's an easier way?
Go back. So here I can see all the videos, sort by most popular. Once I do that, then I can choose a video. This is the most popular video right now for Simplilearn. If I click on that video, it's automatically going to start playing. But what I could do is simply just look at, the content and description. So just by clicking show more, I can see all the content that align with this video. That's one way to do it, is simply by looking at your competitors. Now, what you could also do is look at the tags associated with the particular video. And so what you want to do is you want to look at the HTML. And so that means looking at the page source. So just like web pages, what YouTube does is they look at meta tags. So if you call from SEO, in order to get your pages to rank, you need to have a title tag and a meta tag description. So videos are no different. What we're doing for YouTube is aligning certain keywords with the video. So if you take a look and do a search for keywords by viewing the page source, you're going to see all the keywords associated with a particular video. So for example, if I go back to YouTube and I look at the page source of a video, let's just say this video here, Facebook's ad tutorial. I'm going to pull up the page source. And all I need to do is Control F and type in keywords. And now for that Facebook video, I can see all the keywords associated with the video. So you can see there's a lot of different keywords we're aligning with this video. And so why do we want to do that? Because we want, our video to show up for keywords that people may type in. And so if you use that YouTube autocomplete, it's going to give you those ideas, those most popular keywords. So if they're related, align those keywords with the video. So here you can see Facebook marketing, Facebook ad strategy, Facebook ads for beginners, so forth and so on. So there's a lot of keywords we've aligned here with that particular video. And again, all you need to do is look at the page source. So right-clicking, view page source, do a Control F for keywords, and you'll be able to see the keywords aligned. So you could do that for your competitors' videos as well. So you could see what keywords your competitor's using for a video that's most popular for their channel and is also ranking on YouTube and on Google. So using the autocomplete gives you those keyword ideas. Looking at your competitors' videos also gives you some other ideas for keywords that you can align with a video that's relevant that you want to rank for. So let's look at some other ideas here. So you can install plugins, and there are plenty of plugins available on the Chrome browser that will help you see the video tags associated with a particular video. So a couple of examples are vidIQ and TubeBuddy. Those are extensions that work in Chrome, and what they do is they give you the exact tags that a particular video is using. So for example, if I go back here and I look at a video on YouTube, let's just say the machine learning basics video, I have vidIQ installed on my Chrome browser. So just by clicking on that, vidIQ is going to give me a lot of information about that video. They're just going to give me an overview of their particular metrics. They're going to give me some other information associated with Facebook, some engagement metrics. Really what I'm interested in is those keywords. So if I scroll down a bit, here I can see the video tags associated with the machine learning basics video. So vidIQ is telling me is these keywords are associated with this video. And not only does it show me what keywords are associated, I can also see where they rank. So for machine learning basics, this particular video ranks number 1. If I go down, I could see what is machine learning and how does it work. I could see it's ranked number 2. Here I could see machine learning algorithms, it's ranked number 9. So I can get some ideas of the types of keywords that are being used as tags for that video. Further down, I can also see some channel tags. But really, this is the video tags are the idea place I want to be able to look to get an idea of the types of keywords that are associated with the video that are also ranking or not ranking. So that's another way for you to really get an understanding of what keywords to use with a particular video. So autocomplete, you can look at the page source of a competitor's video, or you can use a Chrome extension. In this case, I'm using vidIQ to give me some information about the video tags for a particular video. So according to an industry study, using keywords and video tags will help you rank well on YouTube. So you have to use keywords and video tags if you want your video to rank. There's been a lot of studies. YouTube is so popular and videos are so prominent in today's world where if you have videos and you're going to upload, it's going to be engaged, then associate the right keywords with those videos. So some important factors when we look at keywords. What we want to do is look at search volume. We want to look at competition. We want to look at relevancy. We want to look at the primary and secondary keywords that we want to use. So well-chosen keywords will help you rank. So we just gave you some ideas on how to do some keyword research. Again, those ideas were really to use the autocomplete on YouTube or Google. They're going to give you some popular keywords. You can look what your competitors are doing by looking at the page source and just looking at the keywords that are aligned with that video. Or you can use a third-party extension in Chrome. In my example, I used vidIQ that gave me the keywords associated with that video. So you have ways to get the keywords. So what we want to do is we want to make sure we choose keywords with high search volume. They're going to drive more traffic to your video. However, we want to balance it out with keywords that have low difficulty and are easier to rank for. So you don't want to choose something very broad that's just going to be very difficult to rank for. And of course, we always want to go with relevancy. So if we're talking about machine learning basics, then we want to choose keywords associated with that. And that's where that autocomplete comes in handy, because what Google's going to do and YouTube's going to do is give us keywords that are very closely related to the video that we're trying to optimize for. And so we have a number of different keywords at our disposal that are relevant that we can look to see if they have good volume and low competition. And so the whole idea is we want to choose a keyword that defines the nature of the content. And then what we want to do is support that with secondary keywords. So we want keywords that are highly relevant to the primary keyword. So that's the way to go about aligning your keywords. You want keywords that are high volume, low competition, are relevant, and you want to choose that one keyword that is really what the content's about, and then those secondary keywords that support the primary. So if you have a machine learning video, you could choose your primary keyword as, in this case, the machine learning basics video. So well-chosen keywords help you rank well on YouTube, just like the machine learning basics. So if I go back to our video, our machine learning basics video, if I just type in machine learning basics, I'll be able to pull it up. And so here it is. If I click on it, I'm going to go to YouTube. And so here I can see this keyword.
We know humans learn from their past.
Is well aligned because it's in the title, it's in the copy, and it's aligned as a keyword tagged with the video. So we know that that keyword has good volume, low competition, is relevant because that's what the video is about, the basics of machine learning. It's an introduction to machine learning. So instead of honing in on just introduction to machine learning, primary keyword is machine learning basics. And then we supported that video with those secondary keywords. What is machine learning? Because somebody who doesn't know what machine learning is probably going to type in that keyword. And then introduction to machine learning is a good secondary keyword because it's explaining the basics of what machine learning is all about. So primary keyword, machine learning basic, secondary keywords, what is machine learning, and introduction to machine learning. So that's the whole idea behind choosing keywords. You want that keyword that really is going to define the content and then support that with those secondary keywords. So remember, when you're performing your keyword research, choose keywords for your videos that Google shows on the video results page. So what I mean by that is your video can get more views if you rank on Google as well. So the whole idea is not necessarily to be found on YouTube, it's also to be found on Google. So if I go back to Google and I just type in data science for beginners and I type in videos, then you could see we're ranked #1. So even if you're not looking at the videos, clicking on the videos link on Google search, you can always just, when you do a search, what Google's going to do is also put in the videos here as part of the search results. So what they're going to show you is the top videos that are ranking for that particular keyword. And so we may not rank overall for data science for beginners, but we're ranked #1 in the videos category. And so if somebody's looking for a video, that's important. And you can see here that these first two are ads. So what Google is doing is they're saying, hey, this is so relevant, this particular video, for the keyword query data science for beginners, that we're going to show it above the organic listings, even though it's a video. So the whole idea is to be found on YouTube and Google because you're increasing your visibility. You're increasing your chances of getting found on both search platforms. So according to Backlinko, Google ranks videos with keywords like how-to, tutorials. So, a lot of the videos that you find on YouTube are going to be instructional based. And so what Google's doing is they're saying, hey, if somebody types in how to or tutorial or an introduction to, anything that's going to signal to Google that it's instructional, it's going to help you rank. So when you search for machine learning tutorial or how to become a machine learning engineer, you're going to get results related to that. Because if you look at these examples, we we have machine learning tutorial in our title, or how to become a machine learning engineer. So keep that in mind. If you're creating a video and it's educational in nature, use those key terms like how to and tutorials in the video title, because that will help you rank. So let's move over now to video title. So we want to use our target keyword in the title of the video. And again, we want to make sure if it's educational to include that keyword tutorial or how to. So for every video title, YouTube has a limit of 100 characters. So we really have to pick and choose really wisely. So if we look at the video that we were focusing on a couple of minutes ago, so machine learning basics, here we could see under 100 characters, we have machine learning basics, what is machine learning, introduction to machine learning, and then the brand name. So that is the title of this particular video. So it takes into account the primary keyword, the secondary keywords in the title, and it also includes that key term that really Google and YouTube like, and that's what is machine learning. So it's helping us rank by having our keywords in the title with that key phrase, what is. Okay, so that's a good tidbit on creating a good video title, is to align it with the right keywords, your primary and your secondary. And so we want to use those catchy words and numbers to gain high click-through rates. Just like you would on the title tag of your web page, we want to do the same with our video title, because the video title is what's going to show up in search. So if I go back to, search, here we could see, data science tutorial, data science for beginners. So we want to make sure, in this case, you can see data science in 5 minutes. So that was purposely done so that, hey, I don't have time to watch a video. I only have a couple minutes. Data science in 5 minutes. Okay, great. I'm going to click on the video, and now I have an opportunity to watch something and learn something under 5 minutes. So choosing the right words in your video title is going to help you get that click-through rate up. Remember, click-through rate is clicks divided by impressions, and an impression is how many times your video shows up in the search results on YouTube or Google. So we want to keep our click-through rate high, and in order to do that, we want to be able to write some really good title tags for our video. So use catchy words like a number or how to or what is, because that's going to resonate with people when they're searching. Now for the description, what we want to do is we want to use the target word at the beginning of the description, the title, and the tags itself. So if I go back to my video here, machine learning basics, we know it's in the video title. And right off the bat, if I look at the description of the video here, I can see this machine learning basics video will help you understand what is machine learning. So our primary keyword is in the first sentence, right in the introductory of the description. And so that's going to bode well for optimizing our video. The description length is 5,000 characters. So we have a lot of characters to work with. So if I go back to my video, I click show more, we have a lot of characters to really describe what the video is about. Okay, there's no shortage of including keywords into the content. So you have 5,000 characters. Go ahead and see if you can work in naturally your keywords. But one of the key tips here is just make sure that first sentence starts out with that keyword. That's a good tip. Of course, you always want to make it sound natural as possible. You don't want to stuff it with keywords. At the same time, work them in naturally. Work in your keywords naturally. And then include hashtags in your description to help the audience find your video easily. So if I go back here, we want to be able to include hashtags. So hashtags, it's like anything else you would use on social media. It just signals to the end user, hey, this is what the video is all about. And if I go ahead and type in that keyword, then our video has a better chance because it's aligned with that hashtag. And then there's target keywords and LSI keywords, latent semantic indexing keywords. We want to be able to use those keywords as target keywords with our video. So if you recall the example I gave a few minutes ago, we used the Facebook ads tutorial as our example. Here I could see all the target keywords associated with that particular video. So don't be afraid to use those LSI related keywords, meaning keywords that are related to the content. Use them as target target keywords with the video. So between your LSI keywords, target keywords, and then using our primary and secondary keyword in the title tag, using our primary and secondary keyword in the description, and then using hashtags in the description, the combination of all of that, if we chose the right keyword, then we should find that our video will eventually rank on YouTube. So just doing these small tidbits with our keywords really help get our video to rank. So at the end of the day, we want to be able to use the tools available to us, YouTube itself by looking at our competitors, those extensions like vidIQ, the autocomplete, to really find our good keywords, and then incorporating those keywords into, the title tag, the description as target keywords, hashtags. We should really be off and running with our video on YouTube. Let's turn our attention to creating high quality videos and some of the best practices around that. So along with everything we mentioned about choosing the right keywords, we always need to keep in mind that the videos we create need to be of high quality. So the content itself, in addition to the keywords, is a primary factor in ranking. So in order to have keywords, we need to have content. And in order to rank, we need to have good content. So let's talk a little bit about creating content and what's involved with that and what we really mean by high quality videos. So if you have a video content that is not informative or relevant to the topic, it won't rank. So that's just common sense. So you need to create content that's aligned with the topic, obviously, and then that way you have keywords that are aligned with the content. So, but if you have content that really isn't aligned with the topic, then you're not going to rank, no matter how much you've optimized that video. So just keep that in mind. So there's a couple of things we want to look at here. So high quality content is determined by really two metrics. So if we're not sure about how good our content is and how good of high quality video we created, we want to look at audience retention and user engagement. So audience retention is simply the percentage length of your video that the audience has watched. It's the percentage your audience has watched. So focusing on audience retention is important for people who want their videos to rank high. So if you want to rank, you need to optimize for the keywords, but got to keep in mind content. So content is related to audience retention and user engagement. So audience retention, percentage length, your video that the audience has watched. And for example, it can be both absolute in minutes or percentages. So audience retention can be the average view duration or percentage of the audience that watched. Then we have user engagement. So user engagement are viewers who are engaged with your content. And so that means they're either sharing it, subscribing, commenting, or liking. So those are all forms of engagement. So the percentage of users who watched or how long they watched versus engagement or in combination with engagement are two factors for ranking. So let's talk about some tips for creating high quality videos. So we want to publish longer videos. And so what do we mean behind longer videos? So what's the reason for longer videos? Let's just suppose we have two videos, one shorter in length and one longer in length. First video is 15 minutes long. The second video is 7 minutes long. So on average, if viewers watch about 40% of both videos, then video X, which is 15 minutes long, will have more than twice the watch time of the video that's 7 minutes long. So remember, duration. We want, people to watch our videos longer. So if the video is longer in length, if it's 40%, then it's going to have a longer audience engagement, audience retention. So that's one of the reasons, from a metric standpoint. So even when viewers watch, both videos, the time is going to differ. So we want to take into account longer videos for primarily that reason, is because, it gives an end user an opportunity to watch the video longer, and then it's going to help us rank our videos longer. So when we talk about watch time, so if one video has higher watch time than the other, watch time is just the number of views times the average view duration. So another tip is we want to plan our video script. So we want to keep the content organized. My recommendation is, create an outline first. And once you create an outline of how the video is going to flow, then start populating with content. And so to me, that's how you can keep the flow organized, okay, is really with an outline, starting out with an outline. Videos are no different than, say, a presentation. If you've done a PowerPoint presentation, you always want to start out doing an outline. And then we want to upload high resolution videos. High resolution, we don't want to create videos that, are small resolution, like say, 400 by 400 resolution or something, something really small. We want to create something in very high res. So according to Linko, more than 50% of videos on the first page of YouTube are high definition. So high definition videos of higher quality are going to be shown on the first page of YouTube more often than not. So high resolution videos, organizing the content, publishing longer videos are examples of creating high quality videos. We also want to make sure that content is relevant to the title. So if we're talking about machine learning basics, obviously the content is going to be about, intro to machine learning or what is machine learning, and then the title should reflect that content. So aligning the title sets the expectation for the end user. So when they see a title, what is machine learning? Then when they watch the video, they're expecting to learn about machine learning and what it is. So if it meets expectations, then the chances are that person who's watching the video is going to watch it longer. And that means it's going to fulfill the viewer's requirements. And when you align everything accordingly, keywords, titles, content, then at the end of the day, the user is going to watch it. And the more they watch it, the higher the engagement. The higher the engagement, the better chance you have to rank. Some other tips that you could use to create high quality videos. So we want to be able to, use examples to clarify our content. So, don't be afraid to go into another screen like I am. If I'm talking about videos, jump into the machine learning basics video, which I've done throughout this session. I can simply do that by keeping the user engaged. Here, this video is about machine learning basics. Well, the title's aligned with the video. We made sure that we have a nice description about what the video is about, and we're aligning the expectations. So not only that, I'm showing you an example within the video itself. So we want to use examples throughout your video to keep the user engaged. It will also help clarify what you're trying to express in the video itself. So we want to make it visually appealing. So visually appealing means imagery or examples in the video. And then when we talk about imagery, you want to use good images in your video. So use public domain sites that are available to you, like Shutterstock or Flat Icon. There are plenty of those sites out there. So feel free to use any one of those sites to use high quality images in your video. Give more information to your audience. Giving maximum relevant information can help gain more views. And so when we talk about more information, again, it goes back to, the examples you use. Should be no shortage of examples. Here, description, use all 5,000 characters at your disposal. Imagery, we want to build up as much information as you can in the video itself to keep the end user, the viewer, engaged. We also want to create original content. So always create original content. You could certainly get ideas from YouTube. If you want to create a video about machine learning, see what else has already been done. Do searches on YouTube itself. But, when you're going to create a video, you can create another video about what is machine learning, but just make sure it has your own take on it. You're the subject matter expert when creating the video. Create it with your own original content. Have high audio quality and video effects. So just like you see here on this video, we have effects in it, and the audio is of high quality, meaning no background noise, no distortion, and we want to be able to speak clearly in the video. So you want to speak clearly, loudly, concise, just as I'm trying to do now, so that you can understand what I'm trying to say, or what the viewer's trying to understand when they're watching the video. So watching and listening are two of the components, and you want to make sure both of are high quality. Avoid distractions. We don't want to pause. You don't want to ramble on a particular point too long. We want to keep users engaged. So you always want to move from one point to the other, intermix it with examples. Those are ways to keep the users engaged. We want to include transcripts or subtitles. for your video. So transcripts is just more content that's aligned with the video, and the search engines will be able to pick up that content and help your video rank. So to me, that's a key component to creating a good video, is having the necessary content to go along with the video. That outline I referenced earlier in terms of organization, you always want to have a content outline. So what topics are you going to cover in the video? That's why you need the outline, to point that out, confirm that before you actually start creating the video. Okay, focus on the initial 15 seconds. So that's key. Somebody's going to click the play button of your video, and if you don't catch them in the first 15 seconds, then they're likely going to pause the video or just go ahead and close it out altogether. So you want to be able to capture somebody's attention right off the bat. And even before they click on that play button, you want to make sure, again, you're exceeding expectations. That title is aligned with the content. So in your first 15 seconds, it basically needs to be catchy, but also setting the expectation of what the user's expecting. So in this example here, we want to pay close attention to the first 15 seconds. That's when viewers are most likely to drop off. So we can look at audience retention in YouTube. So use the options above the graph to view absolute audience retention or relative audience retention. So audience retention is basically how many views a video received and the percentage of the total number of video views. And that includes every moment of the video as a percentage. So we'll show you an example of what that looks like. So here, if we go to the machine learning basics video, we can look at the audience retention report. And this is, since it's been uploaded, the lifetime audience retention. So here we can see a nice graph, the percentage of people who viewed it and how long they viewed it. So in percentage. So here, for example, I can see, 43, 44% watched the video for at least 2 minutes. Here I can see 28.6% watched it for 6 minutes plus. So that's the audience retention. It gives us an idea in terms of percentage, how many people or percentage of people watch the video at what length. So that's audience retention. So we want to keep that number high at the very initial stage of the video. And we want to keep it high throughout, and that's why you always want to create high quality content, using those examples, using imagery, making it organized content, not pausing, going from one point to the other. Those are all best practices to keep the viewer engaged. And then we want to add resources from well-known sites. So throughout this video, we've used Backlinko. There are other sources we've used. So if you have a source, go ahead and put it in your video to add credibility. And then we want to use cards to your video. So this cards is basically a feature that recommends relevant videos to your audience. So in addition to machine learning basics, there could be other videos about machine learning that we can recommend, or YouTube can recommend to the audience. To set up end screens, you want to make sure that with end screens, you can use relevant videos to your audience towards the end of your video. So you can recommend relevant videos towards the end of your video. You can also create playlists. So this is a feature that keeps your audience engaged with relevant content by auto playing the next video. So if you enable this feature, it's going to go from one video to another. Pattern interrupts keep the audience engaged. So basically, it allows your audience to stay within one video without having any interruptions involved. And so going back to the Did You Know, audience retention report helps you analyze how well your videos are engaging to the audience. So what do we mean by that? Well, if I go back again to my audience retention report, how engaging was it? Well, I could see 42%, 43% watched it on average of 3 minutes and 21 seconds. So to me, that's pretty good. Of course, we always want 100% of the video. The video is 7 minutes long. If almost half of our audience saw over half of the video, then I would say that's pretty good. People were engaged. So audience retention just is a good report to start looking at to help you understand how engaging is my video. And if your video is not engaging, you can always go back and edit it or fix it or tweak it. So remember, the average view duration for all videos and top performing videos listed by all time, we can look at that information as well. In addition, we can look look at demographics so we can get an overview of the age, gender, and location. Okay, we can look at playback locations report, and what the playback locations report does is it helps us determine the platforms where our videos are being streamed from within YouTube. Look at the traffic sources. Where did the viewers come from? Devices, did they look on mobile or tablet? And so if there's any doubts, if you have any questions, please drop a comment below, but especially if you have any doubts on the metrics. So if we go back into YouTube, we can look at analytics. And if we're looking at analytics, we can see more. And then this is going to show us everything we need to see from device type. So if I click on more, I can see my playback location. So this will show me where the video was watched. It was on a watch page or a channel page. I could see the traffic sources. I could see the gender and age. So if I click on the viewer age report, I can see the percentage of views by age. So I can get a lot of information about my video and how it's performed, who's watched it, what they've done with it, where they come from, all the information they need to know. Okay, so it's all within YouTube Analytics. So again, if you have any questions about that, just drop a comment below. Especially if you're new to YouTube, you may have some questions, but just know that every video you publish to YouTube, high quality, aligned with your keywords, you're going to be able to view the metrics by looking at YouTube Analytics. So let's talk about the importance of user engagement. So engagement is, as we mentioned, important because basically we can't rank without engagement. Our videos won't rank unless we have engagement. So that's why it's important. So engagement is somebody liking the video, commenting, sharing it, or subscribing. Each one of these is important to ranking. So yes, you need to align keywords. Yes, you need to have high quality content. So when you do both of those, and you upload your video, then it's up to the viewer. And so the hard work that you put out for the video is hopefully going to pay dividends with engagement. So you want people to do one of these four. Okay, so let's talk about what that means. So how do I get engagement? So we already talked about creating engaging content. So there are a lot of tips to creating engaging content. And so according to WordStream, if your content is entertaining, then over 3/4 of the users are going to share it. So that's part of keeping users engaged, is keeping it entertaining, is part of getting a high quality video. So remember, on that high quality video, when we say entertaining, the audio portion has a lot to do with it. Examples has a lot to do with it. Quality of the video itself has a lot to do with it. So there's a lot of components. So all those components on a high quality video are going to lead to engagement. So parts of what you could do in your videos is conduct a quiz. So meaning the quiz itself is a way to keep people engaged in your video. So that'll also help you get some more comments. So according to Backlinko, video comments help in ranking your video higher. So just as I mentioned in the last segment about YouTube Analytics and all the different reports available on YouTube, hey, if you have questions on those, just go ahead and add a comment. So that's a way to entice your users or your viewers to add comments, is if they have questions. Because, with videos, you're not going to be able to cover every detail or every minute detail about a particular topic. You can only cover, in some cases, the topic at a high level. So users are going to have comments or questions naturally. And so the comment section is a good way to remind viewers, hey, if you have a question or comment, go ahead and put it in the comment section, because that will lend to engagement as well. So we want to add sources from high quality websites. That'll help with engagement. Okay, use humor in your video. We want to be able to basically, make it human based. We don't want to be robots. So we want to be able to sound like, we know what we're talking about, but at the same time, talk to the viewer, not necessarily at the viewer or looking the other way and just going through the motions. So adding humor, adding personality never hurts. At the end of the day, we are all human. Adding that clear call to action at the end of the video will also lead to engagement. So if we end the video with, hey, leave your comments on this video, or hey, feel free to share this video with colleagues who are interested, then that's a call to action that's likely going to lead to more engagement. reply to your comments as well. So if you have comments, we always want to reply to them. Likely those comments are going to be questions because, again, as I mentioned, even in this video about how to rank your videos on YouTube, okay, there's a lot of information, and a lot of information sometimes doesn't get covered in its entirety. And so we want to make sure that if we miss something, because we're only human, that we're able to respond in the form of an answer to a question that somebody leaves in the comments section. So more comments also lead to higher rankings because it's engagement. So when you're getting high engagement and your video starts to rank well, you're going to start feeling really good. And what is that going to do? Okay, that feel good is going to lead to confidence, which in turn is going to probably lead to more videos. And that's exactly what we do at Simplilearn. I mean, we're in the education business, but we're in it to not only educate, but making sure that our videos are shown to as many people as possible so that we can educate as many people as possible. So it's contagious. So getting ranked feels good. And then once you get ranked, then you probably have good engagement. Okay, let's talk about how to promote your content. So once you've done all the hard work, getting your video done, high quality content, optimized with keywords, and then published to YouTube, we want to let everybody in the world know about it, right? So we want to promote it. We've done all the work. We want to promote it now. So is it necessary to promote it? I would say yes, because once your video is published, you want to reach out. You want to reach out to your audience, not necessarily on YouTube, but on different platforms. So if you're active on Facebook or Twitter, that's an opportunity for you to post or tweet something about the new video. So when we say different platforms, I am talking about, social media platforms. So it depends on what you're active on. So if you're active on Facebook, go ahead and post something. If you're active on Twitter, go ahead and tweet something. It could be, on LinkedIn group. If you're part of a LinkedIn group about, machine learning, then go ahead and post something to that group to promote the video. So that's going to help drive traffic to the video and then help with engagement. So we want to engage with our audience on those social media sites. So it really depends on what you're active on. So if you have a large following on Twitter, then go ahead and share that YouTube video link on Twitter with the tweet that's going to drive traffic from Twitter to YouTube. Remember, you're going to be able to see audience engagement or retention by getting people to watch the video. So you're going to be able to see right away by promoting the video and driving traffic to the video how engaging it is. Remember, the more people you have watch the video, the more engaging it becomes, the better it's going to rank. So it's an ecosystem, and promoting your content is part of that ecosystem. So it all starts with social media. If you're active on whatever platform that is, go ahead and promote it. So you can also look at, content-based social media sites or social media content-based platforms like Reddit or Flickr, for example. So you can participate in a forum discussion on Reddit. So in this example here, it's about machine learning. So we want to be able to post something about machine learning with the link to our video. So we can also go to content-based sites that are Q&A related, like Quora, for example. Quora is a really good site where, if you go there, post information about machine learning or the basics of machine learning with the link back to the video, it's going to help because not only is it going to drive traffic, but it's going to signal to Google, hey, you get a lot of traffic coming from Quora. This is going to bode well for this video in terms of ranking. So here's an example. If you find a question that you can post on Quora, then you're going to get people to click on your video and respond accordingly on Quora. Or you can act as the person responding to a question that's already there. So if somebody already asked a question about what is machine learning, you can respond with your video as the answer. So you can just simply embed your video URL as part of your answer. That'll help drive traffic. So you can also create your own blog and embed your video. So in the case of machine learning, here we have an example. Machine learning, what is it and why it matters? So this goes nicely with the video. So here you can see the person, the author of this blog, went ahead and embedded the relevant video in the blog post. So they play off one another nicely. You can also opt in for influencer marketing, meaning, hey, you can reach out to somebody. In this example here, Katie Nuggets posted information about machine learning. So in this case, why choose machine learning as a career? Well, they got information, and then what did they do? They went ahead and embedded the video about machine learning basics. And so we're working with, influencers in a particular category or topic will help drive traffic to the video. You can also create a YouTube playlist. So playlists tend to rank high in YouTube searches. So if you find yourself doing a lot of videos, well, go ahead and, go to your channel, and simply in your channel, you can go ahead and create playlists. So when you create playlists, basically what you're doing is you're organizing the content into different playlists. No different than, say, the music you have set up on your, your iPhone or iPad or iPod, whatever it is you're using. So you're just creating different videos in a particular category. And YouTube likes it, it's organized, it's gonna help you get your videos found quicker and easier on YouTube itself by putting your videos in a playlist. So here you could see we have entire playlist on machine learning, trending technologies, cloud computing, big data, digital marketing, project management, so a lot of different playlists. Very organized. If somebody goes to the channel, they're going to be able to go to the playlist that's interesting to them and see all the videos there. So it allows not only the end user to find what they're looking for, but it's good for YouTube because YouTube likes those playlists. So we want to engage our audience by posting your video link on a community page. So you could do that within YouTube, and you can prefer to link your YouTube channel in your email. So you can also do that. So for example, if I go back to YouTube and I'm looking at a YouTube video, I can always click share. So here I'm going to get a particular URL that's associated with the video, and I can just embed that. So I can embed the whole thing in my email. I can embed it on a web page or a blog post. So just by clicking share, I can also immediately share it onto the social media platforms that we mentioned: Facebook, LinkedIn, Reddit, Tumblr. So there's a lot of ways to embed the video, not just on a blog post or influencer blog post, but in our email and on social media as well. So here's an example of what we can do with a YouTube discussion. So we can also bookmark the video on a popular bookmarking site, like Stumbled Upon or Reddit, or, there's lots of other ones out there. So there's plenty of sites that you'll be able to go to and bookmark that content so that people can find it. And you can always opt for backlinks. So that means that, hey, if there's a blogger out there that blogs about machine learning, you can always, ask that blogger to create a link back to the video, and you could reciprocate, do the same thing. So that helps increase the authority of the video. So there's a lot of things you could do to promote your video. So let's do a quick review on everything we talked about in terms of ranking your video on YouTube. It all starts with the keywords. So we want to identify a list of keywords that are relevant to the video. So we can use tools to choose our keywords, but remember, we want to choose keywords that have high volume and low competition. And so where can we go to choose those keywords? Well, we can use the autocomplete on YouTube. We could check out our own competitors' videos, or we could use vidIQ or TubeBuddy or any of these extensions in Chrome to help us look at the keywords that are tagged with a particular video. So remember, we want to have a primary keyword that's aligned with the content, and we want to choose LSI keywords as our secondary keyword, or keywords that are related to the primary keyword. So we want to create high retention videos, meaning that first 15 seconds are the most important, but throughout the video, we want to use examples. We want to keep it interacting by adding quizzes, imagery, good audio, good video quality. So we want to focus on the user experience. And we also want to optimize our video content. What does that mean? Well, those keywords that we chose, we want to use them in the title. We want to use them in the description. We want to use them as hashtags. We want to use them and tag them with the video themselves. So we can add keywords to our meta tag. Okay, we don't want to overdo it, but we want to add a handful of keywords that are associated with the video. So we want to be able to write eye-catchy video titles and descriptions. So remember, use some of those key phrases like a number or a question like, what is machine learning? So we want to use relevant meta tags for the videos, and we want to use popular YouTube tags. So we want to be able to tag our videos appropriately. So watch the length of your meta tags. So there are lengths involved. Remember, keywords at the beginning of the title target keywords in the title, description, and tags. We want to use interesting thumbnails to increase our click-through rate, ensure that thumbnails are relevant, meaning when I say thumbnails, I mean the actual title tag itself or the meta description. We want to use high-res videos. We want to create, videos with good high audio quality. Don't be afraid to put in video effects like some animation. Don't be afraid to use examples. And then, obviously look at the draft of the video before you publish it. So does your video follow an outline? Is it organized? So these are all the things to take into account. And there's plenty more you can do. You remember, once you create and optimize that video, you want to promote it. You want to make sure that you're sharing it on social media. You create a complimentary blog, generate backlinks from, say, other blog posts. So there are lots of things you can do to promote your video. So before you promote it, you want to organize the content, create good quality content, align it with keywords. Once you publish it, keep organizing it by creating those playlists, and then reach out on social, reach out on different communities related to the topic. And all those things combined will help you to get your YouTube video ranked. We're going to talk about how to increase YouTube subscribers. So with YouTube, it's all about subscribers. The number of subscribers you have on YouTube, it's just one of the key metrics to measure success. So gaining more subscribers can help you achieve more view counts on your YouTube videos. So it's all about how to get subscribers. And today we're going to talk about how to get more subscribers. And before we begin, let's just show you what we did at Simplilearn. So if we look at the past 365 days on our YouTube channel, you can see we started here back in, if we look back at March 9, 2018, we had 208. And you can see just over the course of the year, it kept creeping up. And creeping up, we've gained, a significant number of subscribers over the last year. And what's our secret? Well, it's posting videos. So you can see we've posted a number of videos over the course of the year. And then our subscribers have gone basically 165% over the last year. So you can see part of it is about posting videos, because when you post videos, you have people who can watch those videos. When you have people watch those videos, you can have engagement. And then when you have engagement, you have shares and people who like it, and then other people who see it. So it's kind of a halo effect, so to speak. So getting subscribers, it takes a lot more than just posting videos. And today we're going to talk about some tips to help you increase those subscriptions. And so let's start out with some of those tips. We're going to start with creating engagement and informative content. So engaging in informative content, that's where we're going to start talking today about how to increase subscriptions. Then we're going to talk about publishing videos frequently. So with Simplilearn, you could see the past 365 days, we were consistent in publishing videos consistently throughout the month and the weeks. So another tip we're going to talk about is how to optimize your YouTube videos. So there's a lot that goes into optimization, but this is a key tip to pay attention to, because when it comes to publishing videos on YouTube, you need to align certain things like keywords and content and metadata. So optimize on our videos, we're going to talk a lot about that. Then we're going to talk about optimizing the YouTube channel. So there's some tips and tricks here you want to do to optimize your YouTube channel. Producing high quality videos, we're going to talk about that. Adding a subscriber watermark to your videos. Okay, that's another tip we're going to mention today. Engage with our audience. Okay, that's what we want to do. We want to engage with our audience. That's a really key tip. And we're saving the best for last. Promote your videos in different platforms. So all of these tips we're going to talk about today. So let's get started and talk about create engaging informative content. So that's the first place we want to start. Okay, so create engaging and informative content. So if we want to gain more subscribers on our channel, we have to create highly engaging and informative content. Why? Because if not, our audience is not going to pay attention, and they're not going to watch the video, and then the engagement's not going to be high, and they're not going to share the video, and they're not going to tell their friends or like it. And so this is where it all starts. You have to be able to plan your content, and not only planning your content, but you got to create it so it's engaging and informative. So how do you do that? Well, let's talk about that. So the first thing is you have to know your audience. Okay, so when you create a video, who you're creating the video for. I mean, that's where it all starts. So when you're creating creating your content, you're creating your content for your audience. You're not creating it for the entire world. Now, we know on YouTube there's a lot of cute videos about kittens and jokes and, people playing games and, everybody likes positive things on YouTube. But, when we're talking about a specific topic, we really have to hone in on a target audience. And so if you know who your audience is, then you can really hone in on your content. Okay, so that's the first thing. Ask yourself, who is your audience? And then build your content around that specific audience. Don't build it just for the mass general population because it's not going to be engaging and informative. So that's the first place to start. Then you want to engage that audience with relevant content. So if you know your audience and depending on the topic, you want to make sure that whatever the topic is, the content matches the topic. Don't veer off course. If you veer off course, you're not going to engage your viewers. Your viewers are coming to watch the video for a specific reason. The reason is the topic. Okay, so if they're your target audience and they want to watch the video that's a specific topic, then the content has to align. So plan your video script. So if you know who your audience is and you know you want to engage them with relevant content, go ahead and plan the script out. So what I normally do is, have an outline, and then once I have the outline, then I go ahead and create my slides, if I will, or my topics, points I want to talk about, and then I write out those points. I want to make sure I get all my points in, and that's what you should be doing. You want to plan it ahead of time so that you can get all your relevant points across. That's what makes a video informative. Okay, you want to ensure to give maximum information to your audience. So the key here is maximum information. So you don't want to overload the audience, but then again, you don't want to cut out information. So you want to make sure that when you're planning your script and you're writing the outline, that you're making sure you include all your points that you want to get across. Once you include those points, then go ahead and, write your script and make sure all the information for all those points are in the script. That's how you're going to ensure you give maximum information. But you don't want to overdo it. So if you feel like it's too much information, it probably is too much information. Back off a little. Use the information to create another video. So it's all about knowing your audience. So all of these points play against one another. So be clear and use more examples in your content, just like we're doing here. Okay, just like at the beginning of this session, I showed you an example of Simplilearn subscribers over the past 365 days. And so that's what we want to do. We want to be clear, but use examples to punctuate the content or the point we're trying to get across. So we want to include sources from high quality sites. So if you're going to use examples, make sure they're from relevant high quality sites. And when I mean high quality, meaning does your audience know who that source is or that site? If it's really specific and your audience may not know, then it's probably not high quality. So just keep that in mind. Always play to your audience. So you want to start your video with an interesting hook. So again, I go back to this example. If you're still watching this, then the hook worked. We showed you our subscriptions. We showed you how we grew over the course of a year. You could see our growth, and part of it was posting a lot of videos with relevant and informative content. And so you see how we did it, so you're paying attention. You want to know how to do it. And so part of what we did is exactly what I'm telling you now. We know who our audience is. We plan out our scripts. We use good examples, and we start our videos with interesting hooks. Now, when we do our videos, we also create original content. So that goes back to planning your script. Okay, you always want to, come across as original and informative. When you do that, you're going to be engaging. But if you're leveraging somebody else's content, then the engaging part may not resonate because it's not your content to begin with. So always, always, always use original content. Okay, so keep the content flow organized. So again, that goes back to an outline. Feel free to change up the outline so the flow makes sense. Add visuals to your content and make it appealing. Always include images. To me, if you can use images in your videos and play off the video or the images, then it's just going to flow and make it a little bit more engaging and appealing, meaning the content. So visuals help guide and aid in the points you're trying to make. So don't make it so text heavy, accentuate it, balance balance it with some images. Use simple language and crisp sentences, meaning don't use jargon, don't come across and talk above your audience. You always want to talk to your audience and talk in a language that they're going to understand. So it goes back to point one. If you know who your audience is, you're talking to them as if they're right in front of you and not you're above them or they're below you. You want to talk at them. So add cards, end screens, and pattern interrupts to engage your audience. And so YouTube cards are just interactive panels that slide in and out when a video is playing. So it encourages interaction by the viewer. Okay, so you can add up to 5 cards, which include images, text, or clickable links. So feel free to play around with some of these features that YouTube has to offer to make your content more engaging. So tip 2, publish videos frequently. So creating and uploading videos consistently will help you increase your YouTube subscribers. So suppose you haven't published videos for more than say a month or 2 months, it's likely that that audience is not going to subscribe to your channel. So think about YouTube videos as a popular TV program that comes on once a week. When a new episode comes on based on the regular schedule, it's consistency. And that consistency is what helps your users stay engaged. So for example, if I go back to our YouTube channel, you know what helped us gain subscribers was our consistency in publishing videos. You could see we were consistent in publishing a couple of videos a week, every couple of weeks. And so this helps users stay engaged. They know when the video is coming out. They know that Simplilearn is good for 2, 3, 4 videos a month. And the great thing about publishing videos is that when somebody does subscribe to your channel, they're going to get a notification, or YouTube has an option where they can get a notification via email. So I subscribe to Simplilearn's channel. I subscribe to other channels like Google Analytics, for example. So anytime Google Analytics publishes a video, I get an email that says, hey, Google Analytics YouTube channel just published a video. And the great thing is I'm checking my email and I'm getting this notification in Gmail. So guess what? I can watch the video right then and there just by clicking on the link in the email. I don't even have to go to the channel. But knowing that if you publish consistently and somebody does get the email once a week, then it's more likely they're going to engage, especially if the content is original, engaging, and informative. So frequent video publishing equals more subscriptions. So according to Social Media Examiner, YouTube channels that publish videos more than once a week are performing much better. So if you can afford to publish more videos more than once a week, the chances of you gaining subscribers quicker are going to be greater. So keeping a fixed frequency can help you quickly gain more subscribers. Posting videos is almost like blogging. I always say start small. If you can do 1 blog post a month, and then once you get in a routine, then you can ramp up the frequency. So from 1 blog post, you could do 2 a month, then 4 times a month, then once a week or twice a week. Same with the YouTube videos. You want to get into a rhythm, start with once a month, then ramp it up. Okay, you'll find that the more you ramp it up, the more subscribers you're going to get. So tip 3, optimize your YouTube videos. So optimizing your videos will help your content rank higher on YouTube. So this is a must. It's not a given, it's a must. You must optimize your videos if you want people to see them. Of course, if you don't optimize, people aren't going to see them, then people aren't going to engage and then not subscribe. So it's just kind of a snowball effect. So this is an important tip. So I mentioned it at the beginning when we were going over all the items we're going to discuss. This is the one item that is a must and a given to some degree, because if you don't optimize your videos, they're just not going to be found. So you need that audience to watch your video. So audiences who tend to interact more with your content have more chance to subscribe to your channel, but they're not going to subscribe if they don't even watch your video. So there is a snowball effect in play here if we don't optimize your videos. So, okay, Rob, what are some of the tips to optimize your YouTube video? Well, let's go through some of those tips. So to ensure your videos reaches the relevant audience on YouTube, you need to optimize the title description, and the video tag. Okay, Rob, what do you mean by title, description, and video tag? So let's take a look at that. So when you actually create your YouTube video, you're going to have an opportunity to put in a title. You're going to have an opportunity to put in a description, and you're going to have an opportunity to add tags. So those are the three key areas. Okay, so once you put in that, what it looks like on the front end is this. So if I go back to YouTube, and here you can see another video that we did about a month ago, you can see what is SEO. So if that's our topic, if that's our title or of the content of the video, then the title of the video is going to be what is SEO. And you can see we also added in some other content for the title. So what is SEO and how does it work? SEO tutorial for beginners, and then our brand name. So we have some content to work with for the title. Okay, and then the description, we have a lot of characters to work with description. So use as much as you can here to describe what the video is about. Here you can see we did that. And so it's always good to include this information. Okay, and then you can see we have tags up here: SEO, SEO tutorial for beginners, digital marketing. So we put in the necessary information here on this video to help us rank, because if we don't optimize it, we're not going to rank. And so you can see we just put a lot of relevant content around the description, around the title, and around those tags. By doing so, we're able to optimize this video and get found. So that's just an example. 3 of the things you can do to help optimize your YouTube video. So if you want to watch more on how to optimize meta tags, then I suggest maybe watching the other video we did on the subject, how to rank YouTube videos. So this goes into more detail about how to optimize the title, the meta description, and the meta tags. But those are 3 quick fields or areas that you can use to optimize your video. So just something to keep in mind: write a long description with keywords, timestamps, and links. So what I mean by timestamps, with timestamp, an audience can choose the section of the video that they want to look for, and then links, prefer to include relevant links of your other videos. So those are just some additional tips to help keep your content engaging. So remember, when your content is engaging, then people are going to like it, people are going to share it and watch it later. So upload a captivating thumbnail. Okay, so you want to include a thumbnail that's going to grab people's attention. You want to upload a transcript of the video. So that goes back to when you're creating your content, when you write your original content, you want to keep a transcript of the content of the video so that you can upload that as well. And then add a start screen and end screen to your YouTube videos. So that way, you know, when somebody plays the video, they're going to see it, what it looks like up front. And then when we finish it, they're going to see an end screen at the end. And so you just don't want to keep it dark and black and non-descriptive. So according to Backlinko, using an exact keyword in your video title can help you with rankings. So high ranking, more views, more subscribers. So that's what I've been saying all along. You need to get these videos optimized. So again, use an exact keyword in your video title. So let's go back again to that video I just showed you a couple minutes ago. What is SEO? So here we started out with a question: what is SEO? That's the name of the title. That's our exact title of the video. That's our exact keyword. Okay, so what is SEO and how does it work? And then SEO tutorial for beginners. So what is SEO is our exact keyword. And that's part of the video. That's the content of the video. That's in the title. And we use it throughout the description as well. So using that exact keyword in your video title can help with the ranking. So whatever your topic is, your title of the video or the topic of the video, include it in the title. So Backlinko also mentions that there is a moderate correlation between a channel's total subscribers and rankings. And so for some of you, this may be common sense. It's just like organic search. If you're not ranking, you're not going to get traffic. On YouTube, if you're not ranking, you're not going to get eyeballs on your videos and you're not going to get subscribers. So higher rankings can help you to get more subscribers, but you can't get those rankings unless you optimize. And so again, just for the sake of simplicity, going back, focus in on your title. Make sure your title matches the title of the video itself. When you're publishing your description, use all the amount of content available to you. So you can see it, this entire description has a lot of content. Maximize the content and then use tags. Using those 3 fields, those 3 areas can help you optimize your video and gain the necessary ranking you need to get viewers, which will turn into subscribers. So tip 4, optimize your YouTube channel. So we just talked about about optimizing our videos, now we're going to turn our attention to our YouTube channel. So one of the easiest ways to ask your viewers to subscribe to your channel is really by creating a great YouTube channel trailer. You also want to add channel keywords, a description, and some good artwork, and then having sections and playlists to keep your videos organized. These are all good tips to creating a good YouTube channel. So let's talk about some of these tips here. So we want to give your audience a preview what your channel is offering. So this is by hooking your audience with a trailer. So you can create a trailer to, just give your audience an idea of who you are as a brand, what kind of videos you're going to be posting, and give them a kind of a taste of what the future videos are going to be like. Okay, you can even tell them your release schedule in the trailer. So you can start out by saying, hey guys, we're new to this. We're going to be posting 1 video a month, but as we get rolling, maybe 2 per month and 1 per week. Just being honest and open and talking to your audience and get them excited about future videos. That's what the trailer is all about. So you also want to keep the channel description short and interesting. So in your channel, you want to have a description of what the channel is all about, what kind of videos you're going to be posting. So in addition to the trailer, you want to write something short and interesting. Then we want to use keywords in our channel description, just like in the videos with what is SEO. We included what is SEO in the title. We included, what is SEO in the description. And so we want to be true to what our channel is. So pick keywords, not only include those keywords in the videos, but include them in the channel description. Pay attention to the first 100 to 150 characters of your channel description, because that's what's shown next to your channel on the search results. So for example, here you can see we have a description here. Simplilearn is one of the world's leading certification training providers. We partner with companies and individuals to address. And so you can see those characters, 100 to 150, are what shows up in the channel description. When somebody's trying to understand, hey, Simplilearn just uploaded this video. Who is Simplilearn? So you want to write short, interesting channel description so that when somebody's first introduced to your video, they could see what your brand's all about. So end your description with an appropriate call to action. So short, interesting, good call to action at the end of the video. A good call to action would be, hey, check out our next video or check out our latest video. Something that's going to gauge somebody and get them to watch one of your videos. So you want to pick interesting channel art. So let's turn our attention to the Simplilearn channel page. And here you can see we recently had reached a milestone. So recently reached the 200,000K subscribers. So 200,000 subscribers is a big achievement for Simplilearn. We went ahead and updated our channel art. And I'm sure when we reach 500K, we'll update the artwork then too. But the point is, you want to keep your channel art kind of interesting, hip, and cool, and feel free to change it out every once in a while. So you have that option in YouTube to do. I mean, so it's very simple. So here you can see Simplilearn's channel. If we go home, we got all our videos listed here. We got the About Us, something very short and interesting about us. Here's our call to action. For more information, visit Simplilearn. So you want to make sure when you create your channel, get some good artwork in there, put your description in play, and create your first videos and get them posted up there and optimize them accordingly. Okay, so some other tips to go with that channel art and description is a profile picture relevant to your brand. So you always want to maybe put the company logo up there. Okay, so here you can see we have the company logo. Add accurate and relevant channel keywords. So if we go back to who we are, who are we? We're the world's leading certification training provider. Okay, that's who we are. Okay, we partner with companies and individuals. So we're all about training, and training is one of our keywords. So you can see at Simplilearn, we provide online training in machine learning, AWS, Amazon Web Services, DevOps, big data, digital marketing, project management, a lot of different topics. So make sure that's included in the channel description. Feature the playlist on your homepage. So if we go back to the homepage, we can see here we have our channels. So you can see we have AI, machine learning, trending technologies, cloud computing tutorials, DevOps tutorials, popular videos, big data. We have a lot of different channels. So you want to organize your videos into different different playlists. So those playlists are going to feature on the homepage of your channel. So how you organize the playlist is totally up to you, but I would certainly create a playlist for different sections. So depending on your product, your services, think about how you want to organize. Don't just stick all your videos in one playlist. Then optimize the playlist titles and descriptions for search rankings. So just like the videos themselves, just like the channel description, you have an opportunity to optimize the playlist titles and descriptions. So be very keen on aligning the right keyword with the playlist title. So here you can see programming language tutorials, project management tutorials, digital marketing tutorials. So we're very clear on how we go about choosing our titles because we want to optimize those playlist titles. Okay, we can rearrange our videos in a playlist. So we want to rearrange the videos in a way that we're maybe putting the freshest, the most newest, the video that's been published last first. So almost in descending order, if you will. So we want our users to see what video has the latest in that particular playlist. So they're seeing the most recent first. But you can rearrange your videos any way you want. Feel free to play around with it. Of course, you can also take the video that's the most popular and put that up front so people could see that first. Vice versa, you could take a video that maybe hasn't gotten a lot of views or isn't ranked particularly high. Maybe put that video up so it can get some views and some shares and likes. So how you rearrange your videos is totally up to you. Just have some rationale behind that. So choose a playlist thumbnail from a top performing video. So for example, if I go back to our YouTube page, you can see the top performing videos here. You know, for example, this one, we got a nice thumbnail here. What is machine learning? So if I click on that, that's
Think
one of our
wisely.
most popular videos. So 3,000 likes on this video, a lot of views, 250,000 plus views. So have a thumbnail to go along with that particular video. So according to Backlinko, YouTube SEO ranking factor study discovered that channel keywords have a small yet significant correlation with higher YouTube search rankings. So channel keywords. So when you're optimizing your channel and you want to include keywords, start with your description. So if I go back to our channel, okay, if I go back about us, make sure your description has those relevant keywords in it. That's where it all starts. So in case you have any doubts, if you're not sure about everything we talked about on optimizing the channel, go ahead and drop a comment below because we do respond to every comment that gets posted on our videos. So if you're not sure how to go about optimizing your channel, when you say align keywords with the channel, what does that really mean? So if you want some clarity on that, go ahead and drop us a channel. If you're not sure about the trailer video, drop us a comment. We're more than happy to expand upon the explanation of how to best optimize your channel. Okay, tip number 5, produce high quality videos. So we need to get in the habit of producing high quality videos because viewers don't prefer to watch videos that have poor audio and video quality. It's just that simple. You need to know what it takes to produce high quality videos. If you don't, you're just going to discredit. You're not going to come across as relevant. You're not going to come across as qualified, professional. There's a lot of things attached to poor quality videos. So we need to create high quality videos for the end user. So let's talk about some ways in which you can create high quality videos. And so the first is to avoid any noise in the background. So you want to have a nice quiet atmosphere, no distractions, so people can hear you clearly and only you clearly. You want to use good audio recording equipment. There's plenty of options available on the internet. Usually I would recommend going with something paid, not overly expensive, because you get what you pay for. So if you use something free, it might not be of good quality and you might not have all the features and bells and whistles with a free option. So, use good audio recording equipment. Again, it could be online or it could be some software. Just make sure that you're able to produce good high quality video and audio. So when you do purchase that audio recording equipment, you want to have something similar to an input volume meter. That way you can see whether your audio is coming across or not. So if If you're not seeing green lights, then your audio is not coming across. If it's red, it might be distorted. And so you want something that's going to signify that you're really pushing out good quality audio. You want to create your videos in 1080 pixel size. Okay, that's HD. And so you want to have at least minimum 1080. So anything less than that's probably going to come across as not so good, maybe staticky, blurry, not professional, not high def. So you want to create a high def video, and 1080 is about the minimum you want to go. And then you want to plan your video script before filming. So it goes back to some of the other points I made earlier. You always want to have a video script available so you know what you're saying when you're recording your audio. That way you're not doing something on the fly. And then you want to use good lighting for video recording. So you don't want to be in a dark place. You want some nice lighting so your video comes across well lit. People could see you. They're not struggling to strain their eyes on what it is you're trying to show and appear because of poor lighting. Again, it just comes across as professional. So if you can, shoot a high def video with good audio, speaking clearly, having a professional script with some good lighting, then people are going to take you serious and they're going to start to listen and engage and see the video as good quality and very relevant and informative and share it. So use slow motion and jump cuts wisely. So there's some features you could do with your video. Using slow motion and jump cuts are some of the features you can use to accentuate your points. And then set up a green background for recording. Again, this is for making sure that the video part of it comes across in good quality. And then stabilize your video recordings with a tripod. That way you're not moving your video camera all around and again it's coming across as shaky and poor quality. Shoot horizontal videos. You don't want to go vertical. It tends to cut the screen. So you want to stay horizontal so that people can see everything that should be included in the video. Okay, you want to capture a wider shot using a clip-on lens. Again, a good feature, a good tip to use that wider shot. Okay, so you could do that using a clip-on lens. And then choose good video editing software. I can't state this enough because you're putting all this time and effort into a video. You need to be able to edit it, to cut out, some of the things you didn't want to say, or maybe some poor quality, or you just want to have a smooth, professional output for your video. And so you gotta have good video editing software. There's plenty of options available on the internet. Again, I would go with something low cost but paid. Usually free isn't exactly the way you want to go if you're trying to create a high def, good quality video. And at the very least, review your work before publishing. I just said it a minute ago. I'll say it again. You want to be able to have a really professional video in high def. When you have a good professional video in high def with good audio, horizontal shots, nice green background image, nice well lit, it's going to come across as professional. And if you have a professional video, then people are going to take you seriously. They're going to see you as a professional, and then share or subscribe and like, and then they're going to watch more videos. And that's how you start to build up a reputation as being a very professional organization. So just following these simple tips on producing high quality videos. So you want to review your work, because if you don't, you put all that effort into it and then you're going to realize, hey, your video is low quality, and then you're going to have to do it all over again. So follow these tips, get a high quality video, and you should be on your way to ranking. In fact, according to Backlinko, YouTube preferably ranks HD videos. So you got to have that 1080 pixel size. That way, your video is going to come across crisp and clear, and YouTube prefers that. Tip 6, add a subscriber watermark to your videos. So this is a great feature in YouTube. So it's a feature that allows you to add a watermark that can be shown on all your videos. The reason why you want that watermark, because you want to keep reminding your audience to subscribe to your channel. The watermark can be whatever you want, but normally it's going to be some type of logo or brand and a call to action. And so how do you add a watermark to your video? Well, you log into your YouTube account. It's pretty simple. At the top right corner corner, you're going to select your Creator Studio icon, and then you're going to go to Channel, select Branding, and then add a watermark to your video. So if we look at that in YouTube, so here, Creator Studio, I'm going to click Branding, and then once you click Branding, you have the ability to add your watermark, and then you can add it to the entire video, at the end of the video, at a specific start time. And then just click Update, and that's pretty much it. So you want to be able to add this so that you can brand your videos with an image and then add that CTA. So this is a good feature for YouTube. It allows you to be consistent with all your videos by branding and adding that call to action. Tip 7, engage with your audience. So you want to be able to interact with your audience as much as possible. Just because it's a video and you can't see people doesn't mean you can't engage with them. So when you interact with your viewers, especially when you interact with them immediately, there's gratification. You know, everybody likes to be responded to. Nobody likes to be ignored. And so when somebody is responded to, there's a higher chance that your viewers are likely to gonna become customers. It's just customer service is how you really wanna look at this. Okay, so when you engage, you're creating a service for your customers. So here are some tips on how to engage with your audience. So first is at the end of every video, convey a thank you message to your viewers. You know, thank you for spending the time out of your busy day to watch this video. You know, some of our videos go an hour plus long. And so when somebody's taken an hour to watch a video, it's only the least you can do is thank them. Now, you can thank them and give them some information about where to go for more information. Because if they watch the whole video, they're already engaged and they're probably going to want to learn more. So you always want to follow up the thank you with where to go for more information, just like our videos always convey at the end. Okay, you always want to ask your audience for their feedback or ideas on the video. So with YouTube, there's a comment section and you always want to encourage comments. So comments can be in the form of feedback. So as you're watching this video, feel free to leave feedback on other ways to engage with your audience or some other tips to increase your subscribers on YouTube. So we're always looking for those ideas. We want to keep it engaging. So somebody may have some other ideas that we didn't think about. And so we always appreciate that from our audience. So we very much appreciate the feedback that our audience gives us. So not all the feedback is always going to be positive. Some of the feedback could be less than positive or even negative. There could be mistakes. So the idea behind getting feedback is you want to look at it, you want to read it, and you want to react to it. You want to react to it positively in the form of, a thank you for the feedback and looking at the feedback, weighing it, and incorporating the feedback. So you don't always want to make the same mistake twice in a video. So if there's something definitely wrong with the video that we're doing, for example, and somebody looked at it and gave us feedback on it, we'd definitely take a deep look into that and try not to do the same mistake twice, because likely that user is going to watch the video again. So you always want to learn from your mistakes, okay? And you want to turn those mistakes or turn those comments into future videos, okay? So create videos based on your commenters' request. The audience is giving us feedback. We should take that as positive, and sometimes that's creative. Sometimes there's ideas for more videos. Okay, you always want to ask questions to your audience and reward excellent commenters. So we try to ask questions in our videos, and when users respond with their answer, if there's an excellent comment or excellent answer, we can reward them. Reward them in the form of, say, some type of gift card or gift certificate or promotion or something. There's always some way to incentivize somebody who provides excellent feedback. You can always give emoji hearts. There's so many emojis out there that you can use emojis just to engage with your audience based on the feedback they're giving. The point is, if your audience is taking the time to give feedback, you always want to respond to it. And you want to respond to it positive. So emojis tend to have a positive connotation to them. And so responding with an emoji, especially to a favorite comment, goes a long way. So you can reward your community both on and off YouTube for their engagement and support. And that's just being creative. You can reward in many ways, not necessarily monetarily, but by recognition. You could do promotions, you could do something fun. There's always ways to reward. And prefer to host live streams and interact with your audience. So you don't always have to do a pre-recorded video. There's certainly YouTube has them, other platforms like Facebook have them, Instagram. So you can certainly reach out to your audience with a live stream. And that's talking directly to your audience right there in the flesh. So when you can have an opportunity to talk to your audience and engage with them, that's always going to work because they can see personality, they can see what you're all about, and there's two-way conversation. And so that will lend to more of a, relationship, so to speak, with your audience. So you want to create videos for subscribers. Subscribers can get impressed when a channel dedicates a video for them. So, take the time out to create a video just for your subscribers. Subscribers are the ones who are most likely going to engage with you. Okay, they're your loyal fan base. So if you create something for them, that's a form of a reward. So you can captivate your viewers by uploading interesting YouTube stories as well. You can also hear from your audience and get their videos and use their videos and upload them to your channel. So according to Backlinko, video comments have a very strong correlation with ranking. So as you create a video, feel free to talk to your audience and ask them, hey, if you have any comments, feel free to put them in the comment section right below this video. I see that a lot now with a lot of videos, and I'm going to ask my audience right now to do the same thing. If there's anything you see about rewarding the audience or engaging with the audience, feel free to comment. We'd love to get your suggestions, because if you can engage with the audience even more, then that's only going to net positive results, not only in rankings, but with your subscriber base. So comments are the way to go. Solicit comments, respond to the comments, reward the comments. Tip number 8, promote your videos on different platforms. So promoting your videos on different platforms has been around for many years. It's a good strategy. Once you create your video on YouTube, you want people to see it. You want to get it out there. So if you want to increase your YouTube subscribers, this is a strategy you have to perform. So let's take a look at all the ways you can use and leverage different platforms to increase your subscribers. So before you do that, you want to research and discover how you can use different platforms. So the first thing you want to do is look at the platforms you're already using. If you're using Facebook and Instagram, that's probably a good place to start. But there's other platforms you can also leverage, and we're going to talk about those. So social media, most companies, most individuals are on in some form or fashion, amongst the most popular like Facebook and Instagram. So you can start there. So with Facebook, you can post something and include the link of your YouTube video. With Facebook, if you're a business, you have a business page, you're communicating with your community. And that's a great way to get started by promoting your YouTube video. You can also do the same on Twitter or Instagram or whatever platform you're on. Go ahead and post something or tweet something and include that link to YouTube. You can participate in forums and blog discussions. So there's plenty of forums and blogs out there where you can participate in a discussion and include a link to the YouTube video if it's relevant and natural. So for example, here, there's a blog about machine learning. You can include, if you have a video about machine learning, in the response to that conversation. In this example, we've done that on Reddit. Okay, you can list your video in relevant and reputable directories. There's plenty of directories out there. There's plenty of video directories, okay, that you can just go ahead and publish your video on. You can use testimonial link building, okay, so somebody can provide a testimonial, include the link of your video. You can opt for influencer marketing. So if there's somebody that is associated that likes your brand or product and has a large following, you can ask them to post the video on your behalf. It's a great way to reach an audience fairly quickly. Okay, you can earn backlinks from relevant and authoritative websites. So for example, if you look at this website here, Techgenics, okay, there's a article here about, certificate of achievements, okay, for AWS. So if you scroll down, we could see our video is included here in this particular web page. So this is a high quality web page, okay, that's generating a backlink for us. Not only is it generating a backlink, it's also generating traffic and awareness for the video. Go ahead and find out if there's any websites that are relevant to your video topic and see if you can collaborate with them on producing a web page to include that video. You can also take advantage of email marketing by adding putting your YouTube link in the email signature. For example, it's a simple email. Any email client like Gmail or Yahoo or even Hotmail or Outlook is going to have an ability to, or give you the ability to add a signature. In the signature, you could simply just include a link to the video or to your YouTube channel. It doesn't have to be to a specific video, but it's a way to get people to your YouTube page or to that video. So the whole idea is more eyeballs, more potential subscribers. Engage your audience by posting your video links on community pages. So for example, we're promoting something here on a community page, and that's going to get some additional traffic over to us. You can always bookmark your videos on bookmarking sites like stumbledupon.com. Again, this is free, very little time to do this, but it's a chance for you to get the video out there and even generate a backlink. You can collaborate with other YouTube channels. This is always a good strategy. If you're creating a video on a particular topic on YouTube, chances are there's probably somebody else out there doing the same thing. It doesn't have to be necessarily a competitor. It can be a complementary product or service. And if you offer that, then go ahead and collaborate with them and see if you can exchange your videos on their channel. And you could take their video and put it on your channel in a particular playlist. Okay, so that's a way to collaborate with other YouTube channels, is swap videos. You could join high PR QA sites and post answers to the questions related to your video. Like Quora is always a good example, or eHap. Okay, so Quora, there's always a question being posted, and if you have the answer to that question in the form of your video, then go ahead and post a response with a link to the video on YouTube. It's a great way to get the video noticed, and it's relevant and natural. Okay, you can embed videos in your blog posts, or if you're using a platform like WordPress, for example, very easy to go ahead and just take that video. You can even just put the link in the blog post. I like this option. I think blog posts are always good because you don't have to be text heavy with a blog post. You want to create a blog post that's nice and balanced with an image and text, but if you put a video to support your blog post, that goes even further. And blog posts themselves can be engaging and interactive with your audience. So having a video in your blog post always goes well, in my opinion. Okay, so you can promote other videos in your end screen. For example, at the end of your video, you can always promote something related, like we've done here in this example. So lots of ideas. Get your video out there. Use them in email. Use them in your blog post. Go to free bookmarking sites like StumbleUpon. Collaborate with other people on YouTube. Go to Quora, respond to a question. Use social media to your advantage. There's lots of opportunities to get your video out there. The more you can get your video out there, the more traffic you're going to get. The more traffic you get to the video, the more subscribers you're going to get. So that's how the game is played in order to get your video out there. But these are relatively, low time consuming ideas to get your video. So we're going to talk about how to get traffic to your website. So thank you for joining, and let's get started. So let's imagine you're setting up your own website. Okay, you're clicking away, you're developing, using some good tools. You're developing, you're designing, you're doing some QA, you're testing, you're sharing with friends in an alpha version, and then finally, your website is all set up. Congratulations. Well, when you hit enter and your website is finally published, what's going to happen? Well, a few days later, you're checking your website and you're looking at analytics and you notice your traffic's very low. Okay, well, you're scratching your head because you've done all this work with your website, but you're not getting any traffic. So the reason is you spent all your time developing and designing the website to make it look good, but you didn't do anything or any planning or any strategy around bringing users to your website. So the two go hand in hand. You just can't build a website without thinking about how to drive users to the website. And so before I tell you how to bring traffic to your website, let me tell you why this is so important. Okay, why do we want to bring users to our website? I mean, it has to be on equal ground as web development and design. Is somebody who goes to your site and then does something when they get to your site. So you have users, and when those users get to your site, they're generating page views and traffic. And you want to turn that traffic into engagement. Okay, so each page's traffic is configured independently of all their pages. So when somebody goes to your website, they look at a page, that's a page view. And certain pages on your website, you want to turn that page view into a conversion. Okay, whether that be, looking at a video or purchasing something. So think of these pages on your website as salespeople. They're trying to convert visitors who come to your website. But first, we need to get the visitors to your website. So when you get visitors to your website, again, you can generate sales, which means revenue, or you can increase brand awareness, or you can earn revenue through sponsored posts and advertisements. So if you have, for example, a lot of content on your website, you can turn that into revenue by hosting ads on your website. So when somebody clicks on that ad, you're going to earn a percentage of that click, okay, or what that click is worth. So having a website means a lot of good things for you, but first you got to get the traffic there. And so what we're going to do is we're going to tell you how to drive traffic to your website. So there's lots of different ways in which you can bring traffic to your website. Well, the first is paid advertising. So paying to advertise your products, services with ads is one of the easiest ways to drive traffic to your website. So some of the options available are search ads, social media ads, or display ads. So search ads are ads that are displayed in the search engine results. So when a user types in a keyword query, you want your ad to show up based on that keyword query. Okay, so an example is digital marketing course. Somebody types in digital marketing course and Simplilearn is the first ad that shows up. How do we know it's an ad? Because you could see the word ad next to the domain. So when somebody clicks on that link, Simplilearn is going to pay Google. So that's how search advertising works. Okay, the next is social. So social media marketing involves increasing traffic or engagement or brand awareness, lots of different strategies. But instead of doing this on search, you're doing it on a social media platform. Okay, so for example, you can advertise on any particular platform. And the way you advertise could be with an image, it could be with a video. So in this case, you could see Cobrio is doing a sponsored ad here, how to succeed with Google Ads. And then another form of advertising is display. So display means creating ads that are placed on specific websites. So with display, unlike search, you have a choice in the ad format. With search, you only have text ads. But with display, you have text ads, image ads, rich media ads, video ads. So you have lots of different options in which you can advertise on other websites. So the idea here is to get your ad in front of the right audience. When they could see your display banner, your banner ad, then it's going to be more visual, more appealing, generate some brand interest, and hopefully you can get somebody to click on that ad and over to your website. So that's paid advertising, again, through search, through social, through display, but you can also promote your site on social media. So once your content has gone live, you could take advantage of different social media platforms. I mean, it really depends on what you're trying to promote, because what you're trying to promote needs to align with the appropriate social media platform. So Facebook is best suited for industries like food and beverages and news and media, and if you're selling a product. So you fall under one of those categories, and Facebook could be the right platform for you. If you're involved in, again, beauty or food and beverage or e-commerce, then you can also leverage Instagram, which is part of Facebook's ecosystem. So if you advertise on Facebook, you can also advertise on Instagram and or Instagram. So it doesn't have to be and Facebook and Instagram. It could be Facebook or Instagram. You also have LinkedIn as a platform. LinkedIn is great for B2B. So if you're trying to promote industry news or tips and best practices or job postings, then LinkedIn is the place for you. It's a B2B platform. It's great for targeting specific industries, targeting specific job levels or job descriptions. Okay, so LinkedIn is great if you're into B2B, focusing on the business side of it. So you also have YouTube. Now, YouTube is part of Google's ecosystem. YouTube is a video platform. Okay, so it's great if you're trying to promote gaming or entertainment, or if you're a vlogger. Okay, so YouTube's a great way to promote your site. by getting your product out there in the form of a video. And then you have Twitter. Twitter, to me, encompasses a lot of different industries: beauty and fitness, news and media, entertainment. Okay, you have limited number of characters, but a lot of people are active on Twitter. And it's a great way to generate some awareness and get some clicks over to your website. So these are just some of the most popular social media platforms. Of course, there are plenty more out there. The third way in which you can drive traffic to your site is guest blogging. So most of you already know what blogging is all about. Well, if you're blogging for your own site, you can jump on somebody else's site and blog on their behalf. So having the opportunity to guest post on another website can be very helpful because, one, that other blog could have lots of traffic and have a well-known brand. So if you're blogging on another blog, it's going to build your brand awareness and potentially increase traffic to your blog or website. So it exposes you to targeted traffic. So if you're going to guest blog on a site that's very relevant to your business or industry. That way you're targeting the right audience. Okay, you can expand your personal network. So getting yourself out there, getting your brand out there in front of a different audience. And then obviously for SERPs, because it generates a backlink. So SERPs, search engine ranking pages, means that, hey, if you want to rank organically, you're going to have to generate some backlinks. So guest blogging is a way to generate some backlinks to your site. And in effect, that's going to help you get your pages ranked higher because Google is going to recognize the relationship from one blog to your blog and build up your relevancy. So some other benefits here to guest blogging is you can grow your social media following because you can then promote that on social media that you're guest blogging. Okay. Again, you can improve your online authority. Okay. Because when you're guest blogging and you have recognition on that guest blog, if it's a popular blog, then that's going to help your domain and page authority for SEO. And then the end result is going to improve your backlink score. So there are a lot of benefits to guest blogging. To me, at the end of the day, it's just about reaching out to your audience, using another platform to do that in the form of a blog. And the results of that is going to mean more brand awareness for you in turning that traffic from that other blog into qualified leads. So you can also interview industry thought leaders. So that's another way, an interesting way to generate traffic to your site. So reaching out to thought leaders for interviews, okay, could generate some credibility for you and the other person. So it's reciprocal. So it means that you're active in the industry that you're in. And it allows you to engage with other leaders in the industry. And the indirect net result of that could be increased traffic because if you do the interview and you record it, or if it's via video, then you can obviously post it on other platforms. And that could in turn drive traffic to your website. Obviously, just like guest blogging, it's going to increase your reach. So getting yourself out there. If nobody knows who your brand is, and they know who the thought leaders are, and they see you interviewing the thought leaders, then that's going to put you in front of these people. And so it's going to increase your reach. Another way to drive traffic to your website is just to make sure your website's responsive. And what do we mean by responsive? Well, we mean, does it work on multiple devices? Specifically mobile. So depending on the device, your website hides, shows, shrinks, enlarges, or moves content so that it conforms to the browser that person's looking at on your for your website. So if somebody's looking on mobile at your website, you want to make sure that your website adjusts accordingly. So you want to be able to, test to make sure it's responsive. And so is content arranged based on importance? Okay, does it work across different browsers on different devices? And do the images, text, and everything else align just like it does on desktop? So there are plenty of tools out there on the web. All you need to do is just do a search for, check my website for responsiveness. So you can use plenty of tools to check to see if your website is responsive towards multiple devices. Why is that important? Because if somebody goes to your website via mobile and your site doesn't align properly, or the content's all stretched out and somebody has to maneuver their browser just to see your website, then chances are they're not going to come back. Chances are they're not going to convert. Okay, so you want to be able to revise your device browser combinations. You want to make sure that everything works accordingly. You want to be able to test those fonts, make sure they look good. And then you also want to make sure that people can navigate. So if they're on mobile, are they going to navigate just as easy as they can on desktop? And if you have any pop-ups, you want to probably make sure they're removed. So that way when somebody's looking at your website, they're not getting interfered with on mobile. And then, of course, you want to make sure that these pages load. Okay, so they load just as quick on desktop as they should on mobile, and vice versa. So they should not take a long time to load. So moving on from responsiveness on mobile to building a brand community. So brand community refers to a group of people who identify your brand and use your brand as a platform to exchange ideas and contribute content. Some advantages of having a brand community are promoting brand evangelism and loyalty. It can be a source of feedback, loyalty, and ideas. So build a community, build a brand community who, identify with you. Okay, so continue to, treat these people as loyal customers. Okay, maybe give them a promotion to use specifically just for them that they can use on your website, or talk directly to them because you know that they're followers, they're repeat customers, they purchase from you multiple times. So talk to them differently as well. You know who these people are. And that's what building a brand's all about. It's about identifying your brand with other people, okay? And identify people who identify with your brand, and messaging and talking to them as if they're part of your own community, your own family. So you can use user-generated content that provides future marketing strategies. So the feedback you get from your own community could be in turn used to promote or used in future marketing strategies, i.e. advertising, i.e. post on social. Okay, it can also provide PR opportunities. So it's a chance for you to, put out press releases based on the community that you build. So any brand, regardless of who it is, should be able to identify with their audience, their target audience, and that target audience eventually going to become part of a community. These are a group of people who identify with you, what you're trying to sell, what your cause is, what your mission statement is, what your service is. They identify with you. So leverage them and reciprocate. Identify them, talk to them separately, give them what they deserve, the respect and loyalty that they deserve as well, because they're communicating and they're following you as a brand. So the next thing you could do to drive traffic is be active in the comment section. So engage in relevant and thought-provoking conversations on other blogs and sites. It doesn't necessarily have to be another blog per se. It could be other sites like Reddit or Quora or Medium. Sites that have a lot of content that are broken out by industry, that allow you to engage in conversation, that allow you to either upvote or share or respond. Okay, so be active, because when you're active, people are going to see that, hey, you're a leader in the industry. You know what you're talking about. You have some brand equity. You have some thought and some knowledge on the specific topic and subject. So it just puts you in a better light when you can respond and be active on these different platforms. Okay, let's turn our attention to search engine optimization, also known as SEO or organic search. So in order to drive traffic to your site, you're going to have to implement an SEO strategy. Why do you want to implement an SEO strategy? Because it can help you improve your overall searchability and visibility on search engines. And obviously that comes with advantages. One of those advantages is obviously more traffic to the site. Search is still king in terms of volumes of people using search on a daily basis. So you have a great opportunity to be found. It also builds trust and credibility, because still a majority of the people who do a search click on an organic search listing. And so if you're found organically and you're ranked number 1, then chances are somebody's going to click on your listing. And it provides increased engagement and traffic. And so what that means is more traffic, more engagement. And engagement is something you define. It could be, again, a download of a document, or the clicking on the play button of a video, or submitting a form, or signing up for a newsletter, or calling. these are all forms of engagement. So the amount of traffic you drive from organic search to your website is only going to improve engagement. Okay, so you can also provide an improved user experience. And what do we mean by that? Well, if you're getting lots of traffic from organic search, you have a really good opportunity to do A/B testing. And when you do A/B testing, you can improve user experience, meaning you're showing one variation against the other from people coming from organic search. And so this is helpful in that, if you're running an A/B test, the variation has a chance to improve or outperform the original. And if it outperforms the original, you're improving user experience. And then it helps target quality traffic. So SEO to me, or all search, is the only medium in which you're meeting somebody halfway. You're addressing what they're looking for. So if somebody's looking for a pair of red women's Nike shoes, the 2019 model, and you have that particular product to offer, well, you have a chance of showing up via organic search. Somebody types in, women's red Nike shoes, size whatever, at the year 2019 model, then of course they're going to likely click on your listing because you have what they're looking for. And that goes with any keyword, any industry, any business, any segment, any type of product you're selling. So again, you have a chance to really be visible for what people are looking for. And so that's the beauty of search engine optimization. You have a really good opportunity here to meet people halfway, to drive quality traffic, to get them to enjoy a good user experience, all the while generating engagement. And along with SEO, we want to be able to build backlinks. So SEO is a two-pronged approach, meaning you have two strategies in one, on-page and off-page. And so off-page involves backlinking. So backlinks are just links that direct users from other websites to your own website. So with that, inherently, it's going to drive traffic, qualified traffic to your website. Because if somebody's on a relevant website that's linking to yours, and they click on that link and go to your website, it's likely going to be qualified, meaning they're going to be relevant. And so backlinking, because it's an off-page strategy. Why is it an off-page SEO strategy? Because if Google crawls that other site that has a link to you, then that's going to give you credit, because Google will say, hey, this site's getting some links from some relevant sites. We must think they're relevant, and therefore we're going to trust this site. So by Google trusting your site, it's going to improve your organic ranking. And with the organic rankings being improved, meaning it's going to mean faster indexing. So what does that mean? So you want to be indexed by the search engines. And so the quicker Google can find your pages, even if it's on somebody else's site, then that means they're going to follow that link, go to that page on your site, and take that page back to their servers to be indexed. Okay, so the quicker you can get indexed, the quicker you can get found. And then it helps with referral traffic. So again, we noticed that our efforts are on SEO, organic search, but if you're getting traffic from another website, hey, that still counts. That's referral traffic. Okay, so that's a side advantage to having backlinks, is good traffic from other sites. Okay, so those are inherently some of the reasons to do backlinking. Okay, never hurts. I mean, there's brand awareness reasons to being on other sites as well. There's industry leadership, meaning if you post content on Reddit, okay, you're coming across as an industry leader, but yet generating a backlink, which helps with SEO and referral traffic. So there's a lot of benefits to building backlinks. And the opposite of backlinks are internal links. So you want to do internal linking, and that just means connecting one page on your site to another. And why is that beneficial? Because it can help direct visitors to other pages they wouldn't normally otherwise find via your navigation. So if you're active on a blog, don't be afraid to include multiple internal links. You want to move people through your site. You want the flow of traffic to go from one page to another to another. And so when you do internal linking, just like with backlinks, it's going to improve the indexing of your website. Google's going to follow those links and index those pages. And Google does give credit from an SEO perspective from an internal linking perspective. So if one page is linked to another and that page has really good relevance in the eyes of Google, then the other page is probably going to benefit from that. The other reason you want to do internal linking, again, you want to move people from your one page of your site to the other. And when you do that, it's going to reduce bounce rates. So bounce rate is simply the rate at which people land on a page and then leave. So if I have 100 people land on my home page and only one person went to another page and the other 99 left the site, then that's a 99% bounce rate. So by putting internal links in place, you're helping people move from one page to the other and thus reducing the bounce rate. And that's what you want. You want to keep people on your site. You want to be greedy. It also drives traffic to older posts. So again, when we say older posts, we're really referring to blog posts. So if you have a relevant blog post and you're writing a new blog post, then link the two together. If it's relevant, link it. Regardless of how old it is. You want to show Google that these older blog posts, just because they were written a year ago, doesn't mean they're outdated and old-fashioned, okay, or useless. You want to keep them alive by linking to them. So to me, that's a good strategy for internal linking. Link to older blog posts. Show people you're an industry expert. You've been doing this for a while, and then you have lots of content to share. Okay, so the longer you can keep somebody on your website, the more likely it is they're going to engage and convert. And some other inherent benefits: improves page rank. So what we mean by page rank is simply just a rank that Google gives pages. So the more internal linking you have, the better off you are. And then it helps spread link juice across websites. And what we mean by link juice, again, just like backlinking, it builds relevancy. So just keep all these inherent benefits in mind to internal linking. The end result is keeping the flow of traffic on your site, and all these other benefits will fall into place. Okay, so another way in which you can really hone in on traffic to your website is long tail keywords. And long tail keywords to me are more than just one or two keyword phrases. Okay, so they're usually 3 or longer keywords in a phrase. Okay, so long tail keywords really nowadays account for most web searches. People really take the time to even pose questions as a search query. Say it's unlikely somebody's going to go into search and just type in the word shoes. They might type in red shoes, but that's unlikely. What they're probably going to type in is, red Nike running shoes 2019 or some variation of that. Okay, that's a long tail keyword. And some of the advantages of using long tail keywords to be found for are less competition. So if you're using broad keywords like red shoes, then who doesn't want to be found for red shoes? Well, you don't want to be found for red shoes because it's too broad. You don't know what type of shoes somebody's looking for. You just know they're looking for red shoes. It could be running shoes. It could be work shoes. It could be, boots. It could be slippers. Okay, it's too broad. So long tail keywords help narrow it in. And the more narrow and focused a keyword is, the less competition it's going to have. And when something's not competitive in the form of a keyword, then that means your chances of ranking for that keyword are going to be greater, and the chances of you ranking faster are going to be greater. And then, of course, if somebody's looking for exactly what you have to offer, then you have a higher chance to convert that person. So if you have exactly those 2019 red Nike women's running shoes, and somebody does a search for that, and that's a long tail keyword, and they click on your organic listing, if you have the right price, then they're probably going to convert. So you have a really good chance of converting somebody using long tail keywords. So my point here is if you're looking for keywords to use, focus on longer tail. Don't focus on 1 or 2 keyword phrases. What it also does is it brings targeted traffic. So even if somebody doesn't convert, hey, they could be back because it's exactly what they're looking for. And if you're focusing on longer tail keywords, like I just mentioned, stay away from the shorter ones. It's just easier to optimize your page for SEO. So remember, SEO is a 2-pronged approach, on page and off page. We talked about off page with internal linking and backlinks. On page is all about making sure those keywords you choose are integrated in with the page you want to be found for. And so if you're using a long tail keyword, it's just easier to work that keyword in. So it enables easier on-page optimization. Okay, let's switch away from SEO to email marketing. So let's focus on email marketing as a form or method of driving traffic to your website. So email marketing has been around a long time in terms of digital marketing. Why? Because it provides an effective way to convert leads into sales. Why? Because you can send personalized emails to a target audience. So when you send an email to somebody on a regular basis, you know who that person is. So what are you doing in the email? You're writing a specific message to that person. Well, email marketing is the same thing, except you're just sending an email to a larger group of people. And when you send an email to a larger group of people, you're still going to personalize the message, right? You're not going to send a generic email to 1,000 people. Okay, nobody's going to do that. So make sure your email's targeted. And if it's targeted, it can be cost effective. Why? Because sending large amounts of emails, or let's just say an email to a large amount of people or a large group of people, is going to be cost effective. It's not cost per click. It's not cost per open. Okay, so email usually, depending on the email provider you're using, really is a flat fee. So it just really depends on how many emails you're sending or how many people you're sending the email to as well. So, but email generally tends to be more cost effective than other forms of marketing. So look at the email content provider you're using and just get a sense of what they charge. But if you look at it and do a comparison, email generally is cheaper than, say, doing pay-per-click, because with pay-per-click, you're paying for each click. Okay, so that could be expensive depending on the keywords. So email marketing is also time saving, okay, meaning it's a one-time thing and done. So once you send the email, it's just a matter of, watching and looking at the metrics and learning what's going on so you don't make the same mistakes again. But it is time conducive, meaning you send out one email and that's it. With pay-per-click, you're constantly measuring and managing the campaigns. And it provides real-time marketing. So when you do send the email, more than likely a majority of the people on day one or the day you send the email are going to be able to view it, open it, click on some of the links, and convert. So that's normally what happens in email. Majority of the people open it on day one and it kind of tails off from there. So think about it as real time. So when you send that email, and if you have 1,000 people on your email recipient list, break it up. Send the first 500 first with a different subject line. And then you can see the data come in. And if you don't see the good results from the subject line or the body of the email or, the page you're going to, then make adjustments before you send the other email to the next 500. So that's a great thing about emails. You can break up the email into two groups, the first group and then the second group with different subject lines. And you can probably send them a little bit of time apart. That way you can learn from the first email, because with email, you are generally going to get results right away. Okay, within the first 24 hours. So that's a great thing about email. Okay, so the other thing about email, it's less intrusive. So normally people who are going to get the email are the ones who sign up for the email. So they're almost expecting your email. So when they get your email, again, as long as you're not sending an email on a daily basis, normally most companies send it monthly or bi-weekly, it's not going to be as intrusive. Okay, and then it also helps build credibility, increase visibility and brand awareness, meaning you're going to build your brand in that email. You're going to put content in that email that's going to show off your credibility, meaning you could put some testimonials in the email. You could put some good affiliations. You can put a good article to an industry article you just wrote. So email is going to inherently continue to build brand awareness for you. Okay, and it's an easy way to track ROI. So if you're e-commerce, it's pretty clear. You send the email, somebody opens it, clicks on it, checks out and purchases something. It's easily trackable because you could track it right from that email. So one thing I want to say there is just if you do send an email, make sure you're tracking that campaign. And you want to be able to use an analytics program like Google Analytics. Okay, if you use Google Analytics, you're going to be able to track when you send the email, who clicks on it, and who converts. So you want to be able to measure an ROI for these emails, and you can. And that's the beauty of email marketing. Okay, let's move away from email marketing to webinars. So webinars, great method for effective social media promotion. It's a great way to bring traffic to your website. So why do we recommend webinars? Well, because it provides direct contact within your target group. What do we mean by contact with your target group? Well, you're going to host a webinar and you're going to invite this targeted group of people who are interested in your product or service. So if you have a Facebook community, you could do a Facebook Live event, or you could do a YouTube, or you can even set up a webinar on another platform but promote it on social media. And if you're promoting something on social media, you're probably promoting it to people who are already following you or like you. And so that's what we mean by direct contact with your target group. So you're going to be able to create a webinar and talk directly to that group. And that's going to help build brand awareness and credibility. And the great thing about webinars is you don't need some fancy software. I mean, I'm talking to you on a webinar right now. And so webinars are free. All you need is a video camera and a recorder. That's all. And that's all built in with software. So there's plenty of software out there that allows you just to do a webinar really quick and easy. There's lots of opportunities in software. And a lot of them are very cost effective. So if you want to create a webinar, you can do that by spending very little money. And webinars, again, allow you to talk to your targeted group, your community, maybe prospective clients. It helps build credibility and, in effect, drive traffic to your website. And when somebody does attend a webinar, they're likely going to be highly engaged because you're inviting them, they're going to opt into the webinar. And the great thing about webinars is even if they don't attend the webinar the day you have it, it's going to be recorded. So they can always go back and watch it. So whoever watches the webinar is going to be engaged because it's going to be a topic they're interested in. And then users are likely to become prospective customers. So having a webinar, talking about something inherently interesting to maybe a larger group of people, you can promote that on social media and potentially get prospective customers to sign up and watch the webinar. And if you do, they're going to be engaged and then take the next step. Oh, I like what this person has to say. They seem to be credible. I like their personality. I like their brand. I like their product. I'm going to go check out their website. Okay, so webinars allow you to kind of pull in more people as well as just your community because you can promote the webinar and you can promote it in advance and you can leverage social media for that. Okay, so something related to webinars is incorporating video content. So videos have been proven to be a really good way to attract new visitors. And it makes your website very engaging when you have videos on your website as well. So if you create video, you have an opportunity to post it on various video platforms like YouTube or Vimeo. Okay, there's plenty of video platforms out there, or just embedded in a blog post, or embedded in a Facebook post, or a tweet. Okay, so you can do a lot with video. And having video on your site is going to increase engagement. Okay, when you increase engagement, good things happen. That's going to lead to increased conversions and sales or ROI. Or just like we mentioned, the webinar can help build trust with your audience. So even that webinar you could post on your website. So you want people to engage by watching this video. If they watch the video, they're going to gain trust in you because you're talking directly to that person, that user, that audience, that visitor to your website. And when you can build trust, it's going to increase engagement. And that's the beauty of video. Unlike text or imagery, videos really do engage with the audience. And so the more video you can do, the better off you are because, again, you can leverage social to draw attention to your brand and product and service. And then you can have that video on your website to increase engagement, which in turn increases conversions and sales and improves the ROI. So always think video. There's plenty of video software out there that you can leverage. And the great thing about video too is, hey, most people are using mobile phones these days, smartphones. And so video works just as well on mobile as it does on desktop. So keep that in mind. Video is going to be engaging regardless of what device somebody uses. And then, of course, if they're watching the video on Facebook or YouTube, then chances are they're going to share that particular video, which is going to bode well for your brand and traffic. Okay, so video, if somebody likes a video, it's very easy to share video, especially from a mobile phone. So YouTube just makes it so easy to share or like or subscribe to a channel. It becomes that much easier. Things can go viral, and chances of them going viral with video are going to be greater. Okay, so other ways to drive traffic to your website is submit your content to content aggregators. So what's a content aggregator? Well, a content aggregator is like Reddit that provides a great platform for you to post your content. So that's what a content aggregator is, really a site like Reddit or Medium or Quora where you could post content to a large number of people. Okay, so with Reddit, people are either going to upvote it or downvote it. So the more upvotes you get, or thumbs up or likes, or people who encourage that content, the more of a chance it has to be found. And so first thing out of the gate, if you do provide content to a content aggregator like Reddit, make sure it's good quality content that's interesting. And that should be the case across the board, whether it's a social post or blog post. Make sure the content's unique, professional, and interesting. And then if you do, say, put something on Medium or you do put something on Quora, and it is professional and interesting and thought-provoking, then people are going to react to it. And then that, again, could lead to traffic. But even if it doesn't lead to traffic, it helps build brand awareness. So if you have content, just like videos, leverage it. Put the content out there. Okay? And when you put content out there, it's only going to, especially if it's good content, it's going to put you in a good light. So don't be afraid to share your content on the likes of Reddit or Medium or Quora or some of these other content aggregator websites, because good things are only going to happen. And again, referral traffic, SEO, brand awareness, conversions. So all these are inherent benefits of just sharing your content. Okay, and then finally, we want to learn from analytics. Okay, so what do I mean learning from analytics? So there are plenty of analytics platforms out there. One of the most popular is Google Analytics. So you want to make sure you're tracking traffic on your site with Google Analytics. So all you have to do is just go to Google Analytics via search, sign up, add the analytics code to your website, and voila, they're doing all the heavy lifting. They're going to track traffic coming to your website. And not only are they going to track traffic, but they're going to tell you how that traffic engaged. And so the benefits of it, Google Analytics, is, hey, you could figure out where users are coming from. Are they coming from that email campaign that I sent out to 1,000 people? Are they coming from YouTube based on that video I posted? Or are they coming from Reddit based on the content I just posted there? Or are they coming from organic search? So Google Analytics can help us understand how much traffic we're getting from organic search. So it'll help us measure our SEO efforts. And then with Google Analytics, you could segment. So we could segment by mobile, we can segment by desktop, returning user, new user, by campaign, by page, by language, by city, by region. I mean, there's so many ways in which to segment your audience. And segmenting simply is breaking up the entire group of people who come to your website into different segments based on what you want to see. So if you want to look at, females between the ages of 18 to 24 who come from mobile via organic search, that's a segment. And you can look at that information in analytics. If that's your target audience, then you could see how they're performing. Okay, so there are a lot of benefits to Google Analytics. Definitely want to take advantage of segmenting in Google Analytics. You could look at your competition. So there's a benchmarking report. The great thing about Google Analytics, you can also look at content and how your content's performing once somebody lands on your website. What page are they spending time on? What page are they engaging on the most? Okay, what pages have the highest bounce rate or the lowest time on page? So you can really determine what pages work best. And then, of course, the end result in analyzing all this data is you want to be able to fine-tune your website. So take advantage of the data that Google Analytics or any other analytics platform is giving you by learning. Once you learn what's going on with your website, you can make adjustments to your website to improve user experience. Okay? So we went over a lot of different ways to drive traffic.
Is your website not ranking as you thought it would? Are there too many competitions out there? Is it getting difficult to capture relevant audiences? Are the solutions suggested too expensive? Do not worry. In this video, you will get easy solutions to all your questions, as we have come up with a list of top 10 SEO tools that anyone can use. And the best part is, you need not to spend a single penny on these tools. Yes, you heard it right. They are free of cost and are very useful for anyone who wants to start an online business or struggling to improve reach. So, let's jump right into the list. But before we do, kindly subscribe to our channel Simplilearn and hit the bell icon to never miss on such interesting and useful videos. To carry out best SEO practices, the first free tool on our list is the Keyword Planner. Keyword Planner is a free keyword research tool provided by Google. Proper keyword research is important as it increases the possibility to rank well on the search result pages. The Keyword Planner will help to discover new keywords, estimate monthly searches a keyword has, get the cost of ads for the keyword you're looking for, and help to organize keywords. Let's understand how to use Google Keyword Planner. Open your AdWords account. Now, go to the Tools section and select Keyword Planner. Now, you can either add a keyword to get new insights or upload a CSV file to get search volumes of already known keywords. Let's see how it works. Click on Discover New Keywords. From here, you can change the location. Enter the key phrase for which you need keyword insights. Click on Get Results. Here you can see all the keyword ideas related to your keyword phrase. Now, to get the search volumes of already known keywords, go to the Keyword Planner and click on Get Search Volume and Forecast. Now, upload your CSV file from here. Here, you will get search volumes for all the keywords. Other similar tools with free trials include keywordtool.io and Keyword Generator by Ahrefs. To know trending ideas, you can use Google Trends, whereas to get title ideas, you can use the Answer the Public tool, which is free. Now, let's see the next tool in the bucket. Google Search Console. Google Search Console is a free webmaster tool provided by Google. It is important to timely monitor your website and make it error-free. This is where Google Search Console comes into the picture. It helps businesses to monitor and maintain their website's presence in Google search results. Some features of Google Search Console includes getting confirmation that Google search engine can crawl your website, fix the problems in page indexing, sends pages for re-indexing, can view Google search traffic data, records the number of times your website appears in the search results, records the search queries for which website appears in the search result, shows the list of sites linking to you, and many more. Let's now understand how to use Google Search Console. Here, the total impressions suggests that number of times your website appears in the Google search results, whereas the total clicks suggests that number of times your website is clicked from the Google search result page. From the coverage section, you will get to know all the errors occurred during the crawling. We recommend you to try your hands on tools like Bing Webmaster Tool, and Ahrefs, which is free for website owners. Next up, we have the Yoast SEO plugin. Yoast SEO plugin helps in improving your search results ranking. It has a free as well as a paid version. As a beginner, you can quickly check the free version. It has an inbuilt feature that automatically carries out SEO analysis and readability analysis and automatically adds structured data. Let's take a quick look at SEO plugin. From here, you can add SEO title. From here, you can edit the slug. Slug is the part of URL. You can add the necessary keyword here. In the meta description section, you can add the meta description, which altogether looks like this, where this part is your slug. The keyword you want to add in your page should be added in the focus key phrase section. The SEO analysis section shows the SEO improvements in your content. Now moving towards the readability analysis. Readability analysis shows improvement in the textual content of the page. If both the indicators are green, then your SEO and readability both are good to go. For Yoast SEO, we have covered the significant features, and now we will understand one of the essential SEO tools, Google Analytics. Website tracking plays an important role in SEO. It helps in understanding the user behavior on your website. Google Analytics is an analytics tool used for tracking a website. The standard version of Google Analytics is free. We can integrate Google Analytics with Google Ads. The main features of Google Analytics include tracking session duration of users, pages per session, and tracking website traffic and bounce rate of users. Let's take a quick tour of Google Analytics. Here you can see reports of users for last 7 days. Now, go to the reports section in the dashboard. You can reset the time span to get the desired data from here. Go to retention, where you can see the number of new users and the number of returning users to your website. To know the data on monetization, go to the monetization section. Here you can see the monetization data for the selected time span. We will understand Google Analytics features and how it works in the upcoming videos in detail. Moving ahead with the next tool, which is Small SEO Tools, Plagiarism Checker. Duplicate content is hated by search engines. If not taken seriously, this could hurt your search rankings. The Plagiarism Checker detects duplicate data in your content and shows its source. You need to open this Plagiarism Checker. Here, you can add your content manually. After adding your content manually, you just need to undergo a verification and click on Check Plagiarism. And here we get the results. The content is 100% unique. In case if we get any duplicate content, we can check the sources from here. As our content is unique, we are not getting any results here. In case if you don't want to enter your content manually, you can upload the document file from here. Note that this checker checks for the top 1000 words of your content. So in case of lengthy content, you can break the content and then check for its uniqueness, in case you don't want to purchase the pro version. Moreover, you can also add a page URL to check the uniqueness of the content the page has over here, and follow the same process by clicking on the Check Plagiarism button. The Plagiarism Checker by Grammarly is also one of the free tools used for checking uniqueness in the content. The next tool that we have in our bucket is the Page Speed Insights. As per the data provided by Google, the bounce rate increases to 32% as the page load speed increases from 1 to 3 seconds. Page Speed Insights is the page speed check tool. Page Speed Insights is used to test the speed of a web page, and it is a free service offered by Google developers. Results of Page Speed Insights show what real users are experiencing about your page on mobile devices and desktops. To understand how to use it, let's go to Page Speed Insights and select the URL of the website for which you want to undergo the check. Enter the URL and click on Analyze button. Now choose whether you wish to undergo a check for mobile or desktop device. Here, I'll select a desktop device. Just in few seconds, you will get the required results. Another tool that we can use is tools.pingdom.com, which has free as well as paid versions. Moving forward to the next magic tool, which is SEMrush. To grow your business, it is essential to keep an eye on what your competitors are doing. This will help you to understand their strengths and implement similar strategies for your business as well. For this, you need to carry out competitor analysis. SEMrush is the competitor analysis tool that gives a complete walkthrough the competitors' data like keywords, backlinks, top performing content, campaigns, etc. It has free as well as paid versions. You can access free trials by simply signing up on semrush.com. So, let's take a quick overview of how it works. Log into your SEMrush account. Here, enter the URL of your competitor. Here, you can choose a geographical location for which the analysis is to be performed. By adding URL, you get all the competitor data. Here I have added SEMrush as a competitor So we are getting so many details of SEMrush. The organic keywords, the organic traffic, paid keywords, paid traffic, referral domains, and authority score. We can add a competitor as well from here. Now here you can see the data of both SEMrush and Ahrefs. Other than SEMrush, you can use SpyFu, which has some free daily trials. Now let me tell you about an excellent auditing tool, which is Screaming Frog. Dear learners, it is essential to know how your website is performing. And for this, you need to carry out frequent website audits. Screaming Frog is a website auditing tool that works similar to web crawlers. It has free as well as paid versions. Some features of free version include finding broken links, errors and redirects, analyzing page title and metadata, href lang attributes auditing, finding duplicate content, etc. with a crawl limit of 500 URLs. Let's know more about it. Go to Screaming Frog. Now, from here, download the tool on your system. Check various resources provided on how to learn the tool from here. Another alternative tool you can use for auditing is SEObility, where you can enter the URL and get the audit reports. Moving further with another free tool, which is Ahrefs Backlink Checker. Gaining high quality backlinks is an essential factor for SEO ranking, as it shows the trust of other websites in your content. Moreover, it helps in building the authority of your website. With the help of Backlink Checker, you get the data of all the websites linking to your website. Ahrefs Backlink Checker shows the data of top 100 backlinks, top 5 anchors, and top 5 pages, including total number of backlinks and referring domains in its free version. Let's have a quick look at the tool. Here, let's take example of wikipedia.com. So here we are checking backlinks for wikipedia.com. Now click on check backlink. Here we got details of backlinks for wikipedia.com. Alternatives to Ahrefs Backlink Checker are SEMrush Backlink Analytics tool and SEObility. By signing up with these tools, you will get some free trials for your site. Last but not the least, let's know about the mobile SEO tool, which is Mobile Friendly Test. Studies show that in year 2020, 60% of traffic was through mobile devices. Thus, it is essential to keep your website mobile friendly as well. Here is when the mobile-friendly test comes into action. It helps to check if your website is mobile-friendly or not. Go to mobile-friendly test and enter the URL of your website. Suppose I enter here www.wikipedia.com. Now click on test URL. Here you get the results. We can see that the page is mobile friendly. To check more details, you can navigate to your Search Console account. Well, if you think we are done for today, then keep watching this video as we have 2 bonus tools for you. So here comes the first one. The Serperator. Search results vary with mobile devices. Also, your brand ranking may differ from country to country. To get reports on this, Serperator will be your all-time companion. It shows how search results may differ for mobile devices or locations. Let's see how it works. Go to Serperator. Now, let's fill in the required fields. Now, let's select the location. Let's run the live test. And here we get the results. That's it. Daily you can run 3 free live tests. Isn't this amazing? Without taking a minute, let's know about the second bonus tool, which is the Rich Results Test. You must have seen these kinds of search results on search pages. Let's dive deep into it. Yes, these type of results are known as rich results. To check whether your site is optimized for rich results, go to Rich Results Test and add the URL of your website. Let's add the URL of Simplilearn. Now click on Test URL. Complete the verification and check the report. So here we can see that Simplilearn's website is eligible for Google Search's rich results. To monitor rich results for your complete website, you can easily navigate to your Search Console account.
we're going to talk about SEO tools. So let's get started. So if you're doing SEO and you're doing on-page and off-page SEO for an organization or a website, you're going to need some tools to help you. So you can't go at it alone. You can't do anything manually. You have to lean on tools to help you work more efficiently, help you gain an advantage. And so if you're doing SEO, you're going to need tools for keyword research. You're going to need tools to help you with the technical aspects related to SEO. You're going to have to use some tools for off-page SEO, including backlink monitoring and analysis. And then there's tools for helping you track where your keywords and pages rank. So there's tools for every element of SEO. And today we're going to take a look at some of the best tools out there on the market to help you do your job better. So let's start with the keyword research. So with keyword research tools, you can do your job a lot more efficiently finding the right relevant keywords. I mean, that's really key to SEO, is finding keywords that are relevant to your business, product, or service that you want to rank for. So you want to be able to choose keywords with high search volume and low competition. So where do you get those numbers? You get those from certain tools. You also want to get forecasts for certain targeted keywords. You want to be able to generate a list of latent semantic indexing type keywords, or keywords close to the keyword you're trying to target. You want to be able to select primary and secondary keywords wisely. So having a list of keywords with certain data points will help you do that. And you want to be able to identify the keywords that your competitors are also ranking for. So good keyword research tool will help you do all of those things. So what are some of the tools out there? Well, look no further than some of the free ones that Google offers, like Google Trends. So Google Trends is a good tool that you can lean on. So if we look at Google Trends, all you need to do is trends.google.com. You could type in a keyword. I can look at the volume or interest of that keyword over time. Here I'm looking at football versus American football, and I could see how it's trending. Then I could see, how it trends in specific regions of, say, the United States as my market. I can also look at other related queries similar to football or American football. And so Google Trends is a good tool, helps you look at the volume, helps you look at what specific regions, helps you look at other keywords. If you want, you can simply just do a keyword search, or you can actually just see what's trending just by looking at the latest stories and insights. So we could see International Women's Day, started to pick up steam, it's picking up more steam, etc. So it's certain keywords that tend to trend well, and you can pick up on what those keywords are using Google Trends. Now, you could also use another Google tool called Google Keyword Planner. The only difference is this one's paid. You need a Google Ads account. So if we go into Google Ads, you'll need to go to Tools, and you'll need to go to Keyword Planner. But when you're in Keyword Planner, you can find new keywords. So if I type in, for example, online marketing and click get started, what the keyword tool is going to do is give me the data that I need to do appropriate keyword research. It's going to give me my keyword and similar keywords. It's going to give me the average monthly volume. And the great thing here is I can actually see the trend for that keyword over time just by clicking on this little bar graph. So for digital marketing, I could see what the trend is over time. I could see what the competition is. I could see, if I'm going to bid on this keyword, I could see what the bidding range is. So more important, I could see the volume and I could see the competition. Here's my volume for this keyword over the last 12 months on average, and here's my competition. So Google's Keyword Planner gives you the necessary information you need to choose relevant keywords wisely. Now, there are other tools out there that are paid that help you look for relevant keywords like SEMrush or Keyword Finder. That's a freemium tool. So there are plenty of tools available to you. Another tool I use that's not listed here is Moz. So if you just type a keyword, let's just type in the same keyword like online marketing, for example. Okay, so what Moz is going to do is going to give me some volume. It's going to give me some other keyword suggestions. Okay, it's going to tell me how difficult that keyword is, and it's going to tell me who else is ranking for that keyword. So it gives me, again, all the relevant information I need, including competitive information. So you can use these these keyword tools. Moz is freemium, some are paid, some are free. There's plenty of tools out there, but these are the ones I would recommend for keyword research. Now let's turn our attention to technical SEO. So for technical SEO, you're going to need to use some tools. There's no getting around that, because you want to be able to monitor how your website is performing. I mean, is it loading slow, for example? Does it have a lot of issues with the website in terms of server-side rendering, for example, or server response time? What about 404s and redirects? So you want to be able to gather a lot of the technical information that could aid or prohibit your site from ranking. So you want to be able to also, look at what the bots are seeing and how they're viewing your website. So if Google goes to crawl your site, are they experiencing, a slow server response time? Or are they experiencing pages not found? You also want to see if you have a sitemap. What's the sitemap? Are these bots crawling your site or getting the pages from a sitemap? And again, you want to be able to lean on some of these tools to help you fix errors that you may encounter, like meta tags or 404s or canonicals. So you need a good tool to help you manage all of that. And so I'm going to go back to Moz starting out. So if we go back to Moz, Moz is a good tool. It's an all-in-one. It's a great SEO platform. So if I go to Moz and I log into an account, I can just go to site crawl. And so what Moz is going to do, it's going to give me a lot of information about how Moz's bot is seeing my site. Okay, so if I go to the site crawl, I can look at all the particular critical issues that I've experienced. So I could see 404 errors, okay, redirects related to that. I could see meta descriptions, missing meta descriptions, duplicate content. So there's a lot of different issues that Moz is detecting for this particular site. And the great thing about Moz, and this is why I use Moz as my SEO platform, I don't work for Moz, I've just used them a long time, is if you do have issues, then they give you ways to fix it, the how to fix it section. So if I see missing description here, if I just click on review, I can get a more in-depth analysis as to what the issues are here. But I can also click on the why and how to fix, okay? And they're going to give you some information about how this is impacting SEO and what you could do to fix the issue. They lay out the issues pretty prominently here. You can see for all the metadata issues I have 142 total metadata issues. I have 10 title tag too longs. I have 122 missing meta descriptions. So they lay it out nicely here up the top so you can kind of get a sense of what to work on. And again, they prioritize it based on the severity of the issue. And then they break it down into several categories. For example, I just looked at metadata issues. You can see if I click on content issues, I have some duplicate content that Moz is recognizing, or missing or valid H tags. So Moz does a really, really great job laying all the issues out for you to recognize. Okay, there's another tool that I like to use called Screaming Frog. It's a pay tool. So if we go look here, great thing I like about a Screaming Frog, it will crawl your site and it will give you a list of issues, just like Moz does, of what it sees in your site. Is it experiencing 404s, broken links? Are there any redirects it's picking up? Duplicate content, sitemaps, their JavaScript issues, how does it see the site architecture? So it really does take a deep look at everything that could impact your website from ranking. Okay, there are other tools out there like, Deep Crawl or WooRank. They're both paid. And so paid tools are really great as well. It just depends on, your pricing structure, what your budget is. But really, when it comes to all these tools, they all more or less overlap and do the same thing. You just need to rely on one of them to make sure that you're able to see what the issues are. Now, there's nothing wrong with using two of them, just as a second reference point to see if both are picking up the same issue. And of course, I like to use Search Console. I always like to lean on Google Search Console because that is the source. So Search Console will also, give you some feedback on how Google's bot is crawling your site. So that's under the crawl error section here. So you can also, use Search Console to upload a sitemap. So that's a key to SEO. You want Google to be able to find your web pages quickly, so you can simply just signify to Google where your sitemap is located. So So the Search Console does a lot more, gives you some HTML improvements, gives you some backlinking, and then the process of updating the Search Console user interface. So there's a new user interface that you can use with Google Search Console. The great thing is it's free and it has everything you need to know about your website and how it's affected by SEO, organic search. The only thing you have to do with Search Console is verify the site. But once you verify it, it has all the relevant information you need. So let's talk about backlink monitoring and analysis. Okay, so this is related to off-page SEO. So you're going to need a good tool to help you monitor your website backlinks. And backlinks are simply just links from external sites pointing to your site. And you need to keep an eye on what sites are linking to yours. Are they spammy related sites? Are they good or relevant sites, or anything in between? So you need to really be able to analyze what the good links are and what the bad links are pointing to your website. And you can also, given the tool, also perform some competitor analysis. So you should be able to use a tool to be able to compare how your site's ranking against your competitor. Okay, you want to measure the ratio of referring domains to backlinks. So how many pure domains are linking to your site? So you want a tool that's going to be able to tell you that. You want to identify and disavow poor backlinks. Okay, so you want to be able to recognize which sites are linking to yours that's actually hurting you from an SEO standpoint, and you want to be able to do something about that. Okay, you want to measure citation flow and trust flow. You want to check the ratio of link distribution in terms of, is it internal or external, or what kind of sites are linking to my site? Are they social related? Are they pure content related? And then you want to be able to track the number of do follow and no follow links. How many links pointing to our site are actually telling Google and other bots not to follow the link, or how many are actually allowing the bots to follow that link. If a bot follows a link, it's going to pass what we call link juice. So you're going to get credit for the backlink. If it's a no follow, you're not going to get credit for the backlink. And we want to be able to measure that. And so we want to have tools that will help us do that. So what are some of those tools? Well, Ahrefs is a good tool. It's a paying tool. Majestic is a freemium tool. Moz, again, Moz is the tool I use. SEMrush, and then again, I got to mention Google Search Console. So let's take a look at some of these tools in terms of backlink monitoring and analysis. So let's start with Google Search Console. Again, it's free. You just have to verify your site. And so if I go to Google Search Console, I can look at links and I could see what external links I have pointing to my site. Okay, so I could see I have 17,000 in this example pointing to the homepage of this particular site. Okay, so if I click on that, I could see all the top sites pointing to my homepage. Now, from an off-page SEO perspective, do you want every backlink or external link pointing to your homepage? No. So you want links pointing to internal pages. So you want to be able to measure that. So I could see what the top linking sites are, and I could also see what the anchor text is. So do I want my anchor text always to be my brand name? No. I want it to be, keyword we're trying to target. Search Console also gives you some internal links. Okay, what are the top link pages for internal links? So from an SEO perspective, you always want to have a nice balance of internal linking. So this report helps you understand what pages are getting links and are the links evenly spread. So this is Google Search Console. This is the links report. This is totally free. This is provided by Google. All you have to do is verify your site. Now, if we go over to Moz, we type in a domain, any domain. So I just typed in Simplilearn. Okay, Moz has some metrics that are important to off-page SEO, including domain authority. So the higher your domain authority, the better off you are. And so what helps a domain authority grow is how many quality links are pointing to that domain. And so here we could see over 7,500 linking domains to Simplilearn. So what's important is we just don't want any site. We want quality, relevant sites pointing. Okay, so we could see how many total inbound links and then how many ranking keywords we have. Okay, so here, Moz is going to give me kind of an idea of what my domain authority has been over time. They're going to tell me the top followed links to this site. So they're going to tell me, what are those links pointing to my site and what's the page authority of those sites. Okay, here I can get a nice graphical breakdown of the linking domains by domain authority. So you want pages with high domain authority pointing to your site. So here I can see 69 linking domains between 91 and 100. So that's really good. We want high relevant domains linking to our site. So just like Search Console, I can see the top anchor text being used, okay, and I can see the top pages that have, good page authority on the site. I could see following versus no follow on internal and external links. So this is just the overview. So Moz really does break down for you, what those pages and linking domains are. So if I just click on linking domains, now I could get a detailed look for my homepage, what domains are pointing to our domain. So I could see Microsoft.com has a domain authority of 100, YouTube 99. And so not only does Moz provide you with the domains, it also provides you with their domain authority score and spam score. So you want to keep an eye on any particular site that has a high spam score. So having a site with a high spam score and a low domain authority will hurt your domain and page authority for that page. So Moz does a great job of breaking it out, and this is for any page. It doesn't necessarily have to be the home page. Okay, if I take a look at another example here, Majestic. So Majestic, again, I can use a free version of the tool. They have their own metrics, citation flow, trust flow. So when they say trust flow, what's the link quality all about? Okay, citation flow, what's the link volume? Okay, they can get an idea of how many external backlinks are pointing to the site and what's the trend on that, referring domains. So Majestic does a really good job. Again, some of the same metrics that we could see here, except they go into detail about languages as well. So this is Majestic, and you got Search Console, you got a lot of other tools. And then I'm going to just revert back to Moz because you want to be able to compare link profiles. If you're in a competitive space and you're doing off-page SEO, Moz will help you compare how your site stands against maybe another competitive site or relevant site. So just doing this analysis, I can compare my domain authority, spam score, how many total links, how many external followed links or external no followed links, a breakdown of linking domains. So it does a nice job of comparing one site versus another. That's going back to Moz, and that's what you want. You want a good tool that's going to help you do that. I mean, there's other tools out there not listed like Bright Edge that will also help you compare linking profiles. So at the end of the day, if you're doing off-page SEO, you want to get a sense of what sites are linking to yours. Are they quality sites? Are they spammy? What anchor text are they using? Are they no follow? Are they do follow? Are they top domains? How do you compare against your competitors? I mean, all these metrics are related to off-page SEO. So you want a good tool that's going to help you measure this. Okay, so let's talk about rank tracking. So when we do keyword research, we're looking for relevant keywords. We find our relevant keywords. We assign primary and secondary keywords to pages. We optimize those pages. We do off-page SEO, and we're doing all this work for SEO. Okay, we want to be able to measure the fruits of our labor. We want to be able to measure how we perform for on and off-page SEO for the keywords we covet and the pages they're related to. And so that's where rank tracking comes into play. So we want to be able to track our website's ranking, and not just our website, all the pages we've optimized. We want to be able to measure our click-through rates and impressions. We want to be able to track the ranking for both desktop and mobile for specific locations. And we want to identify top performing, gaining and losing keywords. So in other words, we want to look at trends. Is a keyword ranking? Is it going up in ranking? Is it going down in ranking? If it's going down in ranking, then you need to take action. So you need a tool, a good tool for rank tracking. So we can look no further than, again, Google Search Console. It's free. It's right from the source. So let's take a look at what Google Search Console has to offer in terms of rank tracking. So if I go to Google Search Console and I put in a URL, what it's going to do is it's going to give me, and this is the search queries report, it's going to give me what queries people have used to actually type into google.com, and it's going to be able to tell me how many times my pages showed up for that query. It could be more than one page, so that's an impression. And if I did receive an impression, meaning did my page show up in the organic listing, then did I get a click as a result? And so in this case, if I got 68 impressions and 10 clicks for keywords somebody typed in, that's a 14.7% click-through rate. rate. And so what Search Console will also do is say, hey, look, for that particular keyword, you appeared on average in position 4.1. So it gives you really good insight as to, what people are typing in and how you're being found for those keywords. It breaks it down by pages, it breaks it down by country, breaks it down by device. So I could see, mobile, I've had 899 impressions over the last 3 months on mobile, and I received 33 clicks as a result. My average position on mobile was 2.6. So Search Console does a really good job. Again, this is free information providing you the actual keywords somebody's using on Google search as a query, and how many impressions you're receiving for that keyword, how many clicks, click-through rate, and then average position. So in theory, the higher you are positioned on Google, the more clicks you're going to receive. So if I'm not positioned properly for a keyword, let's just say page 2, then I'm probably not going to receive as many clicks as I would like. So that's Search Console. There are other tools out there like Ahrefs, again, does a good job of tracking. AMZ Tracker. We look at Winsure. So there's some good tools out there. I'm just going to show you another one again. I'm going to go back to Moz, for example. So Moz has a tool called, so if I go back into the account, so Moz has a rankings tool that you can look at to see where your keywords are ranking. So if you've already chosen keywords and optimized pages for those keywords, then you want to be able to load those keywords into Moz. And so Moz allows you to do that. And so what Moz does is they do a crawl once a week, and they'll be able to tell you where you rank for all your keywords. Are we moving up in the rankings? Are we moving down? How many keywords do we have ranked between positions 1 and 3, 11 through 20, 4 through 10, 21 through 50? So we'll be able to see where our keywords rank. And so it gives you a breakdown here of nationally in the United States where this keyword is ranked, and if it's moved up or down, and for what URL is it ranked for. And so you can label the keywords, and this is what you want to look for in a good tool. You want to be able to organize your keywords and label them. So for all our branded keywords, we want to be able to label them branded, because ideally you don't want to optimize for your brand keywords. So maybe we want to exclude our brand keywords and look at our non-brand keywords in terms of ranking. And so you can certainly add locations and look at specific locations. The whole idea behind a good ranking tool is to be able to measure, if a keyword is trending up or down. Okay, so I can simply look at a particular keyword and I can see the trend of that keyword. And then, if a keyword's not ranking, then we want to wonder why it's not ranking. Well, is it difficult? Is it not ranking because of its difficulty? Or can we do a better job of optimizing for that keyword? And so Moz also has a page optimization tool. So if you're not ranking for a keyword, you can flip over to the page optimization tool, then put in the keyword, put in the URL, and Moz will give you some idea as to what you can further do to optimize the page. Okay, so that's Moz. This is Ahrefs. So you can see Ahrefs does the same thing. They provide you some visibility, average position, how much traffic, where you're ranking in terms of positions 1 through 3, 4 through 10, 11 through 50. And so you want to be able to get a sense of where my track keywords are trending. Are they trending up? Are they trending down? And the whole idea, again, beyond a ranking tool is if you're trending down, you want to be able to address why it's trending down. So you want to start with on-page SEO. Can we do a better job of optimizing? Or off-page? Does that page need more backlinks? So that's why you need a backlink tool to support your ranking. And Ahrefs does offer up some competitor information as well. So you can see how your competitors are performing. So these are some good examples of ranking tools that you can take advantage of. Now, there are also a few important SEO tools that can be helpful in different ways. For example, if you're doing video. So there are some tools to help you measure how you're performing via video. For example, vidIQ. So let's take a look at vidIQ. So if I load in, say, video in YouTube, in this example, how to rank YouTube videos, I have a vidIQ extension loaded into my browser in Chrome. And so now I can get a good sense of how many views, the duration, the engagement rate, the like ratio, how many people shared it on Reddit. But further, I can look at how the video is optimized. So they're telling me the title's too long here, maybe shorten it up, but we have tags tags, we have descriptions, we have cards, we have end screens. It's been shared on Facebook. It hasn't been shared on Twitter. Okay, it is public. We do have pinned comments and we do have hearted comments. And so this gives me an idea of how we did in terms of optimizing this particular video. Okay, so if we wanted to tweak it, we could tweak the title tag, make it a little bit shorter to help it rank better on YouTube. So you want to be able to use a tool like this because if you have videos, then you want those videos to rank. And so you can certainly watch this video on how to rank your YouTube videos. And in that video, we do allude to vidIQ. So you want to be able to use a tool like this because, YouTube, it is a video portal, but it's the second largest search engine behind Google. So if you do have videos, you want to be able to rank for them, and you want a tool that's going to help you measure and help you understand if you are ranking, if you're not ranking, why are you not ranking? Now, for content optimization, there are tools you can use like SEO Site Checkup or Site Analyzer are some good tools. If you already have Moz as an example, just going back to Moz, as you already know, I use Moz a lot. So they have a page optimization so you could check the content and how you're optimized your content. So it's going to give me some good feedback on, is your page title, meta description, are they in line? Okay, so it's going to give you some good feedback on that. You also have, again, I have to allude to Search Console. You can always look at a particular page in Search Console, see if it has any errors as well. So is it duplicated meta description? Is it a duplicated title tag? Is it any pages missing title tags or meta descriptions? So when it comes to content, you can look at Search Console, you can lean on Moz, or you can lean on some of these other paid versions like Site Analyzer. When it comes to traffic and metrics, look no further than Google Analytics. There is a free version of Google Analytics as well as a paid version. So if I go into Google Analytics, it's going to tell me all of my website behavior. Okay, who's coming to my site, how they got to my site, how they behaved once they went to my site, and are they achieving the goals I set out for them to achieve via conversions. And so you want to look at first in Google Analytics how much traffic you're getting. So if I go to Google Analytics, if I go to acquisition, all traffic channels, I should be able to see how much traffic organic search is driving over a period of time. So I could see how many users, how many sessions. Then if I click on landing pages, I could see what landing page they went to.
Imagine giving your website a boost with the power of AI, helping it climb higher in search results and attract more visitors. Exciting, right? That's exactly what an SEO audit does. It's like a health check for your site where AI tools can quickly find the little things that might be showing you down, from page speed to broken links, and suggest smart ways to fix them. By using AI to optimize your site, you not only improve how it looks to search engines like Google, but also give users a smooth, faster experience. It's a simple but powerful way to get more eyes on your content, stay ahead of the competition, and make sure your site is always in the tip-top shape. Regular SEO audits powered by AI are your secret weapon to keep growing and succeeding online. Now you must be wondering what an SEO audit is. Is it necessary? How to even perform it? No worries. In this video, I will let you know everything you need to know about SEO audit and how to perform it as a complete beginner. Without making any delay, let's understand what is an SEO. SEO, or search engine optimization, is the process of making a website easier to find on search engines. It involves using the right keywords, creating helpful content, and ensuring the site loads quickly and works well on mobile devices. SEO also includes improving individual pages and building links from other sites. The goal is to help the website rank higher in search results so more people can discover it. After we have a basic understanding of what SEO actually is, let us know what is an SEO audit. An SEO audit is a detailed check of a website to see how well it can be found on search engines. It looks at factors like how fast the site loads, if it works well on mobile devices, and if the content uses the right keywords or not. AI tool plays a crucial role in the process by analyzing data more efficiently, identifying keyword trends, and accessing user behavior to provide insights. The audit also checks how other website links to it and whether the content is useful for visitors. It examines how easy it is for users to navigate the site and compares it to the competitors. After the audit, you receive a report with suggestions, often enhanced by AI recommendations on how to improve the site's SEO, helping it rank higher in the search results and attract more visitors. So, by now, you must be wondering why it is important to conduct an SEO audit. So here's why. Conducting an SEO audit is crucial for improving a website's search engine rankings and overall performance. It helps identify technical issues such as broken links or poor site structure that can hinder search engine crawling and indexing. Additionally, an audit enhances user experience by ensuring the site is mobile-friendly, fast, easy to navigate, which reduces bounce rates and increases conversions. It also ensures content remains relevant and optimized for target keywords, driving organic traffic without the need for paid ads. Regular SEO audits help websites stay updated with algorithm changes and provide insights into how to outperform competitors. Now, the most important part, I will let you know the 2 AI tools to conduct a basic SEO audit for complete beginners. So let's get into the video. So the first SEO audit website I would be talking about today is AIO SEO, that is all-in-one SEO. It is very easy and beginner friendly. What you need to do is you have to paste your website URL over here in the search box and then you have to click on analyze. So let's get started. I'm using today the Shopify's website to get you an SEO audit. So I will just show you. Analyze. It may take a few minutes as it is scanning, and see it has provided with a free SEO report over here. So it will first start with the overall site score, that is how your website is doing overall. It is 82 by 100 is good. Obviously it's excellent. It has commented also, and a very good score is between 60 to 80. For best results, you should strive for 70 and above. So 82, it is already good. It has now further broken down in the audit into 5 critical issues, 0 recommendations, and good results. The best part is it also shows you the good results and even the critical issues. So basically, it has divided the report into 1, 2, 3, 4 types, like the basic SEO properties, advanced SEO, performance, and security. So first, get into the first basic SEO. So it is good. It is good. Like the correct symbols are for those that are working well on your website, and the cross red mark is basically you need to fix this issue. So some images on the page have no alt attribute. So like there are 51 links. You can even see the URLs over here. And this is working good. Moving on to the next, advanced SEO. The page is using the canonical link tag. All this is fine. You don't have to fix over the advanced SEO part. Performance. The server is not using expires headers for the images, and you can click over here and see basically what is the problem. The page makes 43 requests. More than 20 requests can result in slow page loading. The performance would be less because it makes 43 requests. More than 20 requests can actually hamper the page loading. So it is necessary. You need to focus on this. And the size of the HTML document is 73 KB. You need to also focus over here. So this is over our recommendation of 50 KB. So they will provide you the recommendations too. And basically, this is nice, I would say. Moving on to the security part, everything looks nice. Directly listing seems to be disabled on the server. That is nice. And see, it is very beginner friendly. And the best part is you can even download the report from here. Like you can click on download and get the whole report into your own device, and you can see and make the free changes. So it is very beginner friendly, and I would suggest that use it and have a for all the beginners, I would say use it, and it would like help you to get a free SEO report. The next website I would be talking about is rankmath.com. It is also an SEO analyzer, and this is nothing different. You will just need to paste your website URL over here and then click on analyze. And after that, you will get the free report. Your free SEO audit report is ready. So it is giving you the overall website score. It is 82. It is nice. We have seen it. And there are 0 warnings and 3 failed tests. So let's see, move on. Common keywords, SEO description. So it has given a right symbol that the meta description was found, and it is 145 characters long. So it has no problem. You don't have to fix anything. And yeah, coming to the image alt attributes, as we have seen in the previous website, SEO audit, that some images on your homepage have no alt attributes. So yeah, you will need to say this. And the best part over here is, you will be getting some recommendations on how to fix it. So if you click on it, basically it will give you some suggestions that check your images for missing alt tags and add useful descriptions to each image. Add your keywords or synonyms, but do it in a natural way. So you basically need to check your images, that you are giving it the alt tags and using the descriptions for each image, that what that image is about, and you have to give the keywords or synonyms of that to make it a better one. So this all looks good. Links, ratio, SEO title. Coming to the next, advanced SEO. Search preview is good. No problem is there. And scrolling down, you will see that it all works good. Performance is also good, but yeah, we can see one cross symbol. Your homepage makes 42 requests. More than 20 requests can result in a slow page loading. We have found this in the previous audit also. So like it will give you how to fix. Try to replace embedded objects with HTML5 alternatives. This HTML new version has some alternatives, and you need to replace the embedded objects of that. Page size, the size of the HTML document is 71 KB over the average of 33 KB, and our recommendation is of 50 KB. You need to their recommendation is they're recommending you need to do it on 50 KB, and you are having 71 KB. Then let's see how to fix it. First, remove any unnecessary tags from your markup. Okay, from that HTML, you need to remove the unnecessary tags. This includes developer comments, which are invisible to your users, search engines, and ignore the text in comments too. Sometimes inline CSS is a culprit. Okay, a little inline CSS can help your page render faster. Too much will bloat the HTML. Obviously, they prefer outline CSS, and inline CSS is not preferred. You can reduce the CSS repetition with HTML class and ID attributes. That is fine. Everything you need to change on the HTML CSS, that is coding part, and everything else looks fine. You can even share an email and print this SEO audit. And I will say this is 3 million plus happy users. So it is basically a very good website for a free SEO audit, and is very beginner friendly. And I will recommend to use this. So both the free AI tool will help you get a free SEO audit, and make sure you fix your website issues and make your website rank higher.
Did you know that 93% of online experiences begin with a search engine? That's a massive audience you are missing out on if your website isn't ranking high on search result pages, that is SERPs. But SEO can feel challenging, filled with complex algorithms and ever-changing practices. Enter ChatGPT, the AI assistant that's like having a secret SEO weapon in your arsenal. By using its language processing power, you can put it into work and watch your SEO results explode. With the help of it, you can generate keyword ideas that drive targeted traffic. You can craft compelling content that keep visitors attracted. And you can also optimize your meta descriptions and titles for maximum clicks. So in this video, we will understand how using ChatGPT, you can boost your SEO strategy backed by actionable insights and metrics that matter. So in this tutorial, we will cover finding a title, generating the content, how to modify the content according to you. Then we will understand SEO prompts for statistics and FAQs. After that, we will understand plagiarism check, meta title and descriptions, and in the end, ChatGPT for summary. Alright, so now before using the ChatGPT's abilities to enhance SEO in your system, we need to install an extension. That extension is known as AIPRM. So the AIPRM extension is a powerful tool designed to enhance ChatGPT capabilities, especially for SEO and digital marketing. This extension integrates with ChatGPT, enables it to perform advanced tasks that improve your online presence. With AIPRM, you can optimize your content for search engines, ensuring higher rankings and better visibility. So let's first understand how to add this extension to your Chrome browser. So this is our Chrome browser. Here we'll go and we'll type AIPRM extension. Click on enter. So this is the first link basically. We'll click on it. And this is AIPRM for ChatGPT. Don't get confused with any other extension. This looks like this. And now we'll click on add to Chrome. And then add extension. And that's it. Now let's just click on allow. And it is integrated, I believe. Yes. So as you can see, it is also showing a quick start tutorial. Select a prompt template, enter the word phrase or more, send message. So we'll click on get. If you want to view tutorials, you can click on this. Otherwise, you can get started with AIPRM. So as you can see, the whole layout, the whole interface is changed. There are a lot of things over here. Let me explain to you guys what all these things are. Alright, so there are various options under public and on, from which you can filter prompts by topic, as you can see, or activity. And then prompts can be sorted by top videos trending, as you can see. And there are actually 4892 prompts available, and you can see the first 12 on this page, as you can see. And some examples of prompts here is like, you can say Yoast SEO optimized content writer, human written 100% unique SEO optimized article. So these are the examples of prompt. Now first of all, we'll ask ChatGPT to write a blog post for us on, let's say, fitness. All right, so we'll ask ChatGPT fitness in everyday lifestyle. All right, let's click on this. So we haven't used any prompt till yet, so let's just first put this input and let's see what ChatGPT gives us. All right, so as you can see, this is the topic name: importance of everyday fitness, simple strategies to incorporate fitness. Then we can see subtopics are also there. All right, and here's the conclusion. All right, so this is basically our blog post. So now let's say we want to optimize this blog post and we want to do SEO on this one itself. So let's first just copy this. We'll copy this and paste in our document. All right, so this is our document and we have pasted this. All right, now let's go back over here and let's say we want to write it in a more familiar, or you can say friendly tone, and in a more explanatory tone you can also use. So let's just write this. Don't worry about the spelling, guys. ChatGPT take care of this. All right, so let's see what are the changes in both of these blog posts. Let's just wait to finish it. And here's the conclusion. So this is the second blog post. So let's understand the difference in between these two first. We'll first check out for this one. Start small, begin with manageable changes. All right. As you can see, here it is begin with manageable changes, take the stairs instead of elevator, walk or bike to nearby destinations or stand and stretch during work breaks. These small efforts can add up over time. Alright, let's just see what is written over here in the second blog post. In the second blog post, it is written begin with manageable changes that fit seamlessly into your daily routine. For example, or for instance, choose to take the stairs instead of elevator, walk or bike to nearby destination instead of driving, or stand and stretch during work breaks. These small efforts can accumulate over time and contribute to your overall fitness. So if we want to take the second one, which is a few changes, it is more bit explanatory compared to the first one. We can just copy paste this one as well. So you can write a second prompt as well, in which if you want to write in a friendly tone or in a formal tone, you can write like that. All you have to do is to just write the prompt in ChatGPT. Let's just copy paste it. We'll replace it with the second one. All right, so now we are back in ChatGPT. So now basically we have the blog post content. Basically we have the content of it. Now we want to polish it. We want to select the best title out of it and many more things. So for that, let's just make use of prompts. Instead of writing all these prompts by yourself, you can make use of the prompts that comes with AI PRM ChatGPT prompts. All right. So let's just say we want to write about the title. We want to select a perfect title for this blog post. So what we can do is we'll go over here and first of all we'll select in topics, we'll go and we'll select copywriting because we want to write about the SEO optimized title. We want the best title. We'll select copywriting, confirm. All right. Now after this you can just go for prompts, whichever you like. I'm gonna go for this one, blog post title generator, as you can see. Also, if you didn't get what you wanted, then you can go for the search engine over here. You can just type. Let's just say if you if you're writing a script basically and you want a perfect title for it, then you can write a script generator or something like that over here. Automatically, whichever prompt that are relevant to it will come. All right. So we have selected this one, blog post title generator, because we have to create a title for our blog post. We'll click on this. And now all we have to do is to write the name of our blog post. The name of our blog post is, we'll select everyday lifestyle, fitness in everyday lifestyle. Let's just select this one. All right. Now, as you can see, you can select the titles to write. It is 5. Let's just select 10. All right. Now the language you can select English, and many more languages are there. We'll keep it in English itself. Tone, emotional or default. Let's just be default itself. Poetic, default itself. We'll keep it like this. All right. Now click on this. Let's just see. So according to ChatGPT APRM prompt, these are the 10 best titles that we can implement in our blog post. Now what we want to do is select one best title out of it. All right, so these are 10. We have to select one out of it. So for that, we'll go to Google Keyword Planner. So this is Google Keyword Planner. We'll click on this, find your campaign and keywords. We'll click on this, visit Keyword Planner. Now you guys might be thinking, what is Google Keyword Planner? So let me explain to you guys. So this Google Keyword Planner is a free tool that helps you find keywords for your online content. It shows you how often people search for certain words and phrases and how much competition there is to rank for those keywords. This way you can choose the best keywords to target in your ads or blog post or website to attract more visitors and potential customers. So it will give you the numbers basically which are mostly ranking and having the competition. Alright, so we'll click on discover new keywords and let's select where it is. We'll select the first 10. Go to Google Keyword Planner and now here we will paste it. So all 10 of them are pasted. Now what we'll do is we'll click on get results. So after clicking on get results, as you can see, so this is average monthly searches, this is competition. We want the maximum monthly searches, fitness, healthy lifestyle, and low in competition. So according to your preference, you can select from here, and whichsoever, this is 100k to 1 million, and many more topics you can select from here which has low competition. So as you can see, this treadmill has more average view, 100k to 1 million, but the competition is also high, so we should keep the competition low as well. So we should keep in mind, so we can select our best title from it, so whichever suits. All right, after selecting the best title, we can go to our, what we call this, blog post, to change the title. So this is the new title, let's keep it like this. All right, so now our title is done. Now let's go back to chat GPT, and here is a chat GPT, and now let's go to its layout. Now here we want to write the content regarding that title. So what we'll do is, basically we'll go over here and we'll select SEO, and once we have selected it, we'll select this prompt, human written 100% used SEO optimized article. Now based on that title that we have generated, we'll write a complete content on it. We'll use the help of this prompt. So as you can see, GPT 3.5 Turbo, GPT-4, GPT-4o. We'll select this and paste our title. So this is our title, transform your life, how everyday fitness can boost your health. So now this prompt will generate the content based on this title. All right, now let's see. So as you can see, transform your life, how everyday fitness can boost your health. This is the content outline, the article outline, you can say. So this is the introduction, what is everyday fitness, then physical fitness benefits, and it keeps on writing. I believe it'll be a long article or blog. So you don't have to write too many prompts for this. You can just do this and the whole thing will take care of it on. As you can see, FAQs are also being generated by this prompt. Otherwise, we would have wrote another prompt for the FAQ. And many things are there that should be in there in the article or blog. So yeah, now we can select our article or blog, we can say. So we have the title, we don't want the outline, let's say. We'll take it from here, from the introduction. It's a long article, I believe. As you can see, this last question is not completed, but you can click on continue generating and it will complete that. We don't want the last question. I think 3 questions or 4 questions are sufficient for us. So now as we have copied it, first of all, we need to make sure that our content is unique. It is not plagiarized, because we can't publish or use the plagiarized content. So we have to be sure that we are using the unique content. For that, we'll have to go to this site known as Dupli Checker. We'll click on this first link, and now as you can see here, we can copy and paste it. We can just exclude this last question as I told you. All right, now our content, our article is pasted. Now we will check the plagiarism. All right, first of all, we'll have to tell them that we are not a robot, and then we have to click on check plagiarism. All right, so it is showing maximum 1000 words allowed per search. All right, so let's just do one thing. We'll do it because if you want to do 1000 words, you'll have to go for their pro version or the premium version. So we now have to use some part of it, not the complete part. It's actually a long article, so from the role we'll take. As you can see, number of words is 505 and result found 0% plagiarism, 12% unique. All right, so plagiarism is 3%. I think that can be, we can neglect it. And now let's check for the rest of this one. All right, here we'll copy and paste it. Check plagiarism. As you can see, number of words 671, 0% plagiarism, 12% unique. So I don't think it will be a problem. So it is good to go, I believe. And now we just copy and paste it. So let's take it from here till here. Alright, so this is our content now. So our content was not plagiarized, but let's just say if it is plagiarized and is not unique. So what should we do? Then we can simply put a prompt in ChatGPT that make it non-plagiarized or make it unique or rephrase it. For let's say that plagiarized checker, the duplicate checker, mentions the particular lines of where there is plagiarism. So you can select that line, put into ChatGPT, and ask them to rephrase or make it plagiarism free. By doing this, you can make the complete content plagiarism free. It is very easy. Or else you can use a prompt from AIPRM. As I told you, all you have to do is to just type plagiarism free content writer and a particular prompt will come. You can just put your content in that prompt and the rest ChatGPT will take care of. All right. Now to boost your SEO strategy, you must focus on EEAT, that is expertise, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness, and keep that human element strong. Use ChatGPT to improve your content with interesting verified facts and relevant examples. Create a FAQ section to answer common questions and look for any missing information to fill in. These steps will help you make high quality content that connects with your audience and ranks better in search engines. So for that, we'll write a prompt to ChatGPT to include the what we call FAQs and the statistics. If you want to make use of statistics and FAQs and include it in our content, so how should we do that? Let's just understand it. Let's come to our ChatGPT again. Now here what we'll do is we'll write a simple prompt saying no. First we'll go to the new topic. Now here, because otherwise it will keep on writing in that prompt itself. Alright, we'll write please add to what we call stats, or you can write statistics, and one analogy and a FAQ section with answers to this content draft to increase engagement. All right, now you want to if you want to paste a particular section of your content, you can also do that, or else you can paste the entire content. It's as per your choice. So let me just paste a particular section. Let's just paste this one, and all right, let's see. All right, so as you can see, statistics. Studies show that engaging in just 30 minutes of moderate physical activity each day can reduce the risk of chronic disease like heart disease. So these are the statistics, and these are the analogies, and this is the FAQ section that you can include in your content or a particular section of the content. Usually these statistics are included in the introduction part to make it more interesting, so you can make use of it and do that. Alright, moving forward, let's understand the ChatGPT prompts for meta titles and descriptions. So, crafting meta titles and descriptions is essential for drawing readers' attention. So, it is necessary that we should use that. Alright, so now we'll be writing a particular prompt for it. For that, for the content part, I'll be leaving the space content here and create a meta description and title for this content. Here this means this one. All right, including the keyword. Now here we'll mention the keyword. All right, so whatever is the focus keyword or the primary keyword you want to include it in. All right, and make it easy to read and add a CTA. So let's just paste our content over here. So where is our content? This is our content, and let's just use this one again. You have to use the entire content, but I'm just showing you, so you can use this one itself. It will be more than enough. You don't have to worry about it. And the focus keyword is healthy lifestyle. All right, so this is it. Now all we have to do is to wait, we've done something wrong. Here we'll paste the healthy lifestyle. And as we can see, title, transform your health with everyday fitness. This is meta description. Discover how incorporating everyday fitness into your routine can transform your health. This is meta description. This is CTA. Ready to transform your life? Start incorporating everyday fitness into your routine today. So you can make use of it using this prompt. And yes, now let's understand the ChatGPT prompt for writing summaries. So now, like, writing blog summaries and posting them on LinkedIn and Twitter helps you reach a wider audience. By sharing engaging snippets, you can attract more visitors to your blog, increasing traffic to your website. This practice also establishes you as an expert in your field, building your brand and reputation. So social media platforms facilitate interaction through likes, shares, and comments, boosting engagement with your content. So posting a blog summary in your social media like Twitter, LinkedIn, etc., will be helpful for you. So now let's just write a particular prompt in ChatGPT for creating that blog summary for us. All right. So let's make use of it. We'll write, please create a 100-word summary of this post optimized for Twitter. So as ChatGPT already have your content, so you don't have to worry about repasting it. So let's just see. Alright, as we can see, looking to improve your health without spending hours at gym, everyday fitness is the key. Incorporate physical activity into your daily routine for profound effects on your physical and mental well-being. Just 30 minutes of daily activity can reduce chronic disease risk by 30% and boost mental health. So yeah, it has included all the things that we wanted from our content or blog to this. And it also has mentioned the hashtags, hashtag lifestyle, hashtag everyday fitness, hashtag wellness. You can easily post this on Twitter and drive traffic from there. And you can also post this on other social media handles as well. Alright guys.
On-page optimization, as the name suggests, is the practice of optimizing web pages to rank higher and get relevant traffic from the search engine. On-page optimization includes both content and HTML source code optimization. Search engine optimization can be very complex. So when you're trying to understand it for the first time, I find it very easy just to break it up into general concepts that you might already have an understanding of. When you look at the hundreds of signals that go into SEO, they can be broken up into either relevancy or, because sometimes it's both, popularity. So relevancy and popularity. Out of all these signals, they fit into one of these two things. We're going to break all the signals we have into these two areas. In this section, we're going to talk about the on-page factors. That's because these are the factors that you have direct impact upon. And you can make a small tweak and have a big impact with organic traffic with your on-page relevancy factors. The primary on-page relevancy factors that I'll cover in this lesson are title tags and meta descriptions, header tags, which are used for headlines and subheadings, website URLs and URL structure, image alt text, internal links, keyword usage, and sitemaps. Let's start with one of my favorites, and that is the title tag. This is also called a page title. The page title is not shown on the page. Now rather, it is displayed on the browser tab. And this is what makes it highly important, is that in addition to being displayed on the browser tab, it is also the title tag or the page title that is shown on the text in the Google search results as the link to the page. The page title influences both the click-through rates and people's first impressions of our website. Next up, we have the meta description. Now, the meta description can be a bit confusing. The meta description is in the code, and it does not influence rankings, but it does influence clicks. People will see your snippet or your page information in the search engine results. That gray text is the meta description. If you don't have a meta description, then it may pull information from the page. You can affect this and improve the chances of your meta description appearing if you write a short descriptive phrase of the content or the purpose of the page. And just because we edit these elements does not guarantee that they will show up. I often say that we affect the change, but we cannot control it. This is because the search engine may override your changes and show different content in these areas. Sometimes it may help and it might be a better description, but many times it's not. Now let's go to the next element, the header tags. These are also referred to as the heading and subheading. And this is how HTML was built when the web was first created. It enables a logical hierarchy of content. So starting with the headline, then displaying a subheading, and then subheadings after that. The idea here is that you're establishing a hierarchy of information.
So you start with the H1. Like a newspaper, there's only one main headline per page. It describes the main purpose of the page. Then, a subheading, the H2. This is how you break the sub-content into subcategories. Obviously, you'll want to use a keyword in there as well. You see, by describing the purpose of the page in the headline, and then again in a subheading, you're naturally going to use your primary and secondary keywords because you're going to associate them with the product or the purpose and the benefit. The key is to keep it short. You see, after the headline are the subcategories, the H2s, and then your H3 is typically used as a paragraph heading. Now, putting the keyword in these headings alone does not make your page optimized. Remember, the purpose is to provide a quick reference for people to find the content they need within seconds. So short, explanatory heading and subheadings, paragraph headings are very effective. And naturally, you'll be using keywords to help people locate the information that is most important to them. Now, if we go back to the search engine results page, the SERP, there is another element in that listing. The page title is the large blue text. The meta description is the gray text. Now, the green text is the URL of the page that is listed. This is the address of the page. Just like the address for your home, the internet knows that the URL is the address for that page. This is extremely important for SEO for a variety of reasons. The most important, though, is your keyword usage. I like to make sure that I have at least one relevant word in the URL. Now, also, here, keep it short. One of the worst things you can do is have a URL full of keywords, or even worse, hyphenate them all. And remember, people use these URLs. They provide context for the page. People also copy and paste URLs into mobile messages, emails, and social links. So it is extremely important to keep these short, succinct, and I like to say readable. Now, I've just briefly touched about the importance of the URL, and now let's look at the URL structure. First, let's start with the primary core of the URL, the domain name. In the example with the URL I have here, example.com, that's the domain name. So this is the first thing that people see with your online business. Now, beyond the internet, this is going to be what's in all of your ads, emails, brochures, business cards, and online, your social profiles. All of your marketing efforts are going to drive people to this domain. There's a lot of advice about buying or using domains that have your keywords in them. And unfortunately, domains have been being sold for decades, so there's less chance of finding a domain with the keywords you want. Now, the search engines don't make the keyword used in the domain a primary ranking signal, so that's good. However, the domain is your business. It needs to be memorable. If you have a very, I call it a spammy looking domain name with multiple words and hyphens, or one that's hard to spell or confusing, people are going to make an initial impression off of that. So make sure you have something that's going to make a great first impression. Here's the rule for a domain name. Something that's easy to spell and easy to pronounce. Ideally, sure, it's something you can type and share. Something you're going to be able to put on a business card and be proud of. Not something that you bought primarily because you want it for SEO reasons, and you think with that you're going to succeed. As an example, just think about Amazon. Their domain name says nothing about books, and yet it grew to be one of the largest e-commerce companies in the world. The same with Alibaba or Google. Their domain names were not the keyword, but their marketing and branding built their company. Now, everything after the domain is a subdirectory. This is based on your website organization. As an example, if you have a website selling shoes, then the subdirectory can be called shoes. It's easy, right? The subdirectory is the folder that contains the relevant files or pages for that group. Think of a file folder with documents inside. The file folder is usually based on a major category of content or products. Now, inside the folder are individual documents or pages. These files or pages usually come after the subdirectory. In this example, you see the file.html. The next step in optimizing the URL is to name the page in a way that explains the content of the page. To use our e-commerce shoe website, a page name would usually be a specific product name. This way you would end up with domain name / shoes as the category / brand name running shoe. Insert that here. If you've ever looked at the HTML that make up the instructions of the page, you'll understand a bit more of how search engines get the information from the page. The text on the page and the markup, such as the headings, provide instructions as to where the text is located, the importance and prominence of the text, in addition to the arrangement of the overall page. HTML is a set of instructions for a browser to assemble the page, and the search engines use that as well. Now, the search engines spiders cannot see images. As the internet developed, many attributes were added to provide for accessibility and additional features. Users that are sight impaired cannot see images. And the alternative text tag describes the image. Further, there are many times when our bandwidth isn't strong and not all of the images will load. In that case, we need the alt text description to provide the context of the image and its purpose. Search engines use this alt text description to gain additional context about the page, the content of the image, and its purpose. Now, we have an entire section on links, but at this point, I just want to cover internal links. An internal link is a link from one page on your website to another page of your own website. Now, this is important from a relevancy perspective. You'll see internal links in your main navigation. You'll likely have a link that says Home, one that says Contact Us, or About Our Company. What you're showing to search engines and to humans is that this section, if you click on this link, is about our company. Or this is where you find our contact information. You see, these links are not votes like external links. However, they provide relevance and context to the information on your own website. Let's dive in a little more on keywords. When a search engine crawls and processes your website, it doesn't simply look for the instances of specific keywords. It's a lot more complex than that. It's using a technology called natural language processing. Natural language processing uses algorithms to try to understand the meaning of text. You see, search engine processing is attempting to be human. This is the same way that people see and hear the words, and we're using the words to find the meaning expressed in the words. Similarly, when a search engine goes to your website, it may seek keywords, but it's looking for the context of those words. You may say football, but just having the word football repeated throughout your website isn't going to help you rank specifically for football. What you need to do, and what is more common in actual human conversation, happens very naturally. When we talk about football, we use naturally additional words, such as goal and referee and World Cup. You see, Google and the other search engines are going to take these into account. By usage of other synonyms and other common words, you present the context of a bigger, broader idea for your website. The next site signal that we have is sitemaps. Now, there are two kinds of sitemaps. There's the sitemap that is for humans, and there is the sitemap that are for search engine robots, crawlers, or spiders. The one that is for human is called an HTML sitemap. You've probably seen these before. The link is generally in the footer of a website. If you click on it, it shows you the major sections of the website, provides some search functionality, but looking at it as a human, it shows you the hierarchy of the website and where to find important information. It shows how everything fits together. Now, there's something else that exists called an XML sitemap. It's not linked from any page of your website, but exists as an independent file on your server. Now, this is something you can see, but it is formatted for search engine spiders. Using a programming language called XML, it shows the hierarchy and the priority of each of the URLs of the website, every page, every document, every image. And it also shows the date that each page was last updated or changed. So at this point, we've covered a lot of things that are important and things that you should be doing when optimizing your on-page content. Now let's go a different direction and cover things that you should not be doing. Keyword stuffing, hidden text, repetitive anchor text, and cloaking. The first one is keyword stuffing. Now, back in the early days of search engine optimization, people used to increase the instances of words on the page. Now, this is well before natural language processing. At that time, search engines were looking for occurrences of specific words. Well, search engines, they're very smart about this. What may have worked 20 years ago or 10 years ago, keyword stuffing does not work. You're not going to rank better for any given phrase by including it a dozen or more times on the page. In fact, you might get an over-optimization penalty by constantly repeating the same word over and over. Focus on writing content that engages with your visitors and uses language naturally. Now, the next one is hidden text. Unfortunately, I still see this. This is when you write content that is solely for search engines and not for people. Now, typically it is attempted by writing a lot of repetitive keywords as text, coloring it white, and placing it against a white background. You see, this was developed as another way to add more keyword-stuffed text without the user seeing the overuse of keywords. Now, it didn't work too well in the past, and it definitely does not work today. This tactic backfires in two ways. First, search engines can tell when it's white text on a white background. It's easy to tell from a computer science point of view. Search engines read the HTML, and in the HTML are the instructions for colors. When you hide text, modern search engines are smart enough to figure it out, probably better than a human. Now, secondly, it's done to hide repetitive keyword-stuffed text, which is the second thing against you. These outdated, unprofessional tactics will most likely get a website penalized by the search engines. The next one is repetitive anchor text. You may have followed a link to a page when looking for a business or information, and instead of the information you want, you get a page that doesn't feel like it was written for people. Every sentence is redundant, repetitive, and almost every keyword is linked even when there doesn't need to be a link. It confuses the flow of the information on the page. Now, again, this used to be a tactic that sometimes would work, but it's no longer helpful. Search engines and their natural language processing algorithms have advanced significantly. They can tell when something's not readable. When something is probably intended for machines and rankings but not for people, search engines will figure it out. Please don't waste time on redundant links trying to inflate the relevance of your links and pages. The last thing to cover here is cloaking. Cloaking is the idea of showing one thing to the search engines and something entirely different to humans. Now, this is related to the rest of the tactics I just covered. It's something that used to work, but it was expressly against the search engine guidelines. While it may have worked if the search engines discovered it on your website, you could have been penalized or dropped from the search engine results entirely. Now we've covered all of the most important on-page optimization factors. Let's take a look at what the theoretically perfectly optimized page would look like. In this example, we can see many of these elements being used together. You can also see that the base key phrase, digital camera, is being repeated, but always included with a specific context. First, at the top of the page is the URL, which has digital cameras in the address. The page title follows using the context of the information and adding the word reviews. You can also see at the top of the page that the main navigation and secondary navigation, also called the breadcrumb navigation, provides context of the page's location within the entire website and natural keyword usage. The H1 headline is the key phrase, but also happens to simply be the best title for the content of the page. The subsequent subheadings provide additional information, such as ratings, recommendations, and features. The links provide relevant ways to access additional content. The image utilizes alt text. There are also clear calls to action, which provide relevant offers to visitors. As you can see, the context of all of the content is very strong and sends a clear relevancy signal to both search engines and readers.
To conclude this section, I'd like to cover the top influencing factors. Now, sometimes you may find these as lists, but I found it a bit more practical to separate them into categories. Typically, every year, you'll find these collections of lists from surveys, experts, or speculation. Some are from testing, but honestly, you can't ever truly test a search engine, as they change a little bit with every algorithm. So the best thing is to take from these lists these factors that are the tried and true factors over the years that have worked consistently. Also, those tactics that not only make your website more effective with users, they tend to do well with search engines. So if a tactic serves that dual purpose, it's a good tactic. So these are not exclusive and have-to lists for every situation, but guides and indicators for you to use. The top on-page factors from surveys, opinions, and data are these: a relevant page title, page headings, anchor text links, a keyword-based URL, a keyword or contextual file name such as page name, image name, or PDF file name, alt text and images, and finally, what you do with the content on a page to make it more readable, lists, bullet points, and bolded text. The top factors for off-page linking tend to contain these items: the total number of domains linking to you, the number of highly influential domains linking to you, the number of unique domain IP addresses, the total backlinks without nofollow limits, the total relevant anchor text in links to you, and finally, the types and context of keywords in anchor text links. The domain also contributes factors to your overall rankings, such as the age of the domain, which would include ownership information, such as the length of time owned and operated by a company, the real business information tied to that domain, such as the business address being the same as the business registration address for the domain. In addition, the signals from social accounts driving visits to the domain. Functionally, the search engines also utilize some attribution based on the quality of programming of the website. For instance, taking care of the basic search engine protocols of the robots.txt file, XML sitemap, and HTTPS protocol. Websites that implement these features have shown that they are familiar with search engine guidelines and protocol. Now, one of the changes over the past few years has been the implementation of page speed as an increasing ranking factor. Slow loading pages with a lot of extraneous code that slow the delivery of the page will be penalized as they take away from the user experience. Optimizing the page code, speeding up the load time of the page can directly impact your rankings, and this is closely related to the mobile friendliness of your website. If your website is not mobile friendly, it will be limited in visibility, as Google's primary index is focused on mobile devices and mobile delivery. Behavioral factors are the newest factors, and with the advent of artificial intelligence, it is making determining the intent and is making determining easier for a search engine to derive a judgment of relevancy based on interaction. While the extent of these signals is not fully known, it is suspected that they are minor but growing in importance. These include the amount of users that search for a brand name, business name, and go to that result, showing brand awareness. Also, the amount of direct visits, bypassing search. Time on page, pages per session, which is also called the depth of visit. And lastly, the behavior of a searcher from the results page. How many results are clicked? How many times do they return to the results? This evaluation is looking to judge if the results presented were satisfactory or deficient for that query.
The two broad categories of ranking signals are popularity and relevance. Of the on-page factors, the page title is the most important individual field. The URL is important and should be memorable. Alt text is important for search engines as well as for sight-impaired humans. Avoid keyword stuffing, hidden text, repetitive anchor text, and cloaking. Natural language processing is a technology that aims to understand the intent that humans have when searching for information.
And so off-page SEO is simply the process of linking or promoting your website using link building. And so if you remember, I talked about this earlier on. There's two types of links, internal and external linking. And so for on-page SEO, we used internal linking. For off-page SEO, we're going to talk about external linking. And external linking allows us to improve our website's recognition or relevancy or credibility. And why do we want to improve our relevancy and credibility and trustworthiness and authority? Because we want Google to know that our web page is trustworthy. It is recognized by other websites, and it is relevant for a particular keyword. And so if we can do that using off-page SEO methods, then Google's going to rank our web page for the keyword we want to be found for. So it's really off-page SEO is synonymous with link building, and there's plenty of opportunities to do link building. It just comes down to creating a strategy. So again, some of the benefits to off-page, well, we talked about being credible and trustworthiness and relevant. We need to do that in order to rank. But there's some other benefits there. So if we have a link on another credible website, then it's likely going to increase the traffic to our own website. It also creates high domain authority. And so what I mean by high domain authority is if we have basically links to other web pages pointing back to us, then basically our domain authority is going to improve. And when our domain authority improves, other websites are going to want to link to us. So the higher authoritative we are for our website, then other web pages are going to want to link to us. And so the more external linking we have, the higher the domain authority. So it all starts with linking to other high domain authority websites. So linking to a high domain authority website, for example, having a link on Wikipedia that points back to our webpage creates high domain authority for us, and it helps drive traffic. So some of the other benefits of off-page SEO are credibility. So if we're linking from Wikipedia to our webpage, it does create credibility for us. It also helps us increase our page rank. So remember that external linking helps build domain authority, helps build credibility, trustworthiness, and it's going to in turn help us rank for that particular page. And then certainly not last, having a good off-page SEO link building strategy increases our brand awareness, because if we're on other high authority websites, Wikipedia, or say a social platform, it's going to increase our brand awareness. And increasing our brand awareness increases our trustworthiness. And so if somebody is looking to, say, become a digital marketing specialist, then likely instead of typing in digital marketing specialist on Google, they may type in our brand name, in this case, Simplilearn. And so these are all the benefits to off-page SEO. So it's nothing more than having links on other websites that are pointing back to ours. And again, there's lots of benefits. It helps drive traffic and increases our authority. So those are things that we want to take advantage of when we want to rank. And the key behind off-page SEO or link building is always going to be content. So from an on-page SEO perspective, having quality content allows that content to be optimized for a relevant keyword and ranked. But also from an off-page SEO strategy, having high quality content allows us to have other sites, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a website. It could be a social platform, or it can be another blogging platform or blogging website, link back to ours. Why? Because the content is original, it's natural, it's well structured, it reads well. And so that's the whole idea behind off-page. You can't have links on other websites if you don't have quality content. So one of the ideas behind off-page SEO is not only do you want to create good content, but you probably want to spend a lot of time or a bit of time on others' websites. So remember the example I used earlier in this presentation about having an ice cream blog and ice cream recipes? Well, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to say spend some time on other blogs related to desserts, related to cakes, related to food in general, related to vegetables or other items that people could link from. So the whole idea is understanding who else is out there, who has relevant content that you could share. So you could share your content with them, they can share their content with you. And generally that's how it works naturally anyway. In the web sphere, if somebody likes your content, they're going to link to it. They don't necessarily have to wait for you to ask them. But it might not be a bad idea to understand who else is out there that has content similar to yours so that you can, get a link on that particular website or blog post. And so some other ideas behind having external links pointing back to your website is social media. So social media is not just Facebook or Twitter, but it expands beyond that. There's Quora, there's Medium, there's all sorts of content generated websites like Reddit. So the list goes on and on. You just need to find what's relevant for your content. If it's relevant for your content, then it's worth putting or trying to get the external link on that social media platform. And then again, going back to my ice cream blog recipes blog post, if you find a particular blog that you want to have an external link on, there's nothing wrong with reaching out to that particular blogger. In some cases, very flattering, but in other cases, if the content is relevant, then why not? It's only going to help your end user experience. If you add somebody who has, say, a blog about cakes, having their link on your blog post. So there's nothing wrong with it because it also adds to the user experience. And if you're going to ask somebody to put an external link on theirs, you might want to be open-minded and make sure that you are able and willing to put an external link on your blog post or website pointing to their content. That's how the web works, especially if the content's of quality, relevant, and of good nature.
Imagine this. You're sitting in a cozy corner of your favorite cafe, sipping on a warm cup of coffee. Your laptop is open, and within minutes, you have just created a high-ranking blog that could potentially earn you hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. Sounds good to go true? Well, this isn't a fantasy. It's the reality of modern blogging with ChatGPT. Since its launch in late 2022, ChatGPT has taken the world by storm, gaining over 1 million users in just 5 days. And for bloggers, it has been nothing short of a gold mine. With AI at your fingertips, you can now create content faster than ever, target profitable keywords with precision, and even outsmart your competition with strategic insights. Let's talk about numbers. Many bloggers have seen their income skyrocket from a few $100s a month to tens of thousands, simply by leveraging ChatGPT. They have doubled their traffic, optimized their content strategies, and tapped into new revenue streams with the power of AI. The possibilities are endless, and today I'm going to show you exactly how you can do the same. In this video, we are diving deep into how you can harness the power of ChatGPT to start a profitable blog from scratch. Step by step, I'll walk you through everything you need to know, from content planning and keyword research to writing posts and promoting them effectively. So without wasting much time, let's dive into our first step, which is creating a content plan. Every successful blog begins with a well-thought-out content plan. This is where the magic starts. ChatGPT can play a pivotal role in helping you brainstorm and organize your ideas efficiently. Imagine sitting down to create your blog and having a clear roadmap of content ideas tailored to your niche. That's the power of content plan. First, determine the niche you're passionate about, whether it's technology, fitness, travel, or any other topic. Once you have identified your niche, it's time to leverage ChatGPT. So, as you can see, we have logged in our ChatGPT, and you can simply ask ChatGPT to suggest blog post ideas for your chosen topic. For example, you could type suggest blog post ideas for a tech blog. So, I'll just simply type here. And I'll just press enter. So as you can see, ChatGPT has given some blog post ideas, and these are the topics we can look into. So these ideas aren't just random suggestions, they are the building blocks of your content calendar. With these topics in hand, you can plan out your blog post for the upcoming months, ensuring that your content creation is consistent and targeted. The approach not only keeps your blog organized, but also helps you stay focused on delivering value to your audience regularly. So now that we have a content plan in place, it's time to move on to the next crucial part of the blogging process. This step will ensure that your blog post will not only reach your audience but also rank highly on search engine. So you can pick any topic you want from here. Suppose my topic is cybersecurity threats in 2024. Alright, now the next step is keyword research. In the world of blogging, keywords are like GPS for your content. They guide your readers straight to your blog. So the next step is conducting keyword research. Keywords are essential for search engine optimization, which is SEO, because they help your blog rank higher in search engine result, making it easier for your target audience to find your content. With ChatGPT, the process becomes incredibly efficient. You can start by asking ChatGPT to generate a list of potential keywords for your blog. For example, let's type here, give me short tail and long tail keywords. Give me short tail and long tail keywords for the particular topic which you have chosen. For example, I've chosen this topic, which is cybersecurity threats in 2024. So I'll just press enter. So as you can see, ChatGPT will give a list of short tail keywords and long tail keywords as well. It's important to validate these keywords using an SEO tool like Google Keyword Planner. So you can validate these keywords using Google Keyword Planner. So let me show you a quick demo on how we can search using Google Keyword Planner. So I'll just type here Google Keyword Planner. So as you can see, I'll just simply sign in here. So here, this is the interface of Google Keyword Planner. You just have to click on Discover New Keywords and you can type anything. For example, the topic name is cybersecurity. That's it. And the language you have selected is English. And we will click on Get Results. So as you can see that Google has given us a list of all the keywords related to this topic. The broad level keywords, we have total 658 keywords ideas available. You can also add filter here and suppose low range, high range, or exclude keywords in my account, anything you want to alter. And suppose I click here brand or non-brand keywords. Suppose you want keywords for your platform like Coursera, Udemy, anything. So you can just untick the other brands and then it will give you the keywords related to that particular platform. And yes, these are the monthly searches and the competition status, everything you can just simply see from here. So these are the keywords which are having monthly searches of around 100k to 1 million. Alright, so you can pick any keyword from here. Suppose this is cybersecurity. I'll just copy paste. You can also download your keywords. So this is how you can search your keywords using Google Keyword Planner. So we'll go back to ChatGPT. As you can see, these tools will provide you the valuable data such as search volume, keyword difficulty, and competition level. This ensures that you're targeting the right keywords that can bring substantial traffic to your blog. So by combining the power of ChatGPT with reliable SEO tools, you are setting the foundation for a well-optimized blog that can rank well and attract the right audience. Now let's move on to our next step, which is analyzing content gaps. Now that we have understood the content plan and how do we do the keyword research, it's time to gain a competitive edge by analyzing content gap. So content gaps are opportunities where your competitors might be missing out and you can step in to provide valuable content that fills those voids. So ChatGPT can assist you in this process by helping you to analyze what top ranking blogs are doing and how they might be lacking. So we can just simply type a prompt here, which is analyze the content gaps. Suppose analyze the content gaps. And you can just mention the competitor's blog post. So we can simply search for that keyword which we have chosen, cybersecurity. And you can see the first blog post, which is from Cisco, what is cybersecurity. So we'll just copy this domain, the web address. And here we'll just copy paste and just simply click enter. So as you can see, the ChatGPT was unable to analyze the content gap. So we will just, we will
give the prompt, analyze the content, just copy paste this post, press enter. So as you can see, ChatGPT will highlight the areas where you can improve or expand your content to offer something unique and comprehensive. By identifying these gaps, you can tailor your blog post to cover topics or angles that others might have overlooked, giving you a distinct advantage in the crowded blogging landscape. So this strategy not only enhances your content but also position you as an authority in your niche, attracting more readers and high ranking on search engines. So as you can see, we have understood this step. Now it's time to move on to a fourth step, which is building topic clusters. To truly establish your blog as an authoritative source in your niche, it's important to create topic clusters. So topic clusters are groups of related blog posts that revolve around a central theme. This strategy not only helps with SEO but also provides your readers with a comprehensive understanding of a particular subject. So using ChatGPT, you can easily build these clusters. For instance, you might ask, create topic clusters for a blog post. Suppose I just type a prompt here, create topic clusters for a blog about cybersecurity in 2024. All right. So we'll just simply click on enter. So here are the list of topic clusters, which are more than just a collection of posts. They create a robust site structure through internal linking, which helps search engine understand the relationship between the content pieces. This improves your blog's visibility and ranking while also guiding your readers through a logical and informative content journey. So as you can see, your topic clusters are now here ready. You have laid the groundwork for a powerful content strategy. Now it's time to dive into the actual writing process, where ChatGPT can once again be your invaluable assistant. So after doing this topic cluster thing, we'll move on to our fifth step, which is outlining and writing the blog post. So the next step of our journey is creating a well-structured outline, which is very important for organizing your thoughts and ensuring that your content flows smoothly. So we will start by asking ChatGPT to generate an outline for your blog post. You might type something like this, which is create an outline for a blog post titled, suppose the title name is Cybersecurity in 2024. Okay. So as you can see, it has created an outline, introduction, emerging cybersecurity, and what all topics you need to include. So it will provide a detailed structure, including headings, subheadings, and that you can use as a blueprint for your post. Once you have your outline ready, you can ask ChatGPT to help expand each section into fully written content. For example, you could expand the section on heading with the keywords, name of the keyword list. So suppose this is the heading, all right. So you can just type here, expand the section on heading name with the keywords. And you can get your keywords from Google Keyword Planner, as you can see here. So just simply copy paste the keywords. So copy paste it. Just remove all of these things. And just simply press enter. So ChatGPT will generate content that fits into your outline, making the writing process faster and more efficient. So, however, ChatGPT is a powerful tool. It's also important to add your personal touch to ensure that the content is more engaging and reflects your unique voice. So, you can also add, just write a prompt, write friendly tone blog post and just press enter. So you can modify according to your needs. So as you can see that the ChatGPT has generated a topic, cybersecurity, and it's starting from all the topics which needs to be included. So any modification you need to do, you just simply type the prompt here and then ChatGPT will give you the required results. Our next step is adding FAQs and also doing SEO optimization. So now this post as our blog is ready. So to enhance your blog post users experience and search engine performance, we also consider adding a frequently asked question FAQs. So ChatGPT can generate FAQs that are relevant to your topic. Just simply type here, create 5 FAQs. So it will create all the FAQs you need. You can also ask for tags, meta tags. For this, you need to type create meta tags for blog post titled Cybersecurity in 2024. So it will create all the meta tags. So by adding these SEO enhancements, you are ensuring that your blog post is not only informative and engaging, but also optimized to rank well and attract a larger audience. Our last step is promoting our blog. The final step includes writing a great post. Effective promotion is the key to driving traffic and growing your readership. So ChatGPT can help you in assisting and creating promotional content for various platforms. So you can just simply type a prompt here, which is create a tweet to promote my blog post titled Cybersecurity 2024. So as you can see, ChatGPT will generate a concise and engaging tweet that you can share with your followers. You can also do the same for other platforms like Facebook, LinkedIn, and all of that. So just simply you can also write a newsletter to promote my blog using the title name, and then ChatGPT will generate the content allowing you to quickly share your post to your audience. And there you have it, a comprehensive step-by-step guide using ChatGPT for blogging. From creating a content plan and researching keywords to writing posts and promoting them effectively, ChatGPT can streamline your workflow and help you focus on what matters the most. Did you know that 75% of product launches fail due to poor market planning? A great product is only the beginning. Without a solid go-to-market strategy, even the most innovative ideas can get lost in the crowd. The good news, with the right GTM strategy, you can ensure your product reaches the right audience, stands out from competitors, and drives your business forward. Today, AI and generative AI are transforming how businesses craft and execute GTM strategies. From automating customer insights to creating targeted marketing content, AI is helping businesses launch faster and smarter. These technologies enable you to gather market insights, predict trends, and automate large parts of marketing funnel, leaving your team free to focus on more strategic moves. Take Dropbox, for example, competing with giants like Google Drive and OneDrive. They used a product-led growth strategy and a referral program to grow their user base without massive ad spend. Now imagine how faster they could have scaled with AI-powered analytics and generative AI for personalized messaging. AI is reshaping digital marketing and making GTM strategies more effective than ever. By the end of this video, you will understand key GTM strategies, how to define your market, and execute your plan like a pro.
Google Analytics. I'm very excited to be with you today because Google Analytics is one of my favorite Google platforms and my favorite topics. So let's talk about what we're going to cover today. And we're going to start out with how to set up a Google Analytics account. And so we're going to talk about everything that entails, including creating your Google Analytics account. We're going to talk about setting up a property in your account and what a property is. We're going to talk about setting up a reporting view in your property, and we're going to talk about installing the tracking code. So those are the series of steps we're going to go through today in terms of setting up a Google Analytics account. So let's get right to it. And so really the one prerequisite here when it comes to setting up a Google Analytics account is to have a Google login and ID. So when you actually go to Google Analytics, you need to be able to sign up or sign in. And so once you actually sign in, then you're going to go walk through a series of steps. But really, that's really all you need to get the account going is a Google ID and login. So if if you have a Gmail account or another email account that you use for other Google products, then you're good to go. That's all you need to do. So when you actually go to sign up for Google Analytics, you're going to be asked to set up a new account. And these are the series of steps you're going to walk through or go through to set up a new Google Analytics account. So you're going to choose an account name. And then you're going to choose a property name. Okay, so the account name can be anything you want it to be. The name of your company, your name, whatever you want to name it. The property name is really the website name. So what website are we talking about? So here I'm going to set up a fictitious website name for now. It's called Demo Simplilearn. So the URL for this website, Demo Simplilearn, is going to be demo.simplilearn.com. So that's the property. When we talk about properties in analytics, we're really talking about what websites we want to measure. And then you're going to be asked to choose an industry category. And so for Simplilearn, we're in jobs and education. But you have a number of different industries that you could choose from. This is important. Go ahead and choose the most relevant industry that your particular business is associated with. Okay, and I'm going to talk about why that's important here in a minute. And then you're going to choose your time zone. And the time zone is also important because that's when the day starts in analytics and the day ends based on that time zone. So the data that Google Analytics collects starts and ends with that time zone. So very important to choose the time zone your business is located in. Okay, and then you have some additional options here. Okay, so you have some settings. And so the first setting is to allow Google products and services. So if you opt into this, then basically what Google's going to do is share some products and services with you via email. I would go ahead and opt into that. That's of course recommended by Google. It doesn't hurt to hear from Google on related products and services that may enhance your business. The second is benchmarking. So benchmarking to me is something you should opt into. So going back to that industry and category, we chose jobs and education. So by opting into benchmarking, basically what Google's going to do is share your data that it collects on your website. In this case, demo.simplilearn.com. It's going to share that data anonymously with others in the industry, in this case, jobs and education. And because you've opted in, it's going to do the same exact thing for you. It's going to share anonymous data on other websites in the same industry. And the benefit of that is we get to see what other websites or how other websites are performing compared to ours. What's the benchmark in our industry? And so the benchmarking to me is important. And I'm going to go over that in a few minutes when we go over the different reports. But to me, I would always opt into benchmarking because this is the only report Google provides in analytics about how others in your industry is performing versus your website. Okay, so it's a way to compare your website performance against others in the same industry. The other options here, technical support and account specialist, I would also recommend you opt into those because then it allows you to basically allow Google access to your account and they'll be able to help you if you occur or run into any issues. So these are the options in setting up a Google Analytics account. It's very simple, very easy to do. You're just entering in a few fields. Note that we talking about a website right now, so I'm talking about demo.simplilearn.com. But just know that if you want to track a mobile app, Google Analytics will allow you to do that as well. You just choose the option mobile app. So we're tracking a website. We want to know how users behave when they get to my website. And that's what Google Analytics is going to allow us to measure and look at. We just need to do a couple more steps in the process. So once we fill out these fields here, we're going to click Get Tracking ID. Now, I'm going to accept the terms of service. I'm going to accept another terms of service in relation to data protection. I'm going to click accept. Once I accept, I'm going to be able to get some tracking code. The tracking ID is the ID associated with your account. And so this number is going to be associated with your account. So your account ID starts with UA and it's going to be this number here. Now the -1 is the property you set up. So in this case, case, I set up demo.simplylearn.com. If I wanted to track multiple websites under that same account, then I can certainly set up multiple properties. Just know that every property I set up in that account is going to have a -1, -2, -3, -4, etc., depending on how many properties I set up. So by default, I set up one property, so my first property ID is -1. If I set up a second property, the same account number, it's just going to have a -2. And that's important because that ID, that account and property ID, is going to be associated with that particular property or website. So again, once you finish setting up the account settings, then you're going to be asked to add some tracking code to your site. And that tracking code is going to be related to the account and the property. So notice my tracking ID up here. Notice the tracking ID in the snippet of code. Now, this snippet of code needs to go on every page of your website that you want to track. And you don't have to put it on every page, but if you want to track website behavior on every page of your website, then it needs to go on every page of your website. So if you're using a platform like Drupal or Joomla or even more popular platform like WordPress, adding the tracking code site-wide is as easy as maybe adding a Google Analytics plugin to WordPress, for example, and then just simply plugging in the ID. Now, there's an alternative to adding the Google Analytics tracking code to your site, and that's Google Tag Manager. So Google Tag Manager is the way I would recommend going. So if you're not familiar with Google Tag Manager, I would recommend watching the YouTube video we have on Google Tag Manager. You can just go to YouTube, type in Simplilearn Google Tag Manager, and this will give you a nice overview of what Google Tag Manager is and how it works. But basically, this is the way I would go, and I would recommend that in addition to having Google Analytics, you set up a Google Tag Manager account. And then that way you can put the tracking code in Google Tag Manager. So if I go to Google Tag Manager and I just go into an account on Tag Manager, I can just simply put in the Google Analytics ID right into Tag Manager. And so if I have it in Tag Manager, then Tag Manager is going to be the place that holds the code and fires page view when somebody comes to my website. So that way I don't have to add the tracking code to my website if I do it in Tag Manager. So that's the recommended method for me, is to add the Google Analytics ID associated with Tag Manager. If you can associate it with Tag Manager, then that's the easier route to go versus putting code on your website. Okay, so again, take a look at the video we have on YouTube for Google Tag Manager. That's the route I would go. Now, once you do get the tracking code on your website, whether that be through Google Tag Manager or through a plugin, or just simply adding the script to your site, to pages on your site, then what's going to happen is you're going to start collecting data. So that's ideally the way it works. You need to add this code to your website. Now, if you're not ready to do that and you simply want to basically understand how Google Analytics works, then I would recommend getting access to Google Analytics demo account. And so if you just type in and search Google Analytics demo account, basically what you're going to do, you're going to choose the first listing there and you're going to go to demo account. So if you have a Google Analytics or Google login, then all you need to do is click on access demo account. And so what Google's going to do is put this demo account into your account. And so it's going to look something like this. So if I click on demo account here, it's going to add to my Google Analytics account. So I'm going to have then access to the demo account from Google in Google Analytics. So I would recommend going this route here if you're not familiar, you're not sure what you're getting yourself into. So think of the demo account as kind of a test drive. You're test driving Google Analytics before you even add any code to your website. So again, all you need is a Google account. And if you have a Google account and you add the demo account to your Google Analytics account, you're going to be able to see how analytics works. Okay? And so that's what I would also recommend. So if you're not ready to start adding code to your website, then what you can do is just simply add the demo account. And then once you add the demo account, you're free to peruse around Google Analytics to see the different types of reports it has to offer. Now, when you do actually set up a Google Analytics account, you're going to have some settings that you're going to want to pay attention to. So when you set up the account, you have the account name, and then you have a property. So under each property, you have, by default, you're going to have one view. And so here you can see this view here. So if we look at the account we set up a demo Simplilearn account. Property is demo Simplilearn. So that's associated with the website we're going to track. And then again, by default, under each property, you're going to have a view. And so by default, the name of the view is going to be called All Website Data. And so in that view is where all your analytics data is going to be stored. So you can see my screen here. There's a lot of different settings you have. You have settings under the account, you have settings under the property, and you have settings under the view. So we're going to talk more about these settings in future webinars for advanced Google Analytics users. But for now, know that there's a bunch of settings that you have that you can play around with when it comes to Google Analytics. Anything from adding users to your Google Analytics account, your Google Analytics property or view. You can actually set up goals, you can set up filters, you can set up segments, you can link up Google Ads, you can, set up remarketing lists. There's a lot you can do in terms of the settings as it relates to Google Analytics. So know those settings are there. They're located right down here in this little sprocket icon. That's the admin icon. So if you need to get to these settings at any time, you could simply just click on the sprocket or the admin icon, and then you'll be prompted to choose any one of these settings here that you want to edit or alter. So now let's take a look at some Google Analytics reports. So once you've actually set up your account, you have a number of different reports that you have available to you in Google Analytics. So we're going to take a look at customized reports. We're going to look at real-time, audience reports, acquisition, behavior, and conversion. So these are all the different reporting buckets, if you will, that you have available to you in Google Analytics. So if I'm an admin and I'm looking at the Google demo account, let's start out by looking at real-time. So if I click on the real-time report and I just click on overview, so basically what this is going to do is show me at this point in time how many users I actually have active on the website. Okay, so that's why they call it real-time reporting, because it allows you to see the behavior of users who are currently on your website. And so this is the overview report under real-time. And you can see here, I can see that 79% of my users are coming from desktop, 18%, 20% are coming from mobile, and then approximately 3% are coming from tablet. Here I can see how they actually came to the website. So this is the referring source. If they came from, say, search or social, I can see the source there, and I can see what pages they're active on. And then here I can see what locations, where they're located. And so if I want to see a breakdown of everything in the overview, I can certainly do that. If I go to locations under real time, I can see a majority of my users are coming from the United States. Okay, where are they coming from? I'll just click on traffic sources. And here I could see the different sources and mediums. Medium is the means in which the traffic was driven. So if it's Google, it's either paid search or organic search. So I can see here it's organic. Then I can actually see what content they're looking at on my website. So I can see currently I have 3 active users on the home page, 2 active users on the Google's Women's White Tea page, so forth and so on. Now, most importantly, if you have event tracking set up, so if you've taken a look at our Google Tag Manager webinar, you know that you could set up event tracking in Google Analytics to measure engagement on your website, whether that be a form submission or somebody clicking on the play button of a video. So if I click on events, I'll be able to see what events are firing. So here I can see we have event tracking set up, and I can see how many different events are firing on my website in real time. So here I can see e-commerce, somebody clicking on the quick view click, a couple of users clicking on add to cart, a couple of users clicking on the promotion click. And as these events are fired, you're going to be able to see them highlighted. So if something gets fired, it's going to get highlighted. And I could see that these are the current events that I have currently firing on the website. And that's what's currently firing now. If I want to look at the events that have happened in the last 30 minutes, I can just click on this link here, last 30 minutes, and it's going to give me an overview of the events that have happened over the past 30 minutes. Okay, so that's event tracking. And then more importantly, we can also look at what conversions are happening in real time just by clicking on conversions. And so now I could see I had one active user who entered the checkout. So that's goal number 4. So in analytics, you can have up to 20 goals. And so here I can see we have goal number 4 has already had one active user. And so if I look at the last 30 minutes, I can see I still have only one goal over the last 30 minutes, and that was somebody who entered the checkout. So that's real-time reporting. In summary, it just gives you an idea of what's currently happening on your website. And so for me, ideally, if I'm launching a campaign, or let's just say you do a new website redesign and you want to see how users performing and behaving, then real time is a good option for you. So you can see how things are happening in real time. Now let's jump down to audience reporting. So if I click on audience, this is just right underneath real time. I'm going to see a number of different reports available to me under audience. And so let's click on the audience overview report. So audience reporting basically allows us to get a sense of who is coming to our website. When I say who is coming to our website, it doesn't necessarily have to be a specific person. In fact, Google doesn't allow personally identifiable information in Google Analytics. Personal identifiable information such as a specific name, social security number, credit card information, etc. However, we could still paint a nice picture on who is coming to our website, meaning what country, city, or state did they come from, what language, what device did they get to our website from, how old were they, were they male or female or other, what interests did they have, what browser did they use. So we can paint a nice picture based on all this information that Google Analytics is providing us under audience. So if I go to audience overview, here I can see I have all these different options available to me to get a basic understanding of who is coming to our website. So for example, I could see a majority of the people coming to our website speak English and are from the United States. In fact, that represents 61% of the users. And so Google Analytics does a great job of giving me an overall percentage. So if I have 100% of the users, I could see 61% of those users represented English-speaking users from the United States. 7% represented English-speaking users from Great Britain. And so when it comes to analytics, we have users, and users are broken down into 2 categories. They're either returning or they're new. So when you add the Google Analytics tracking script to your website, what's going to happen is if a user or when a user goes to your website, they're going to get cookied. And if it's the first time they've been to your website, what Google Analytics is going to do is store a cookie in the browser. So when that same user comes back another day in the same browser, Analytics is going to recognize that that cookie is in the browser. And so then Analytics is going to categorize that user as a returning user. So that's how Analytics is able to differentiate new versus returning. So if that user doesn't have a cookie in the browser, then Analytics is going to recognize that, store the cookie, and then count that user as a new user. And so when you're looking at Analytics, you're going to be able to see a breakdown of new versus returning. So here I can see over 3/4 of my traffic over the past week. Here I can see April 6th through April 12th, over 3/4 are new users to the website. Here I could see about 24% are returning users. Okay, so I can get a good breakdown of what type of users are coming. Am I driving new traffic? Am I driving traffic that's been to my website before? What language are they speaking? Okay, I can also paint a bigger picture. How old are they? What gender are they? Do they come from mobile? So let's take a look at some of these different reports under audience. And so if I skip down now to demographics, I can click on overview, and when that report loads, I can see now under demographics overview, I can see the breakout of age ranges. And so here I can see the majority of the traffic coming to my site again over the past week. Now, if I want to change this date range, I could simply do that. I can change the date range just by clicking on the date range and then maybe going, say, the last 30 days. And I can even compare it to the previous period or the previous year. I'm going to choose the last 30 days. I'm going to click apply. Now I'm looking at data over the last 30 days. And again, you can change the date range to any range you want. You can only go back as far as when you actually created the Google Analytics account. You can't go prior to that. So here I'm looking at the last 30 days and I can see almost 47% of my users were in the age range of 25 to 34. Now, when it comes to gender, I can see 66% represent males. So I can get a breakout of gender and age as well as interest. I can click on interest and look at the overview there and see what the interest is of the users who are coming to my site based on in-market segments or affinity. I can also choose language and location. So if I want to know exactly where my users are located when they're coming to my website, I can click on location. And here I can get a breakout. 43% of the users of the last 30 days were from the United States. More importantly, I can align my audience with goals. And we'll talk about goals here in a minute, but here I can see if I have an e-commerce website, I can see of those 43%, 0.29% of those converted or purchased something. And that equates to 94 transactions. So I can get a good sense of not only how many users are coming from a specific country, but are those users converting? If I click on mobile, and mobile to me is one of those reports I tend to spend a bit of time on because I want to know what devices users are coming to my website. And so for my website here, or this is the Google demo website, I can see mobile represents approximately 27% of the traffic. So desktop still represents a majority of the traffic. So for you, you want to keep an eye on mobile because mobile is definitely a majority of what people use nowadays. That's how people start their day. That's how they transact via mobile, whether that's purchasing something, communicating, or searching. It all starts with mobile. So you want to keep an eye on mobile, and more importantly, you want to keep an eye on behavior. So Google Analytics is telling me that, yes, I have approximately 27% of my traffic of the last 30 days came from mobile. How are they interacting with my website? So if I look across this report, I'm going to be able to see different metrics. So if I'm measuring specific metrics against my dimension, in this case, the dimension is what we're measuring. And in this example, we're measuring mobile. I can see that the bounce rate is approximately 48%. And bounce rate means that if a user, in this case for mobile, landed on a page, they left the site without going any further. So they consider it a bounce. If they don't go to another page, if they leave the site from the page they landed on and they don't go any further, that's considered a bounce. So a bounce rate is the percentage of people who come to the site and leave the site without going any further. So in this case, we have 48% bounce rate. That's almost half of our users who come from mobile leave the website from the page they landed on. So is that good? Is that bad? Well, it's open to interpretation. It's definitely subjective. But you want to keep the bounce rate as low as possible. You want to keep people on your site, especially if you have an e-commerce website. You want people who come to your website to purchase. And so here we can see 48% mobile. In desktop, it's a little bit lower at 41%. Now, if I look a little bit further at engagement, I can see how many pages on average do mobile users look at. So versus desktop, it's a little bit lower. You can see 3.86. On desktop, it's 4.5. Now, if I look a little bit further in engagement, I want to be able to measure how long somebody from mobile stays on the website. If they're bouncing at 48%, but they're also looking at 3.8 pages, 3.9, almost 4 pages per session, then that means in this report, analytics is telling me they're spending about 2 minutes on the site. And interestingly enough, I can see that mobile over the last 30 days had more transactions. So 51 transactions versus 34 transactions from desktop. And interestingly enough, the e-commerce conversion rate is at 0.29%. That's higher than desktop at 0.07. It's lower than tablet, but it's higher than desktop. And mobile has the most transactions. And since they have the most transactions, they have the most revenue at 2,380. So yes, the engagement isn't exactly as great as it is as desktop, but we can see that people are still purchasing with their mobile devices. So it's something to keep an eye on, and mobile is something I definitely look at. In fact, since it's such an important report, one thing you can do in analytics is if you actually like a report and you think you're going to look at that report multiple times, then you can simply just go ahead and click save at the top here. So if I click save, I'm going to enter a name for this report. I'm just going to call it mobile report and click OK. And then what's going to happen is it's going to be located under Save Reports. And Save Reports is located under Customization. Customization is located above Real Time. Okay, so if I close that up, you can see Audience, Real Time, Customization. If I click on Customization, if I click on Save Reports, I should be able to see my Save Report here, and I do. So here I can see Mobile Report. If I click on it, I can simply go to the report I was looking at before I saved it. So Save Reports to me is a good feature in analytics because it allows you to quickly access a report that you've saved in the past. So let's take a look at one more report under Audience. And let's go to benchmarking. So remember when we were setting up our analytics account, we had the option to opt into benchmarking, and I recommended you do so. And so if you did actually opt into benchmarking, then you're going to be able to see how your site compares to others in the same industry. So if I click on benchmarking and then click on channels, what I'm actually able to do now is compare my website with others in the same industry. So if I go back to say jobs and education, and I choose education, all education as my industry vertical, I should be able to see websites that are in the same particular industry and how I compare with those websites. So I'm choosing all countries. I can narrow that down if I wanted to. I can just search for the United States. I can choose a specific state, and then I can choose a particular site size. So here I'm choosing sites by daily session. So these are sites that have an average of 5,000 to almost 10,000 sessions a day. And so in this vertical education in the United States, sites that have 5,000 to 9,999 sessions per day, that means that there are approximately 310 web properties contributing to this report, okay, based on this criteria I chose. Now, if my site is similar, meaning if I'm in the United States, if I'm in education, and I'm receiving 5,000 to 9,999 sessions per day, then I'm able to compare my site against 310 other websites. Now, Google's sharing this data anonymously from the other websites, and they're doing the same with your website to those particular websites' benchmarking reports. Okay, so it's shared data anonymously in particular industries and verticals. And so now I'm looking at a channel report. So if I want to see how I compare to others in my industry, then I can go ahead and see by channel. For example, am I driving as much traffic as others in my industry? And you can see I'm not. In fact, I'm 76, 77% worse in terms of the amount of traffic being driven from organic search. So anything in red is going to show as a negative result, a negative comparison, whereas something in green is a positive comparison. So if I look at engagement, I can see that I might not be driving as much traffic, but I can see that the pages per session are better than the site average or the industry average. I can see if I go over again, looking just at organic search, I can see the bounce rate is better than the industry average. So the channel report under benchmarking allows you to measure how you compare to others in your industry. And you could do so by looking at location and devices. So if you opted into benchmarking when you set up your account, then you'll be able to compare your website against others in your industry, in your country, region, and based on the size of your website in terms of how many visitors or sessions you're getting per day. So let's go from audience to acquisition. So if audience is who is coming to your website, acquisition allows us to see how the traffic was driven to your website. So how did these users get to our website? And so under acquisition, if we click on overview, we'll be able to see an overview of how users, whether they're returning or new, came to our website. And so what analytics does by default is they have a number of default channels. And when we say channels, we mean analytics is grouping different channels based on how users got to your website. Meaning, how did users get to our website? Did they come via organic search? Meaning, did they type something into Google and find you in the organic listing? Analytics also groups users based on whether they came to your site directly, meaning did they type in the URL directly into the browser, or did they bookmark your website and come back via the bookmark? So they're grouping users under direct. They also group users under referral, meaning did they come from another website? They group users by social. Did they come from a social media platform like Twitter or Facebook? If you're running paid search, meaning if you're running paid search on, say, Google, then do they come from paid search ads? Now, if you're running display ads on, say, Google's network, Google's display network, that's a default channel. So analytics will group users there. So if they don't recognize a channel, then they're going to group it as others. So by default, Google Analytics groups users on how they came to your website via these default channels. And so I could see how many users came to the site from each channel. Now, if I want to drill down on this report, I can click on all traffic. And then if I click on all traffic, I can go to channels. I can look specifically at the channels report. And so now I can see organic search, again, over the last 30 days, is the #1 channel driving traffic. And they represent approximately, again, you can see this number here in parentheses next to the raw number of users. I can see that number is about 56%. So 56% of my traffic over the last 30 days came from organic search. And so those are the number of users. Again, as a metric, you're also going to have sessions. And you'll see sessions a lot as a metric. So users are broken down between new and returning. So every time a new or returning user comes to the website, basically what they're doing is initiating a session. So you can have a user who can come back multiple times. Every time they come back to the website, it's a session. So session is simply the start of somebody coming to your website, and the session ends when they leave the website. And so just like we looked at with the audience reports when it came to mobile, we can also look at engagement by channel. So just like mobile, we looked at bounce rate, pages per session, average session duration. We can do the same thing here with our channel report. More importantly, in addition to behavior, we can see conversions. And since we're running an e-commerce platform, we could see what the conversion rate is by channel. So organic search did drive the most traffic, and they did have the most transactions over the last 30 days. And the conversion rate in this case is 0.17. Okay, so how Google determines the conversion rate? They basically take the number of transactions and divide that by sessions. So that means that over the last 30 days, organic search drove 38,123 sessions. And of those 38,123, 64 actually turned into a transaction, which equates to 0.17, which also equates to 3,000 in revenue. So I'm able to determine not only how users are getting to my website by looking at the channel report, I can actually see if they're engaging and if they are converting. And notice when you look at a report in analytics, you can look at it by channel. You'll also get a summary. So here I can see a summary or a total based on my date range. So I can see over the last 30 days, I've had 54,000 users, 49,000 of them were new. Okay, that meant that out of those 54,000 users, I had 70,000 sessions. I can see my average bounce rate was 43%. The pages per session were just over 4. And the average session duration, how long did somebody stay on my website on average? About 2 minutes and 55 seconds. The average conversion rate was 0.14, and I had a total of 97 transactions totaling $5,500. Okay, and that's all over the last 30 days. So any report you look at in analytics is going to have a summary. And note that any report you look at in analytics is going to allow you to save it. So if it's a report you think you're going to go back and look at a future date, then you simply just have to click on the save button. Conversely, if you don't want to save it, you can simply just export it. So you can export it as a PDF. If I click on PDF, it's going to allow me to export that as a PDF. Now you have other options available to you as well. You can do a Google Sheet. You can export it as an Excel, or you can export it as a comma delimited file. So here you can see I can save it as a PDF if I want to. And if I click OK, it's going to save to my desktop or location of my choosing. And then I can go back and look at it in that format at a later time. So that's the export feature available to you in analytics. Again, if you could save it as well, or you can export it. Okay, some other reports under acquisition. If you're running Google Ads, note that you can connect Google Ads to analytics. And this is key because now I can see how many people are coming from Google Ads to my website and are they converting. Now this is important because with Google Ads, I'm actually paying for the click. So you can see here, I'm running a report based on campaign data. So I could see what campaigns are driving traffic, how much I'm paying per click, and you can see on average I'm paying 34 cents per click. And then more importantly, I want to be able to see if they're converting. So you can see I've spent $810 over the last 30 days and received $858 in revenue. So you want to make sure that you link up your Google Ads account to your Google Analytics account. For this very reason, you want to be able to see how your Google Ads campaigns perform once the users get to your website. And so I want to see if they're engaging and I want to see if they're converting. So there are all sorts of reports under Google Ads. So you can look at it by keywords, by search queries, by hour of the day. If you're running display campaigns, you can look at display targeting. So there's all sorts of reports under Google Ads. You just have to link it up, and you link it up under the admin. Now there are other reports that you can look at. So if I go to campaigns, I can look at all campaigns. So if you're running all sorts of different types of campaigns, whether that be on Facebook, whether that be email, whether that be, other types of advertising, let's just say Twitter or Instagram, you're going to be able to see those campaigns here. And that's under all campaigns. And again, you'll be able to see the campaign name, and you'll be able to see metrics associated with those campaigns. And more importantly, you'll be able to see your e-commerce if you're running an e-commerce platform, or if you have goals set up. So you'll be able to look at how your campaigns are not only driving traffic, but two, are they converting? Let's go from acquisition reporting to behavior. So behavior reports are going to actually show you how users behaved once they got to your website. Once they landed on a page on your website, how did they behave? So when we looked at audience, we got a sense of who is coming. With acquisition, we get a sense of how the traffic got to our website. Did they come from organic, direct, social, etc.? The behavior reports allow us to actually measure how that traffic behaved once they landed on a page on our website. And so if I go to overview under behavior, now I'm looking at this graph here. It's showing me how many page views I've had. And a page view is simply, once a page is viewed, it's counted as a page view. So if a user comes to my site, they're initiating a session. And if they look at a page, then that page is going to have a page view. Okay, so a user can look at a page multiple times in a session, and every time they look at that page, it's going to count as a page view. So here I can see in this graph how many page views I've had, again, over the last 30 days. And if I look further at my overview report, I can see the specific pages and how many page views they've had. And I can also look at some other metrics. Okay, the average bounce rate, the average time on page. I can look at the exit rate, which means how many people actually exited, or the percentage of people who exited from that page. So I can dig deeper into my behavior reporting. So if I click on site content and I click on all pages, then I'm going to look at a report by page. This is my dimension. This is what I'm measuring, my page. And now I can see how many page views each page had over the last 30 days. Now note, you also have something called unique page views. So unique page views is equivalent to 1 per session. In other words, if a user came to my site and looked at the home page, then the home page is going to have 1 unique page view and 1 page view. Now, if the user in that same session looks at other pages, then every page that user looks at is going to have 1 unique page view. However, if the user goes back to the same page in the same session, then it's still going to be 1 unique page view. But in this case, the home page, if they look at the home page a second time, then the home page is going to have 2 page views. If they look at the home page 5 times in one session, then the home page is going to have 5 total page views and 1 unique page view. Okay, so that's why unique pages is equivalent to 1 per session, where page views is an accumulation of how many times the page was viewed in the same session. So in other words, you're always going to have more page views than unique page views. Okay, so this gives me a sense of how my pages performed. So again, I can look at total page views and then engagement. So ideally what you want to do with a report like this is, if a user is not engaging on the page, then that should tell you something about the page itself. If they're not engaging, if the bounce rate's high, if the time on page is low, if the percentage of exit rate is high, then you probably want to do something with that page. Now, these are all pages, but if I jump down to landing pages, my landing page report is showing me how many people actually landed on that page. And so here I can see under my landing page report, I can see the home page had 36,017 sessions in the last 30 days. That's how many people landed on the home page. So here I can see 71% were new sessions, meaning that I had a lot of new users who landed on the homepage. In fact, 25,000 or 52% of the people who landed on the homepage were new. I could see the bounce rates about 42%, but of those who didn't bounce, they went on to look at about 4.5 pages per session and spent about 3 minutes on the site. And the one thing I like about the landing page report is I can also see whether that particular page, in this case the home page, did it help contribute to a goal or conversion. And in this case I can see of those 36,000 sessions I had 22 transactions totaling $1,200 in revenue, and that's an e-commerce conversion rate of 0.06%. So the home page over the last 30 days contributed to 0.06% of the revenue. So this gives you an idea of when somebody lands on your website and they land on a page, is that page helping to move that person along? Meaning, are they not bouncing? And is that page helping to move people towards converting? And so that's what the landing page in effect allows us to measure, is the engagement And in this case, we're measuring transactions. Okay, so analytics also gives us some other reports under behavior, including site speed. So site speed to me is an important report to look at, just like the mobile report. To me, site speed's important because what Google Analytics does is they take a sampling of pages. And in this case, you can see over the last 30 days, they sampled 2,835 page views. And of that sample, they came back and said the average page load time is about 4 seconds. Now, ideally, you want to keep it as quick as possible. I would say even under 3 seconds. Okay, now there are other factors involved with page load time. The browser you're using, the country that you're actually browsing that page from might not have the best infrastructure. You may not even be on the best internet network, meaning you're on a cell network or the Wi-Fi is not that great. Or you can be on a page that just has a lot of images or a lot of code that may slow it down. So there are other factors involved. And so what Google Analytics does is show you what those factors are. So here I can see by browser what the average load time is. If I want to look at country, I could see what country is contributing to the load time. Now, the great thing about the site speed report is if I go to speed suggestions, okay, what speed suggestions is going to do is it's going to show me the page load time by page. And then it's actually going to provide a link where I can actually click on to get suggestions on increasing the page load time. So for example, I can look at this particular page here, this Google redesign shop by brand /YouTube page, line number 5. If I look at line number 5, I can see the average load time of this page is 8 seconds, almost 9 seconds. Okay, that's an eternity to some people. Now, notice this link next to it. So Google's recommending 7 total suggestions. So if I click on 7 total, what it's actually going to do, it's going to open up a new window and it's going to open up another Google report called PageSpeed Insights. And PageSpeed Insights is going to give me some information about what I can do to correct the page load of that particular page. So look at the site speed report. It's important because there is a correlation between site speed or page load time and user behavior of that page. And there's also a correlation between page load time and a page ranking organically on search. So page load time is very important. It's so important that I'm even going to save it. So I'm going to click save and click on site speed suggestions as my name and click OK. And now that report is going to be saved under customization under save reports. Let's jump from behavior to conversions. Now, conversion reporting is arguably the most important section in Google Analytics, because what the conversions reporting allows us to do is see how people are converting, or if they're not converting, on our website. And so in Google Analytics, we have the opportunity to set up goals. Now you have the opportunity to set up 20 goals in your Google Analytics view. And so to set up a goal, okay, so you're going to click on admin, and under the view, you're going to see goals. And so if you don't even have goals, the first step is to create goals. And so you have 4 different goal types in analytics. So you have pages per session. So how many pages per session is, so if your goal is set to say 3 or 2, if somebody actually looked at 2 or 3 pages per session, it's going to count as a goal. Okay, so if I look here, I can see I have pages per session set at 10. So that means that if a user came to the site, looked at more than 10 pages per session, then it's going to count as a goal. Another goal type is destination. So destination means that if somebody actually went to a specific page, then it's going to count as a goal. And in this case, I can see here that the goal is set to this particular page here. And so when somebody actually lands on that page, it's going to count as a goal. Now, there are 2 other goal types we can look at. One is duration. So just like pages per session in our previous example is somebody looked at 10 pages per session, it's going to count as a goal. With duration, it's based on time. So in this particular case, if you set up a duration goal, and the duration is set to say 1 minute and 30 seconds, then that means if a user comes to my website and they spend at least 1 minute and 30 seconds, then it's going to count as a goal. Okay, and then the fourth type of goal in Google Analytics is an event-based goal. So when you set up event tracking, you could turn that event into a goal. So if somebody clicks on, say, the submit button of a form, you can turn that event into a goal. So here you could see the category equals contact form. So you can always verify if a goal works just by clicking on verify this goal. And in this case, this event is turned into a goal. So anytime somebody fires this event, it's going to count as a goal. So you have 4 different goal types in Google Analytics. You have pages per session, destination, event, and duration. And so once you've set up a goal, then you can measure goals under conversions. So now if I look at goals overview, I can be able to see how many total goal completions I've had. So if I want to look at it by goal, I can just choose the goal option here. So if I want to look at, for example, goal 2, engaged users, this was the pages per session. I can see that I had a conversion rate of 10%, meaning that I had 7,000 of all the users who came to the website, 7,000 goal completions, meaning 7,106 users looked at 10 pages or more on my website. And so that's how you want to be able to measure whether users, wherever they're coming from, whoever they are, whatever pages they look at, you want to be able to look at the conversion reports to see if they're actually converting based on the goals you've set up, whether that's pages per session, duration, destination, or event. Goal conversion tracking reports can help you measure who is actually converting. And then the great thing about Google Analytics here is that I can actually see by segment. So the default segment in a segment is just looking at a specific user set. So the default segment is always all users. However, I can choose a different segment. So if I want to choose, instead of all users, if I want to choose mobile traffic, I can select mobile traffic, hit apply. So I'm actually now looking at a subset of data. I'm looking at mobile traffic. So of all the mobile users who've come to my site, I can see 1,400 engaged or looked at 10 pages or more. Okay, and that's a 7% conversion rate. So the groups, okay, based on those goal types, you can go to goals overview and look at the conversion rate of each goal, but you can also change the segment of that particular goal to see who exactly converted. Okay, another report I like under conversions is the multi-channel funnel report. So if I click on multi-channel funnel, basically what this allows me to do is see how different channels work together to convert. So remember the channel reporting we looked at under acquisition? Here I can see now how different channels work together to drive the conversion. So if I look at 3 channels, direct, organic, and referral, I can see all 3 together drive 2% of the conversions. If I look at direct and referral, 12.5%. If I look at direct and organic, 12.24%. So I can see how different channels work together. And so if I look at top conversion paths as an example, I can actually see how channels work together to drive the conversion. So in this example, I can see over the last 30 days that my top channel grouping was direct times 2, meaning that somebody came to the website directly, meaning they typed in the URL in the browser, or they bookmarked it and came to the site. Okay, they came the first time but didn't convert. But then they came back a second time via direct and then converted. So that combination is my top conversion combination of the last 30 days. My second best conversion grouping is organic search and direct, meaning that a user came to the website via organic search first, did not convert, and then came back via direct the second time and converted. So basically what analytics does is give credit to the last referral. Meaning, if you came to the website via referral, a referring website, and converted, then the referring website's going to get the credit for the conversion. But analytics does a good job of showing you how different channels work together. So a channel may drive a lot of traffic, like organic search, but that traffic may not convert the first time around for a number of different reasons, whether it could be brand recognition, price shopping, reading content, whatever the case. Analytics is able to measure if that channel actually did contribute at a later point. And in this case, we could see organic search drove traffic that didn't convert, but that traffic came back a second time via direct and did convert. So that's our second best channel grouping. And so the multi-channel funneling report, top conversion paths, to me is a good report to look at. So you can actually see not only how channels work together, but you can see sources and mediums and campaigns and how all those different campaigns and different sources work together to convert. So that's just a good report to look at. There are so many different reports available in analytics. There's so many that we haven't even gotten to yet. So my advice, if you look at the demo report, you can get a feel for each of these reports under each section, whether that be audience, acquisition, behavior, or conversions. Take a look at these reports, see what makes sense to you, see what you can use to improve your website performance. Now, if you have any comments or questions about any of the reports we covered, feel free to comment underneath this video. We're definitely going to have more webinars in the future about specific analytics settings that we didn't get to today and other types of analytics reports and features that we didn't get to today.
Today in this video, let's get to know in detail about Google Analytics 4. Google Analytics is a web analytics service offered by Google. It was launched back in 2005. It tracks and reports website traffic. From the information through Wikipedia, Google Analytics is the most used web analytics service. As per the sources, in April 2022, Google Analytics was used by 73% of the 10,000 most popular websites across the globe. However, as per the reports from builtwith.com, 2,81,52,477 live websites use Google Analytics. So now is the time to understand what has been changed in Google Analytics over the years. If you are new to Google Analytics, it's even better. Before moving forward, do subscribe to Simplilearn and hit the bell icon to never miss any updates from Simplilearn. So what makes Google Analytics so important? Google Analytics generates various types of reports and helps to track bounce rates, identify the best content of your website, record user behavior flow on your site, and many other metrics, thereby allowing you to understand and build your business strategies, thereby growing your business. Now that you have understood why Google Analytics is essential, let's check what we have for you in this video. First, we will understand what is Google Analytics 4. Then, we will move forward with identifying Google Analytics version for your website. Next, we will have a detailed look at Universal Analytics and Google Analytics 4. We will continue by understanding success stories from Google Analytics 4 users. And finally, we will end this session by understanding the future of Google Analytics 4. So allow me to introduce the next generation of Google Analytics, Google Analytics 4, also known as GA4. Initially, Google Analytics 4 was known as App Plus Web. Google Analytics 4 is the latest analytics property with several advantages over the old Google Analytics, also known as Universal Analytics. Understanding more clearly, Google Analytics 4 can measure and keep track of website traffic as well as app usage. So now you can imagine that Google Analytics 4 is the one-stop solution for all your analytics needs. If you are still using Universal Analytics, we recommend you to get familiar with Google Analytics 4 as well, as this is the new future of analytics. We will understand creating and setting up Google Analytics 4 account in detail in the upcoming videos. Let's first identify which Google Analytics property is associated with your website. In order to identify which Google Analytics property you have, log into your Google Analytics account. Now go to Analytics account and then open Properties and Apps. Here you can see properties for your website. Now below the properties and apps, several properties are listed where you can see different IDs. If the ID starts with UA and ends with a number, then you have a universal analytics property. However, if ID only has numbers, like here, then you have Google Analytics 4 property. We will learn how to switch the Universal Analytics account to Google Analytics 4 in the upcoming videos. Now that you have understood how to identify Google Analytics property, let's take a detailed look at the comparison of Universal Analytics data and Google Analytics 4 data. The major difference between Universal Analytics and Google Analytics 4 is the measurement model. Universal Analytics uses sessions and page views as the measurement model, whereas Google Analytics 4 uses events and parameters as the measurement model. Therefore, any hit type from Universal Analytics property, say a page view, user timing, etc., are captured as event in Google Analytics 4 property. Let's see the detailed comparison of every aspect of Universal Analytics and Google Analytics 4. First, we go with events. In analytics, every measurable action, for example, page load, form completion, scrolls, app installs, etc., is measured as event. An event has category, label, and action in Universal Analytics. Moreover, it has its own hit type. In case of Google Analytics 4, there is no categorization. All the hit types from Universal Analytics are considered as events. Now, let's find the comparison of Universal Analytics and Google Analytics 4 in terms of page views. Page views is a metric defined that calculates total number of pages viewed on your website. Now let's get a better understanding of page views. For instance, when user lands on a web page of your site, the page loads. This is considered to be a page view. Now suppose if user reloads the page. Google Analytics tracks it as another page view. If the user navigates to another page of your website and returns to the same page, this adds another page view to your site. Now that you have understood page views, let's see how page views differs in Universal Analytics and Google Analytics 4. From Universal Analytics, page view are translated to Google Analytics 4 property as page view event. This page view event automatically gets triggered in Google Tag Manager. The next metric we have is sessions. Session is the time duration for which user is active on your website. A Universal Analytics session may consist of multiple page views, events, e-commerce transactions, etc. The session is considered to be ended if the user has 30 minutes of inactivity or any other event for which session end is triggered. In Google Analytics 4, session metrics are tracked from session start event, which automatically gets triggered with the basic interaction on your website. However, the session duration depends on the period between the first and the last event. Now, let's check our next metric, which is custom dimension. In Universal Analytics, custom dimension add the information to the collected data. Whereas in Google Analytics 4, information is added through the event parameters. Moving ahead, the next metric we have is content grouping. Content grouping in Universal Analytics allows to group content into a logical structure, after which one can view and compare metrics by the group name. Now talking about Google Analytics 4, it has predefined event parameter for content group. This parameter fills the data into content group. Moving ahead, the next metric we have is client ID. Client ID is a unique string generated randomly and acts as a pseudonymous identifier. Client ID identifies the browser instance and then it gets stored in the browser cookies. And therefore, subsequent visits to the same site are associated with that user. In both Universal Analytics and Google Analytics 4, client ID serves the same purpose. That is, the client ID is responsible for providing the identifier. Now, let's move ahead with our next metric. Parameters. Parameters are associated with Google Analytics 4 properties. Understanding in detail about parameters, parameters are the chunk of information that specifies the user action. For example, parameters can be passed to describe the value of the purchase. Next we have is user property. User properties provide information like preferred language or geographical location of the users that interact with your website or app. Now that we have seen difference between Universal Analytics and Google Analytics 4 properties, the question definitely arises. Can Google Analytics really bring success to your business? Well, if you have a good understanding of your audience and have extraordinary strategies to work on, the Google Analytics is your best companion. Here are some success stories by Google Analytics 4 users. We all know about McDonald's, the leading fast food corporation with a huge number of outlets across the globe. Recently, a case study has been shared by McDonald's Hong Kong, which suggests that the company has experienced growth in conversions by 550% through the in-app orders. And what made them achieve such a great growth? Yes, you guessed it right. It's Google Analytics 4. Let's have a look on their success story. The major goal for the company was to redesign the strategy to increase in-app food orders, predict the behavior of in-app audiences, and reach the right customers with McDonald's mobile order campaigns. To achieve the goals, McDonald's used a simple yet smart approach and implemented Google Analytics 4 properties. With the help of predictive audiences in Google Analytics 4 properties, they tried converting audiences into customers. Moreover, with the help of Google Ads, they were able to manage the campaigns. As a result of the smart efforts, McDonald's was able to gain increase in conversions by 550% for the users who are likely to purchase in next 7 days. Isn't it amazing? Moreover, for the same audience, McDonald's had noticed a visible decrease in cost per action by 63% and an increase in revenue by 560%. Some other companies that have seen growth in their business through Google Analytics 4 includes PepsiCo, Claro Shop, etc. With the proven success of top brands in the world, let us know what the future of Google Analytics 4 holds. As per the reports on buildwith.com, there are 2,81,52,477 live websites that are using Google Analytics, out of which there are 1,21,73,413 live websites from USA and 4,68,538 live websites from India who are using Google Analytics. If we look in detail, we have a list of big names like Bank of America, Blogger.com, Cisco, Netflix, Coursera, Flipkart, ICICI Bank, Tesla India, IRCTC, Myntra, etc. that are using Google Analytics for their growth. However, we are all well aware of the success stories of all the biggies on the list. Thus, Google Analytics will continue to be an important part of new business strategies. Things you should know before we end this session are: Google Analytics 4 will be soon replacing Universal Analytics. From 1st July 2023, the Universal Analytics platform will be no longer in action. However, you will be able to access the reports for some period of time. Google Analytics 4 will be the new future of analytics.
The concept of linking is foundational to good rankings and understanding the internet at large. It starts with the premise that good content will be cited by others, recommending it to other people. How we cite and recommend information online is by linking to it. We link to information that we find valuable. Based on that, the search engines assess content by how websites link to one another. So we are going to cover the definition and purpose of links and the different functions that links serve. We'll also look at how links mirror human judgment. We'll look at how search engines evaluate links by mirroring human judgment and how that affects what's called block level analysis, and how where the location of different links and how they are used will greatly affect their relevance. We're going to look at how visitors from different link sources will behave differently based on where they came from, and also how you can measure the effectiveness of links. And finally, we're going to look at both good and bad linking practices. Now, links serve a number of purposes. From a functional standpoint, they usually are our primary means of navigation online. We click on links, we go to different pages, and from those pages we find links to other pages. Links are also a method of citing other content. When we quote somebody, when we use information that we have found somewhere else, we cite that information to give credit to the original author. Typically, online, we do that with a link, so that if someone wants to see the original source document, it's available to them. That also helps to provide credibility to you, credibility to the author of the original source, as well as assigning importance to the knowledge that came from that original source and the authority of the original source. Links also provide us with a clear structure of how our websites are built, how the pages relate to one another, and how organized the information can be. So let's break down the functional part of a link. This is important if you're going to be developing anchor text and linking to understand the structure. The ahref equals is the start of the link tag. What you are doing is developing the reference of where the document is contained. That's the href. Reference is what it is short for. What comes next within the quotes is the location of the document. Now, this can be a full URL, or you may just be linking to a document that's on the main root level of your server. This is the full location where you can access the document. And so you're putting the name of the document, the extension, so that it will be linked. The next part is what I have in caps. You'll notice off to the left, I have something in all blue text and underlined. which most people will recognize as a link. You see, when it is in between the document location and the closing of the link tag, the text you have in there is what's called anchor text. You see, instead of publishing the document location and the full URL of the document, we can put the link within text and create anchor text. So all someone has to do is click on the link and the document loads for them. This anchor text is vitally important to understanding how we can add additional relevance to linking content. Then we see the closure of the link tag. This is what makes the internet. The internet is millions of pages connected together by links. So when we look at the functional side of links, and we look at this example here, as you can see, the title of this article is not the URL address of the article. It's a title, and the title is the link. That is the anchor text of the link. And so, from a search engine standpoint, search engines look to see what words are being used in the link and how relevant those words are to the document that is being linked. It also looks to see where is the link. Is it in the editorial information, in the article? Is it part of the navigation? Is it in a sidebar or is it an ad? And then also, search engines are looking to see if this is a text link or an image link. How long has that link been there? What type of link is it? Does it go somewhere within your website? Does it go to another website? Or is it a reciprocal link, which I will explain more later? They also look to see the text in the link and the context of the page with the link directs you to. We utilize links a little differently. You see, from a human standpoint, whenever we refer information to another person, when we provide reference material to another person, or even if someone asks us for a recommendation, we provide this information. You see, offline, we mirror the same behavior as we do online when we link. People ask us for information, and we provide it. We just mirror that online by making a link. Offline, we recommend, we refer, we provide information to each other in much the same way. The way I want you to think about it from a human standpoint is that if you asked another person for advice or directions or a referral, are there certain people that you would trust more than others? I'm sure the answer to that is yes. And maybe you have some people in mind that you are thinking about. You see, we run across the same issue with search. The search engines know that there are some websites that are much more trustworthy than others. Just like if you were to ask someone for information, I'm sure you would ask the right person for the information. You would ask the most knowledgeable, trustworthy person you knew who had authority in that subject area. The search engines are trying to do the same thing with the links that we publish on our websites. They're trying to determine who is the most trustworthy and relevant based on the recommendations, referrals, and citations of other websites to other websites. Who are the websites that are trusted, that are authorities? The search engines are trying to do, from a technical algorithmic standpoint, what we do naturally from a human standpoint. Now, from the human side, as I had said before, we need to think of links as information that we receive from other people. Word of mouth advice, information, directions, recommendations. This is where we need to think about links not from the standpoint of building false relevance for a search engine, but being a helpful resource for our readers. How can we help them? How can we provide information? And how can we be a credible source of information? How can we develop our authority within the industry, and so that people who have questions about this content will see our websites as authoritative and credible resources? The best way to develop links, as you'll see, is good content. When people like what they read, when they like what they see, when they are willing to recommend it to others, it's because you have created something of value. And they'll link to you when they feel that you are credible and that you are authoritative with this information. Only then will they share it with other people, because you have earned that right for them to share it with others by providing content that is informative, educational, entertaining, and you've provided that service. Only then will people then want to recommend it to others by linking to it. Now, links serve a number of benefits. When I look at some of the incoming links to my site, one of the things I notice is that if I get a link in certain places, that can drive a lot of brand exposure. I can have thousands of people coming to the site looking to see an article, and that provides a lot of exposure to a lot of people. However, also, getting a link from a certain website, especially if it's a high, relevant, authoritative website, I can see my rankings increase because of that. But then also, a good link is going to drive people that will convert and drive sales or leads, those who become customers. So those are the three aspects of a good link. A good link will drive traffic to your site. A good link will assist your rankings. And a good link will bring in business. If you can get a link to do all three of those at the same time, that's what I call the golden link, because it has all three benefits. Usually, however, you're going to find that different links will provide different types of benefits. One of these three, or maybe two out of these three. One of the things I'm usually very focused on is the link that drives sales or generates leads. That's getting links in the right place that will benefit me tangibly, rather than just getting thousands of people to see it. Why? It benefits me financially if I can get a link in the right place. So from here, let's break down the different types of links. We have navigational links. We see these in our navigation, our primary navigation, maybe the footer of our web pages, where we have links to typical information such as about us or contact us. We also have sidebar links. This might be related information or offers or calls to action. And then also I would break it down into outbound or inbound type of navigation. Outbound are links going to other websites. Inbound links are links that come from other websites and that also I might send to other pages on my own site. Now, I've used the term editorial. An editorial link is a link that is found within the content of the website. And by that, I mean through an article. So if I am writing an article and I link to someone else and cite them or reference them, that is what's called an editorial link. It means that it's part of the content. A great example of this is that the navigation on your web pages is not part of the content. It serves a function as navigation, but it doesn't have anything to do with supporting information, with citing an authority. So information and links that you put within the content and presented content of your site are considered editorial. Now, there's also call to action links where you're bringing someone to a landing page or a registration page or a sale page. Then also we have social links. Now, these can provide a variety of means, but typically a social link will go to a profile. Maybe it's a username that takes you somewhere else, or a comment, or maybe just an image or something that goes to a social site or that you have placed on your own site as well. Either way, it's all contained within that social network. Even though the links are going on and off your site, they tend to be controlled in that social environment. Now, I've used the term reciprocal link. Now, this is something very specific. A reciprocal link is one where you would go to somebody else and you would make a trade. such as, if you link to me, I'll link to you. And maybe you put those links on the home page, or maybe you create a page just for that link. You see, sometimes it just doesn't make sense. And so the search engines will see that you've linked to each other, but if there's no contextual relevance, most likely you won't get any benefit, because you've agreed to link to each other for the primary purpose of boosting rankings. Now, this is not to say that two websites can't link to each other, because there is some relevance. We'll look at some examples of that later on in this module. Also then, we have advertising links. These can be ads, banners, anything on the page that is an advertising link that if you were to click on it, you would go to that advertiser's page. Those links are typically through an ad server, and they take place in an entirely different ecosystem. But they are links, and we need to know what kind of links are advertising and which kind of links are functional to our websites. Now, when I broke down the different types of links, so we have our navigation links, we have links in our sidebar and in our footer. What block level analysis does is that the search engines look at the code of the page. They break down the page because it's very easy to figure out which part of the code has to do with your navigation, which part of the code has to do with your sidebar and your footer, and which part of the code is calling ads from an ad server. What this leaves is the editorial content, your article, and the ability of search engines then to break down your page into these different elements. The reason why they do it is that the links contained in the editorial space are considered to be more relevant in terms of linking to other websites than any of the other types of links on your web page. Search engines don't consider all parts of the page to be equally relevant, which is okay because neither do humans. We look at the navigation as utilization, pure utility, because it's just helping me navigate among the different pages of your website. I'm not expecting to learn anything. I'm using it as a functional means of navigating your site. Now, your sidebar might have some calls to action, it might have links to other pages, but it's not an article. It's what you've developed. And so it might be a little more important than your navigation, but it's not as important as what you may have written within content. Your footer navigation is basically the same. You control that. It's the same on every page. And so what the search engines are looking for are the unique content, the unique article or information that you've published. And if there is a link within that editorial content, that is highly relevant because it has to do with content. It has to do with information that you are sharing. And so the links there are going to be more highly relevant and are going to be more important for the search engines to see. You see, it's the same way with humans. We're not going to look at navigation to learn something. It's functional. The same thing with the footer. And as humans, we're reading the content that you have in your article. And if you link to another source, well, you've provided us with utility. But it's contextual utility because you're citing where you found information, or you're citing an additional source, or you are linking to an example. And it enables me as a human to see that, understand it, and if I need that additional information, I can click on it and go to it. So I'm going to look at the information on the page in that article very differently than I'm going to look at the headings, the navigation, the sidebars, or the footer, because the article is what is informing me. And so the links in the article I'm going to look at very differently and hold them in a higher level of relevance. Now, over time, search engines have had to refine the algorithm about links. You see, in the early days of search engine algorithms, they used to simply count the amount of links. Then if one site had more links than another, that made it more credible. However, once people started to figure that out, people started accumulating links by really any means necessary. And they were just looking for the sheer volume of links, because they knew if they got the most amount of links, it would affect their rankings. And so over the years, the search engines have had to change and adjust and add more relevance to their algorithm, refine it in order to look at different aspects of links in order to properly determine relevance. So over time, it wasn't just having a link. It was then also looking at how many people cite this site as an authority. So looking at the source of the link and the types of pages. Then also looking at the text of the link and matching it with the text of the page. Does it match? Is it contextual? And then looking at the type of link, doing the block level analysis, and then also the context, the relevancy of your site compared to the linking site, compared to the link, and the information that's being shared there. Also, some of the ways that they can look at it are the age of the link. How long has that link been there? Humans do the same thing. When we look to see how long someone has been in business, we're looking at credibility. And then, of course, there are many, many other ongoing refinements that are going into the search engine's evaluations of links. Sometimes the age of the link isn't as relevant, especially when you're looking for something that has happened very recently. An old link could mean that it's old news or that something has changed since then. So search engines are in a constant battle to ensure that people are not gaming the system by falsely creating relevance through linking. The link relevancy and the algorithm is all about trying to determine who is the most relevant and credible within this area. And that is the focus of most search engine algorithm refinements over the past few years, and it will be into the future. Now, this is where I'm going to start bringing in some screenshots from a link management program. As a search engine optimizer, a link management program is probably going to be one of your best friends as you move along in this industry. In this example, this program, LinkDex, that I'm using, will track the incoming links to my website. And it'll also provide a breakdown as to what type of website those links are coming from. So I can see how many links I have from blogs, how many links I have from news sites, how many links from wikis, how many links from directories, forums, social media, public relations sites, articles, or additional resources. Then I can also add my competitors, and I can compare where I stand in terms of the amount of links from each source and where my competitors stand. In this way, I can be sure that we all have a similar link profile. You see, if my linking profile looks vastly different than all my competitors, the search engines are going to see that as well and know that something might be different with me, good or bad, and that's going to raise a red flag. So I want to look at the linking profile because every industry and almost every business's linking profile is going to be a little different. But especially among industries, we see that linking profiles, that is, the amount of links from different sources, is going to be slightly different for every different type of industry or business. So this helps me understand where my links are coming from, which is vitally important because from a business standpoint, one thing that I've tracked consistently in analytics is that people will act differently, and also I can predict which source is going to send me the best customers. You see, just because someone comes from a link doesn't mean they're going to buy or become a customer or really become a lead. Many times, they're going to come, look at your information, and leave. And based on how they come to your site, whether it's through a blog, a directory, a forum, or a news site, has a lot to do with how they view your website. And it's all about the context. You see, this is what I've learned over the years, is that people will behave differently based on how they find the website. What I found is that people from blogs, news sites, and articles, they tend to stay longer, do more, and have a higher chance of conversion, of becoming a customer or a lead. The main reason is because blogs and articles, they have a lot of context. It's an article. Someone has taken the time to write some information out and then link to my site, which means there is a highly contextual reason for someone to click that link. Also, what it means is that there's a lot less competition for that link when my link is in that article. Compare that with social news. or any type of social site. You see, when you're on a social site and you're looking at your social stream of information, there's a lot of different people competing for your attention, a lot of different things. And it's not just in one subject area. It's usually from multiple subject areas. And so the context is very low because there's a lot of different types of information, and the competition for your attention is very high. Because of that, people from social sites or applications tend to visit more often, but they only tend to view one page and leave immediately because they're looking to see what was interesting, and then they move on to the next subject. That's the difference between how people react based on where they come from. And so when I'm measuring links, I'm looking to see which links do I have, what's the source, and then how do those sources behave differently from one another, and why. You see, if I find that I'm getting links from sources that people are staying longer, doing more, and converting at a higher rate, then I'm going to continue to focus on building links in those areas because it directly affects how I monetize my website. So here's a strategy in building links. One of the things I'm looking at is the source of links. Like I said, if I can find a link source that's providing visitors that will stay, look at my content, engage with the content, and eventually convert at a higher rate than other sources of content or visitors, then I'm going to focus on that source. And so I'm going to look at some high authority websites, whether they're industry publications, news sites, education sites. Those are what are considered high authority. Blogs, articles, news sites. That's what I'm looking to do. I want to find the most authoritative website. And sometimes it happens naturally. If people that work at those websites or manage those sites, if they find you and they like your content, they'll link to it. And that way you can get more credibility, more relevancy. Certain people, certain organizations, certain websites have more authority and influence than others. It goes back to the question that I asked you early in this module, that how do you know if someone is more authoritative than somebody else? We also have mid-authority websites, which you can get some links on, and low-authority websites, which are very easy to get links. But here's what I've learned when it comes to link building. One link from one high-quality website can be worth hundreds or thousands of mid to low-quality links. Ultimately, it's about quality, not quantity. One of the things that I will do, utilizing my link software, is look at the context of the link. I want to see how relevant this is. So as I said, if I want to find a high relevant website, what I'm looking for in terms of this is I want to see the influence of the domain as well as the relevance of the domain. Those are two factors that we're going to look at when we're evaluating the quality of a domain. Now, as I'm looking at this report here, what influence means is that it is a high quality website. That within the linking algorithm, these sites have a lot of authority. However, they may not be relevant. So for example, they may have a lot of sites attributing authority to them, but they may not be relevant to my industry, which is why we have the next column of keyword relevance. You see, when I'm evaluating my links, I'm looking for the sources that are both influential and relevant. That means that I've got a link from a site that fits the two standards of high authority. It's authoritative and relevant. Now, it's good to have links from authoritative sites that might not be relevant. It's still authoritative. However, to get the full benefit, I want it to be influential and relevant. But not to say that I'm not looking for links from these other sources. This is just a means of measuring what you have, as well as comparing it to your competitors and other websites. Now, here's some best practices. When I'm optimizing anchor text, I want to maintain contextual relevance. So I want to use text in the text link, and I want to explain to people what they're linking to, what they're going to find when they click on that link. If I use an image as a link, I'm going to use an alt attribute, because if that image doesn't show up, that attribute is necessary to let people know where to go. But also, I do get a little tiny bit of benefit by using that alt attribute within the image link. I also want to look at the relevance of the source page that I'm linking to and make sure contextually the link text, and the content of the page is contextually relevant to the destination page. I also want to be sure that I don't overuse the keywords, that I don't make multiple links to the same destination, that I don't use the same anchor text over and over. I can be downgraded or even penalized by the search engine algorithm if that is found on my pages. So as an example, instead of using click here for a how-to article, I might use the exact phrase of how to fix whatever it is and use that as the link to the page that has the content. That's a simple way of looking at anchor text. Am I directing someone to additional information? If I am, then how can I present it to them so they know exactly what they're going to find and link it appropriately? I look at it as developing the next step for your readers. Where do you want them to go? What do you want them to do? What resources do you have available to them? How can you structure them so that they're easily understood and you're explaining the final destination? Like I said, if you overuse anchor text, you can be downgraded or penalized by the search engines. So what I will tell you to do is, number one, avoid overstuffing anchor content. That means needlessly repeating keywords in the anchor text. Don't do that. Avoid being redundant, meaning don't have 4 or 5 or 6 links with the same anchor text going to the same page. That's a clear way of letting search engines know that you're going overboard. Don't just randomly place links throughout your text just to get the link. Ask yourself, are you really helping the reader find the information they need? And do it once. And then also avoid extremely overly promotional words within the link text, such as best, expert, cheap, number one, those types of things. So a couple examples. We can say for travel advice, click here, but I would say, here is my travel advice and link travel advice. Rewrite it. Be creative. If it were easy, everyone would be doing it. But this is where you can write things in a better way to get the attention of the reader and position it as a resource. Also, utilizing your URL as the link, or as the anchor text as well for the link in order to get that click. As I've got it here, I would not recommend that you use that. I would recommend that you avoid that. Also, the third line, to check out the best website for iPhones and iPhone accessories. Utilizing overly promotional words is one of those ways that you can easily get caught by the search engines. Now, for future considerations when it comes to links, realize that the majority of algorithm changes are link-based evaluation refinements, because people are constantly attempting to fool the search engines and develop a false link profile. You should work to create high-quality links with high-quality content. I wouldn't chase after poor or low-quality links. Now, as I've mentioned before, there are a number of tools available for you to manage and measure your backlinks. Tools such as LinkDex, Moz, Raven, Advanced Link Manager, Majestic SEO, and then also you can use your Google Analytics as well. However, Google Analytics only shows you the visitors that have come from links and what they've done. the basic functions of link management software, and there are many other types other than what are listed here. But the first thing that it does is just provide a catalog of incoming links from other domains to your site and your competitor sites. They offer tools for comparison to see which domains are linking to you, what type of link it is, and on which pages those links are listed. They'll also report newly acquired links in the past 30, 60, 90 days, or something similar to that. The purpose of link management software is to help you assess high-quality domains versus low-quality domains in terms of importance and relevance. Like I said, the first job of a link management tool is to collect all of your backlinks. You add your domain, and the tools will usually spider the domain. They'll go out into search engines and go out into many other formats in order to find and retrace who is linking to you, what page that link is contained, sometimes what text is on that page, and what text is being used in the link. They will catalog all of your incoming links, organize them, format them, and report back to you. Most of these link programs provide additional filters and management tools so that you can get more insights about who is linking to you, how they are linking to you, and the type of site. Personally, I use link decks in order to monitor and report on my backlinking. So the first report here that I'm showing out of link decks is that I see the total amount of incoming links to my domain. This says I have over 2,000 links, and those 2,000 links are on about 1,000 domains. On average, it looks like I have about 2 links from every domain that is linking to me. So this is one way that you start to look at your links. Number one, the total amount of domains that are linking to you, and then the total amount of links available. This way you can isolate domains that are linking to you consistently, and also find those that may not be the best domains, or that are sending a lot of links that are just not relevant. The next thing I do in analyzing my links is to look at the type of link, meaning the type of site that it's coming from. This report breaks down the amount of links coming from blogs, news sites, directories, forums, social sites, articles, or resources. Now, it doesn't usually get all of those links, but it does get enough to give you an idea of how well you're doing in each channel. One of the things that I do like about this report is it also has a timeline. So I can look and see when new links have been acquired, and maybe when some links have been just disappeared. That's called churn, and it's normal. It's normal because many times a link is published on social media, and it kind of just goes away, or it's not tracked anymore by your link management software. It can't find it anymore. And so linking is always dynamic. You are always gaining new links and losing old links. There's going to be a normal amount of churn. The next report shows me all of the domains that are linking to me. It also shows me, in the next column, how many of those domains are also linking to at least one competitor. And it will list as many competitors as I have listed in here if they list to multiple competitors. It will let me know the influence of that site, or the authority that site is seen because of the amount of websites and credibility that authority has for that domain. It'll also let me know the keyword relevance, how relevant that website is overall contextually to my domain and the content that I have. It will also let me know how many pages on that domain have links to my website. So I can also go through and I can filter this list by the type of site. I can filter by those domains that are using anchor text to see how much anchor text is being used and what type of anchor text. There are many different ways that you can filter through all of the domains that are linking to you in order to get an idea of what's happening on your domain, what are competitors doing, and also the relevance of those links to your site. Now, when I say that I can add competitors, this is another type of report, very similar to the one I showed earlier, where I look at my own standing in the different types of sources of links, such as blogs, directories, forums, and so on. I can also, when I add my competitors, look to see how they are performing in those different areas as well. And so I can compare my link profile to my competitors. Different industries are going to have different backlink profiles. They might be more heavily weighted towards blogs, or they might be more heavily weighted towards forums or social sites. In this way, I can look to see if my competitors are actively link building and how they're going about it. I can see where maybe they are excelling in one area that the rest of the competitors are not. So I can compare different strategies. I can also compare different timelines to see if I am acquiring links at a faster rate than my competitors. This is very important if you are a newer business or a newer website trying to compete. Now, specifically, what I can do is look at an individual domain. In this case, this domain has 3 pages linking to me, and that domain also links to 2 of my competitors. I can look at the specific pages, and what I'm looking at here are snippets. This should be familiar to you because what it's showing is the URL of the page that's linking to my page. It shows me the page title of that page, and then in this report, it lets me know if there are any keywords being used in the link, in the anchor text, as well as the number of links from that page. Now, what this tells me is that this is most likely a directory, something that is listing all the different places where you can buy products, because it's most likely linking to the domain name, seeing that there are no keywords being used in anchor text, and also that there are 16 outbound links from that page. That means that it must be a list of some sort, and they are linking not only to me, but most likely to competitors as well. So I can track my links at the domain level and at the page level. I can look to see which pages might have more influence or relevance to my content. I can also see the link URL, the page title, if any keywords are being used in the anchor text, and also within the context of how many additional links are leaving from that page. If there are a high amount of outgoing links on that page, then a link from that page might not be as valuable since there are so many links. The less links there are coming out from that page, the more it will benefit my site because I'm getting more benefit from less links. Now also, what I'm going to do is compare the link reports to my analytics. I'm going to go to my analytics because linking software does not show traffic. It doesn't show how many people are clicking on the link. It only shows who's linking to you, but it does not show visitor activity. Analytics will show you visitor activity to see which domains are most effective in sending visitors to your site. If you go back to the primary benefits of linking, visitors, branding, and business. Analytics show me visitors and business. It shows me which domains are sending me visitors and which of those visitors are becoming customers. So what I can do is go to Google Analytics, look at all the domains that are referring traffic to my site. I can also click on the domain and see the destination page that they are linking to. I can see how many visitors are coming, either monthly or annually, how often they're coming back, whether they're new users or repeat users, how long they stay, how many pages they view, and how many conversions as a result of those visits. This is a great way to get a 360-degree view of your linking, because not only do you want links that will help you rank better, you also want links that will send business and customers to you as well. Building links can take many forms. Ideally, it is through networks, relationships, and marketing that other websites and users learn about you, like you, and recommend you to others. Unfortunately, there is a lot of bad, outdated, and untrustworthy advice to be found about building links to your website. In this section, I'll present the best practices as accepted by the OMCP standard. The objectives for this module: that you'll be able to develop a link building strategy, that you'll understand the value of different link types. Finally, you'll be able to find inbound link opportunities. The first step in building links is to evaluate what you have. Now, there are many tools available that you can utilize to do this for you. There are automated tools that you can get that will catalog all of the incoming links to your website. Some of them are LinkDex, Moz, Raven, or Advanced Link Manager. There are many that can do that. You may also want to utilize your analytics as well in order to find websites that link to you. The first step is evaluating where you are right now. Your incoming links have a significant impact on your rankings, and you can do a lot of on-page optimization and see some results. However, a lot of Google's algorithm takes into account links from other high-quality websites. Now, when you evaluate what you have, in this example, I'm showing you a screenshot from LinkDex. LinkDex catalogs the incoming links to my website, and it groups them into different areas. The first way it groups them is by high-value or high-influence domains. Those are websites that link to me that have a lot of influence, not necessarily in my industry, but high influence based on the amount of people that link to them as an authority on many different subjects. The next way that it groups that is based on relevance. Now, this is when it looks at the match of my content versus the content of the other website. In the first example, we can see the National Library of Medicine. It is a high-influence website because it is a government website with a lot of information that is cited frequently. Because of the amount of other websites linking to that site, it has a high amount of influence. Now, based on the website that I am measuring, there is a lot of keyword relevance, meaning that that National Library of Medicine site with the government has a lot of content that's very similar to my site. A lot of the same keywords are being used. So, not only is this website of high influence, it also has a lot of relevance. And that's key when evaluating my backlinks. I want to look at which websites are also referring traffic. So while I may have a link from the National Library of Medicine, I want to look at my analytics and look to see, is it also providing visitors? Are visitors following that link to my site? And I also want to look at the quality of traffic that it produces. Do these visitors stay longer than average? Do they convert more than average? I want to look at the quality of traffic based on the source. Next, I want to look at the incoming links from those other websites. Number one, I want to make sure that the incoming link from the other site is both accurate and relevant, meaning the text that is used in the link, is it accurate to the content that will appear on the page when the visitor clicks that link? Is the content relevant? This is especially relevant if I have updated my website, changed the content, or moved things around. I want to be sure that that incoming link sends visitors to the appropriate page and the appropriate information. I also want to ensure that that link is worded correctly, that it uses the right words, that is sending visitors and setting expectations of the content that they will see. I may need to contact the website manager or owner and maybe ask for a better link text or a more accurate page destination. Now, this requires some interaction with the owner or manager of another website, and you always want to be respectful of their time and not demanding that they make any changes. In some cases, the organization may be so big, you may never find the right person in order to optimize the text or the destination of that link. You always want to look for accuracy in cases where your company or website name is utilized in the link, but also if there is any contact information, such as address, phone number, a description of your business, and any content. Make sure it's accurate and it all points to the right place. Another way to look for links is to simply go to a search engine and start doing searches. Search for your company, your business, your company name, and look for websites that may mention you but do not have a live link to your website. Many times your company will be mentioned or cited, but there will not be a live link. You can only find these through doing searches and seeing which websites mention you without linking to you. Now, this could be an opportunity to get an easy link, especially if you can find some contact information and finding the right person that could add a link to your company information. Again, you'll need to be polite, ask for their help, and it will help it if you can develop the link along with the link text and send that over, giving them just a quick and easy edit to be able to add the information. So make it as easy as possible. As an example, I've provided a sample request format. Again, you want to be polite, you want to be inviting and respectful of their time and their management. Sometimes, like I said, you may find the right person that can help you. However, the larger the company, the more difficult it will be to make this happen. This just requires your patience and, again, being polite and not expecting the company to do what you are asking. Many times, this is just a formality, and sometimes companies will act on it. So be sure to approach this with the right expectations. The next thing I want to look at are business listings. These are the easy ways to establish links and ensure that links are where they should be, and also opportunities. Look for business directories, especially if your company has a local presence. You can utilize Chamber of Commerce lists, association lists, or local listings. If they are on websites, see if they offer links that can go to your website rather than just the list of businesses that are in the area. Even on a larger level, you can look for associations, directories, or listings where you can add your business or double check if your business is there, and always ensure that your business name, address, phone number, and URL are correct, complete, and consistent with other listings. The next level will require some active marketing, and that's where you search for opportunities. You can go out and look for other resource lists within your industry or directories of businesses within your industry, and you can get a link many times through membership or submitting your business as a resource. However, you may want to step up your marketing. You can do that by interviewing your clients, seeing if they might be willing to provide a testimonial and a link to your website. You may also want to go out and find other communities online, maybe some social communities that are relevant to your industry. Get involved with those communities, fill out a profile, and get involved by contributing information. By sharing information, you'll find that people like getting information, and they'll respond by linking to your site. Another option is to utilize the tool that you had for indexing your links from the first step. You can also add your competitors, and you can look at their backlinks. You can look and see which websites and which domains are linking to your competitors, but you always need to go and see why. What are those other sites linking to, and what is the nature of that link? Sometimes it may exclude you from being able to approach competitors' backlinks and ask them for links. However, if they're being linked to by companies that are simply stating, here are vendors in this space, and they are linking your competitors, and you're not there, then it might make a lot of sense for you to approach and ask if you can be listed as well. However, be sure that the links to your competitors are not from a consumer or customer relationship. In that case, it might be out of line for you to ask for a link. Make sure if you approach anyone who's linking to a competitor and asking for a link to your site, make sure the context is right and that it makes sense for them. And that's the ultimate judge of value. Does it benefit somebody else to link to your site? We all know that it will benefit you, but when you present your link request, you need to offer value and a benefit for others to link to you. So be sure that you present it in a way that is beneficial and good for those people that will be adding the link. They're the ones that have to take the work to do it, and they're also the ones that are adding a recommendation for you and your business. So as always, you need to be considerate and patient. Now, the best way to build links is by creating something that people like and sharing it. You see, the best way to build links is by creating value through content or information or entertainment. You see, when people like things, they link to it. If they find a study or a white paper or research that you performed, they link to it. If you post an infographic that explains something and it's attractive, people link to it. You see, that's what's most amazing about linking. I find that when we put most of our effort into creating content that people like, that's what builds the most valuable and the most relevant links. And so what type of content? Well, you can create infographics, videos, top 10 lists, or articles. Articles with advice or analysis of market data, or even research. That type of content, people love it. And so when you publish it out, you utilize social media to extend the reach and the visibility of that type of content and recommend it to others. Now, people also like, depending upon your industry or your business, they also like some personality, maybe some humor. People always like expert information. They like the cute. This is why pictures of cats tend to be liked and linked to more than almost anything else. And also the unexpected. If you can inject any of that into your content, that just makes it more valuable, more personable, and again, more shareable by other people. And every time someone shares it, it builds a link to your site. You see, the best linking is when people like something. When you create something that people like and share, you might be surprised at the many opportunities there are to get links based on your content. I've seen many blogs based on cooking, fashion, arts, sports, music, and when people specialize within a specific topic, they always find an audience. And so anything they publish builds links. Even on certain social media sites, such as Pinterest, people upload pictures on articles and infographics, especially about landscaping, flowers, food, cars, you name it. There is a special interest for anything. And you can develop links from those social sites to your site, and it can generate traffic. Even with a blog, developing articles that talk about upcoming events, new music, sports, whatever it is, when you create content that people like, it takes the longest amount of time to build content for building links. When you develop your own content, that's the biggest investment you'll make in time and research and writing and presentation. However, the result is that when you develop that content, you will receive the best and highest quality links, and the most valuable links are going to be to that content. As I mentioned before, one high quality link can be worth more than hundreds or thousands of low quality links. So my best advice is to create content that people like, that they link to. And that will be high value links that you'll generate to your site.
We have already discussed what copywriting is. Let's begin with some examples of copywriting. So let's talk about Coca-Cola's Share a Coke campaign. This one was a game changer. By replacing their iconic logo with popular names on bottles, Coca-Cola created a personal connection with customers. It's amazing how a simple idea of personalizing bottles with names can drive people to buy and share more Cokes. Next up, M&M's. Their tagline, "Melts in your mouth, not in your hands," is a classic. It's straightforward and highlights a unique selling point. This catchy phrase makes you remember the brand every time you think of chocolate candies. Now, L'Oreal's "Because You're Worth It" is another powerful example. This slogan is all about self-esteem and empowerment, encouraging people to treat themselves with high-quality beauty products. It resonates deeply, especially with their target audience. So, these copywriting examples made a huge impact by transforming simple ideas into memorable campaigns. Coca-Cola's Share a Coke campaign boosted sales and engaged customers on a personal level. M&M's tagline became a staple phrase that people associated with the product, and L'Oreal's empowering slogan helped build brand loyalty and position their products as a choice for self-care. Now, before going forward, let's take a quick sneak peek into the history of copywriting, or how this evolved. Copywriting began in the late 1800s with John Emery Powers, known as the first professional copywriter. He crafted compelling ads for products like Murphy Varnish Company, highlighting its durability and shine. In the early 1900s, Claude Hopkins revolutionized advertising with scientific methods, creating effective campaigns like the famous Pepsodent toothpaste ad. And as time went on, Apple took copywriting to new heights with memorable campaigns like Think Different. Apple's Think Different campaign, launched in the year 1997, marked a major turning point for the company. Featuring famous people like Albert Einstein and Mahatma Gandhi, it celebrated creativity and originality. This campaign transformed Apple's image from a struggling tech company to a symbol of innovation and uniqueness. It connected deeply with people, increased brand loyalty, and set the stage for the success of products like the iMac, iPod, and iPhone. Overall, Think Different revitalized Apple and changed the way companies approached advertising. Today, copywriting combines classic techniques with modern strategies for ads, websites, and social media to engage audiences and drive results. Now, you can find various forms of copywriting around you. Let's see each of them one by one. First, there are print ads. Think about those catchy headlines and persuasive texts in magazines, newspapers, and billboards. Then there's online content. This includes website copy, blogs, and social media posts. For instance, Grammarly's blog posts provide valuable writing tips while subtly promoting their product. Next, we have email marketing. These are the emails you get about sales, new products, or just keeping in touch. For example, Netflix's personalized recommendations and new show announcements keep users engaged and subscribed. Now, product descriptions are another form. When you shop online, you see detailed information about products, right? Apple's product descriptions highlight the sleek design and innovative features, making you want to own that latest gadget. Now, social media posts are all about quick, engaging copy. For instance, Oreo's timely and witty "You Can Still Dunk in the Dark" tweet during the Super Bowl blackout became an instant hit. Finally, landing pages. These are standalone pages created for marketing campaigns with compelling headlines and clear call to action. Companies like Shopify use landing pages to highlight the ease of setting up an online store, converting visitors into customers. Now, copywriting is often confused with content writing. So, copywriting and content writing serve different purposes and require different approaches. Copywriting aims to persuade readers to take immediate action, like making a purchase or signing up for a newsletter, using brief, direct, and compelling messages. For instance, a product ad saying, "Claim your 50% off discount code," is designed to drive sales quickly. Content writing, on the other hand, focuses on providing valuable, informative, or entertaining content to engage the audience and build trust over time. An example is a blog post with 10 tips for better home workouts that educates readers about fitness. While copywriting is short and action-oriented, content writing is longer, detailed, and aimed at offering useful information. So understanding these differences helps you choose the right approach for your marketing goals. Now that you have got a clear idea on what copywriting is all about, let's break down the steps you need to take to become a successful copywriter, from understanding what copywriting is to finding your first job. Number 1. Understand what copywriting is. First things first, you need to understand what copywriting actually involves. Copywriting is the art of writing text that sells or promotes something. This text, often called copy, can be used in ads, on websites, in emails, or even in the videos. The goal of copywriting is to persuade people to act, whether it's buying a product, signing up for a service, etc. Number 2, learn the basics of copywriting. Once you know what copywriting is, it's time to learn the basics. Start by finding resources like online courses, books, or blogs that teach you the fundamentals of writing persuasive copy. Look for topics such as crafting effective headlines, understanding your target audience, and mastering the art of clear and engaging writing. Number 3, build your writing skills. To become a copywriter, you need to practice writing copy. Start by creating your own mock projects, such as writing ads for fictional products, crafting sales emails, or designing social media posts. The more you practice, the better your writing skills will become. Now, number 4 is creating a portfolio. As you develop your skills, start putting together a portfolio to showcase your best work. Your portfolio is like your resume for potential clients or employers. It should include examples of your writing and highlight your ability to create persuasive and engaging copy. Now, number 5, get real experience. Now, it's time to gain real-world experience. Look for internships, freelance gigs, or part-time jobs where you can apply for your copywriting skills. This hands-on experience will help you learn more about the industry and start building a professional network. Now, number 6, learn from the pros. One of the best ways to improve your skill is to learn from the experienced copywriters. Follow their blogs, watch their videos, and see how they approach their work. This will give you valuable insights and inspiration. Number 7 on the list, stay updated with industry trends. The field of copywriting is always evolving, so it's important to stay informed about the latest trends and techniques. Subscribe to newsletters, join online communities, and keep learning to stay ahead in the industry. Now, number 8, network and market yourself. Building connections in the copywriting world can lead to job opportunities and valuable advice. Attend industry events, join online forums, and connect with other professionals in the field. Now, number 9, get feedback and improve. Seeking feedback from others is a great way to improve your skills. Share your work with more experienced copywriters or mentors, and use their feedback to make your writing even better. Now, at last, number 10, keep practicing and growing. Finally, keep practicing your copywriting skills and looking for new opportunities to grow. The more you practice and learn, the better you will become. So, copywriting offers a wide range of job opportunities across many industries. As an advertising copywriter, you'll create engaging ads for TV, radio, and online platforms. Marketing copywriters focus on crafting content for brochures, flyers, and websites to attract customers. If you are an SEO copywriter, you'll write content optimized for search engines to improve website rankings. Content strategists plan and manage content strategies, while social media managers create posts and ads for social platforms. Email marketing specialists design email campaigns to nurture leads. Creative directors oversee creative campaigns and lead teams. Product copywriters develop appealing product descriptions for e-commerce websites. Now, one of the biggest perks of copywriting is the flexibility, especially if you choose to freelance. As a freelance copywriter, you can work with multiple clients, set your own schedule, and pick projects that excite you. This flexibility allows you to balance your work with other life commitments and explore a variety of industries and writing skills. Whether you prefer the stability of a corporate job or the freedom of freelancing, copywriting offers diverse career paths. It's a field where you can continuously learn and grow, finding the right fit for your skills and interests. So, there you have it. That's a wrap on a deep dive into the world of copywriting. We have covered a lot today, from what copywriting is and its importance in business to the vast job opportunities available in this field. Whether you are aiming for a corporate position, looking to work in advertising or digital marketing, or considering the flexible lifestyle of a freelancer, Copywriting offers endless possibilities. Remember, the key to become a successful copywriter is practice, creativity, and a good understanding of your audience. If you are passionate about writing and persuasion, there's a place for you in this dynamic industry.
Imagine harnessing the power of artificial intelligence to kickstart your own digital business. AI has unlocked endless possibilities, making it easier than ever to create and sell digital products online. From generating captivating art to crafting engaging text, AI tools are your gateway to effortlessly producing a wide range of digital products that can elevate your business or even be sold for profit. The beauty of AI lies in the accessibility. No need to be a tech expert to dive in. In this thrilling article, we will explore the diverse digital products you can create with AI, reveal the best tools at your disposal, and guide you through the process step by step. Get ready to unleash your creativity and see how AI can transform your entrepreneurial aspirations into reality. So, let us understand what are digital products. Whenever we hear the term digital products, we generally think of images, arts, or files that can be downloaded. While these are the majority of the products we can find online, the definition of digital products is much broader. Digital products include paintings, illustrations, graphic designs, photographs, or other forms of visual and multimedia content and other web-based services. And these are intangible items that are created, sold, and distributed online. Unlike physical goods, digital products exist in a digital format, meaning they don't require inventory, shipping, or storage. Examples of digital products like software, ebooks, online courses, memberships, digital music, and other web-based services. Now let us understand why sell digital products. Selling digital products using AI offers numerous advantages that can significantly enhance your business's efficiency, creativity, and profitability. AI is a game changer for selling digital products online. Whether it's generating stunning artwork, composing music, or writing compelling text, AI expands your creative possibilities, allowing you to produce high-quality digital products quickly. Leveraging AI reduces the need for extensive human resources, cutting down on costs associated with hiring designers, writers, or developers. AI can even analyze customer data to help create personal digital products that are catered to specific audiences. This targeted approach increases the likelihood of sales and customer satisfaction as the products are tailored to meet individual needs and preferences. AI constantly evolves, providing you with cutting-edge tools and techniques to stay ahead in the market. By integrating AI in your digital product business, you position yourself as an innovative leader offering products that stand out with competition. In short, selling digital products using artificial intelligence enables you to tap into the enhanced creativity, efficiency, and scalability while keeping costs low and maintaining a high level of personalization and innovation. It's a smart, future-focused approach to building a successful digital product business. Now let us understand where to sell digital products exactly. Sell your digital products in multiple online sales channels to increase their reach and expose more people to your brand. Starting an online store to list your digital products, promoting your brand, and publish the content that appeals to your audience. Try promoting your digital products in social media and set up social media storefronts so that users can check when they scroll. Most importantly, initially use an e-commerce platform which already has a bunch of perks like huge audience, easy setup, and so much more. For example, Etsy, Gumroad, and Shopify. Now let us understand the top 5 digital products to sell online. The first product is generating guides. There are some famous shops in Etsy that have guides for everything, including the real estate guides, Airbnb cleaning checklists, cooking guides, and so much more templates. Basically, they have good templates with attractive fonts. With the help of AI, you can make it personalized depending on your interest. For example, you can ask the ChatGPT all the things an individual needs to know on Airbnb cleaning and make a good guide of it. Here, 75% of the work is done by AI, and you yourself need to copy the template to Canva or Word and ultimately make it look good. The next product is logo design. Let me tell you, one doesn't need to be a graphic designer to design logos, as Midjourney has the ability to create logos for almost everything. Take up the list from the ChatGPT on which business you can create logos for, and you're halfway there. Finally, you need to utilize your idea and write your prompt in the Midjourney, and the result will shock you for sure. It is one of the most profitable business among all, but you need to understand the language of AI, Midjourney, and a bit of Photoshop. The next product is business cards. This is one of the top selling cards online as it is demanded by most businesses. Basically, it's a card carrying information regarding the type of businesses, their landmarks and contact details, etc. You need to go to the Midjourney to tell it your exact card design and pick up a design and put it in Canva to make it personalized and usable. The next product is resume templates. Without any doubt, this product is booming in the market. With the advantage of AI, it can be one of the most profitable businesses overall. Professionals are continuously searching for better resumes that create impressions and even cross the application tracking system and finally get hired. You just need to tell ChatGPT to create a particular type of resume with necessary sections. You can just write a prompt in Midjourney to create great looking resumes that are unique and you are done. Using both the things together, you can just start the most profitable business. The next product is product mockups. Product mockup is a broad market including frame mockups, t-shirt mockups, pillow mockups, etc. The hero product is the mug mockup, which are actually best for gifting purpose. In the modern era, people are a fan of personalized products and this field actually fans the desires. You need to be back on Midjourney and simply ask to show some simple mugs with white background and Photoshop it to make it personalized. It's a great idea to start the business as it's a trending market and can earn a lot. Now let us understand how to create and sell digital products. After you have basic knowledge about what digital products are and what products to sell, the next step is to know how to create and sell them. So let us understand the step-by-step guide to create and sell digital products. The first point is identifying a product. Begin by identifying a digital product that's in demand. Kate's research led her to gallery wall art. Kate identified a potential product by conducting market research on Etsy, a popular online platform for selling homemade goods. She spotted a demand for a specific type of product, gallery wall art sets, bundles of printable art images. She analyzed the listings using the Adobe Chrome extension to estimate the potential revenue and total sales. Seeing the demand for this type of product and its high earning potential, Kate decided to utilize AI technology to simplify the creation process. Follow the same process and you can identify the real diamond pretty soon. The next point is the website to generate designs. Use websites like Midjourney to generate designs, images, text, anything and everything in just a few steps. Midjourney uses text prompts to generate the search. The next point is download the design. After you select a particular type of design of the product, download it in your system for further process. The next point is use of AI tool. ChatGPT is the next wonder of AI. Use that wonder to make the product personalized and gain all the knowledge if you are making any type of guides. The next comes use of photo editor. For selling digital products online, one of the skills you need to master is the use of photo editors like Photoshop, Canva, etc. The better you can use, the better your product will look. Having intermediate knowledge of photo editors will be great to start with. The final step is listing the product. After everything is done, give life to your product by listing it on a website like Etsy, Gumroad, etc. and you are good to go. Now let us understand the tips to sell digital products. Before you start a business, understand your target audience. Knowing your target audience will help you create products that meet your needs and preferences, which can lead to more sales. The next comes identifying profitable digital products. It will help you go a long way. Choose products that are doing well in the market like logos, wedding cards, resumes, and more. Use Google ChatGPT to gain information and have a research on websites like Etsy, Gumroad to see the business. The bestsellers use the great marketing strategies. You too need to do that. AI can help you market your digital products. You can use AI-powered chatbots to answer customers' inquiries and send automatic generated mail marketing campaigns and create an audience. The last but not the least, the most important step is to have a competitor analysis. Research on competitors' products, their pricing strategies, their audience, etc. can help you a lot in formulating your marketing. To make $1,000 a month with digital products using AI, you must create valuable products that solve your customers' problems and market them effectively. Pricing your products correctly, creating an automated sales funnel, and scaling up your business and all are critical components of a successful digital product business. With this, we have come to the end of the video. Hope you have liked it. For any queries, do comment and one of our experts will definitely help you out.
Today we're going to cover search engine optimization, interview questions and answers. So thanks for joining again, and here's how it's going to work. So if you have any questions to these questions or answers, feel free to just comment right below this video and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. We're going to go through a series of questions and I'm going to answer those questions for you. Okay, so the first question that you might be asking in an interview is differentiate between do follows and no follows. Okay, so if you've taken or listened to my SEO courses on YouTube for SEO, we talked a lot about do follows and no follows. And simply put, I mean, do follows are just signals to the search engines to follow the link. So there's a link on site A pointing to site B. We're going to basically tell Google, Bing, and some of these other search engines, hey, go ahead and follow that link. Now, a no-follow is just the opposite. So no-follow link doesn't allow the search engine crawlers to follow it. So if we have a link on our site, site A, pointing to site B, we can put a no-follow tag in there. And what that's going to do, it's going to signal to the crawlers, hey, don't follow this link. So in the end, if the crawlers don't follow the link, then there's not going to be any link juice passed. And so Google is not going to give you credit or give that site credit for having a link pointing to it or pointing to another site or from another site. And so it's all about linking. So we can control if there's links on our site, whether we want the crawlers to recognize those or not, simply with no follow tags. So just a reminder, link juice is the reputation or equity passed from one website to another. So if you have a link on another website and that website is of high quality, meaning their page authority, their domain authority is high, they have a lot of content, they're not spammy, they're really rich and they're relevant, then you may want to make sure that the link pointing from that site to your site is a no follow. So that way that Google can recognize the link from that site to your site. And basically that reputation is going to be passed on to you. Okay, so that's a do follow versus a no follow. And why would we do a no follow? Well, it depends. It really depends. A lot of social media platforms like Facebook have no follows. If you have a lot of content, you may not want to be pushing out a lot of do follows. It could actually look bad from an external linking standpoint. And so a lot of sites are really particular about who they want to pass link juice onto and give credit for the link. So it's a business decision at the end of the day. There's really no hard, fast rule here, except from an SEO perspective, if I have a site and I have a lot of external links pointing outward to other sites, I'm going to be particular about who I allow the search engine to follow and what links I allow not to follow. Okay. So here's an example of what they look like. So do follow is simply just the href. Notice the no follow has the tag appended to it, the href tag with a no follow. So if the search engine's crawling your site and they see that no follow there, they're not going to follow that link, and vice versa. If there's a link on another site pointing to yours and there's a no follow there, you're not going to get credit. The search engines aren't going to pick up that link. Okay, so question 2, what is 301 redirect and how is it different from a 302 redirect? So 301 redirects tell users in the search engine specifically that an original page has been moved, and this is the keyword here, permanently. So permanently moved. We're going to explain that in a minute. So it's just moved from one page to another. And so if we don't have a page anymore, but we have a new page. Let's just say you built a new website with new URLs. You want to make sure the old page is pointing to the new page with a 301 redirect. So if a 301 redirect is permanent, then a 302 is temporary. So we want the search engines to recognize that we have 301 permanent redirects in place. Why? Because if we have temporary, then it might alert Google to not keep that page in its search engine rankings because it's temporary. So why would Google want to keep a temporary page or even a page that is pointing to another page on a temporary basis? So they may remove both pages from its index. Okay, but if we have something permanent in place, Google may say, okay, this page is permanently linking to another page or redirecting to another page. Therefore, it's stable, it's permanent. We're going to keep that new page in the index and eventually remove the old page. So really, something permanent is more stable in the eyes of the search engine. Something temporary may not be as stable in the eyes of, say, Google. And if they don't see it as stable, then they may remove both pages from the index. Okay, so the idea is we want to be found in Google Search Index, and we get it. Sometimes pages go away for a variety of reasons. And if it does go away, just make sure you have a new page for it. And that new page is a 301 permanent redirect. Okay, so question 3. Why are backlinks important in SEO? Well, we kind of hinted on that a bit with the nofollow. Because if we have a link from another website pointing to ours, and that link from that other website is really relevant, and it has a high page and domain authority, then it's going to benefit us. And so backlinks are important because if we have backlinks from high quality sites, it's going to improve the credibility of our site, especially if it's a do follow tag. So the search engines are going to recognize the relationship between the site that has a link pointing to us. Okay, so it's just going to build our credibility. It's going to increase our domain authority. And then the net effect of that is if we're credible and we have high domain authority, then that's going to increase the rankings of our pages. And when the pages increase in ranking, then we're going to get more of a lion's share of the traffic for certain keywords that our pages are found for. And if our pages are found and getting traffic, then because we have increased rankings, we're likely going to have increased traffic. And then it's just a snowball effect. So more traffic leads to more engagement and conversions. So the whole idea for SEO is, remember, you have an on-page strategy and an off-page strategy. Building external links is part of an off-page SEO strategy, and we want to make sure that we are relevant in the form of a link or in the form of content on other high-quality sites. Being on a high-quality site only benefits us because, again, increases our domain authority. Google sees us as more relevant. Therefore, our pages are going to benefit by ranking higher, and therefore, when we rank higher, we get more traffic. So it's a snowball effect. So having backlinks is important because it snowballs all the way through to conversions. Okay, so what are the best practices to rank your videos on YouTube? So it's a great question, really great question. Given the importance of videos, especially with SEO, because videos are found. YouTube in itself is a search engine. So if we have a video, how are we going to get it to rank on YouTube? Well, first things first, you never want to put a video out there and want it to rank if it's not engaging or informative. So make sure you go ahead and follow the best practices of having engaging and informative content in your video. Now, once you have that video in place, you want to optimize it. And then some of the key factors for optimizing the video are you want to choose a title that has high search volume and low difficulty. Just as you would keyword, for example, for a web page, you want to choose a title with a keyword in it that has high volume and low difficulty, i.e. low competition. Okay, so you want a nice ratio there. And you want to choose a title that's going to get people to watch the video too. So it's not all about just choosing a title just for the sake of high volume. You also have to choose something that's relevant, that's going to be catchy as well. And then with that title goes the description. So you want a description that's very relevant to your title, okay? Because most people aren't going to click on a video just for the sake of the title. They're going to want to probably get a sneak peek via the description of what it is. So again, you want to optimize that description, but Make sure the description is just as snazzy as the title. Okay, you also want to use accurate and relevant video tags, just as you would on Twitter or Facebook. Tag these videos. Okay, so make sure your title tag length doesn't exceed 100 characters because it will get chopped off. So again, that goes back to just writing something really short and to the point that's going to grab somebody's attention. Okay, you also want to upload a captivating thumbnail, something that's relevant, that's going to grab somebody's attention. And then again, we set it similar to the video tags. We want to use relevant hashtags. Again, just as you would with Twitter and Facebook. Go ahead and throw some hashtags in there that people could see because people search via hashtagging. And then this goes without saying, you did all the work, created a really great video. It's engaging, it's informative, you optimized it. Feel free to promote your video on other social media platforms. Okay, don't just stick with YouTube per se. So the benefit here is if you post it on Facebook or LinkedIn or whatever platform of your choice and it gets engagement, people click on the link, go to YouTube, they're going to like it, and then other people are going to see that engagement. They're going to see how many people liked it or how many subscribers you have. So promote your videos to help you with the ranking of the video on YouTube. So that does play into it. So go ahead and promote it so other people can watch it, like it, comment, etc. And that's going to engage other people to want to do the same. So what is mobile first indexing? This is a really important and timely question. Mobile first indexing means Google's just using mobile friendly content for indexing and ranking websites. So in other words, Google, for example, has two bots. They have the traditional desktop bot and they have a smartphone bot. And eventually everybody that has a website is going to be migrated over to the smartphone bot. And so if that smartphone bot goes to your website and starts crawling, what do you think they're looking for? Their smartphone bot, they're looking for mobile friendly content. If it's not mobile friendly, meaning the page isn't designed for a smartphone browser, or let's just say the images are way too large, or you have to expand the text just to read it. You know, a lot of these issues that somebody would have just simply trying to read something on a web page on their mobile device, Google's not going to grab that content. So you want to make sure it's mobile friendly so it gets indexed. And so if your website has a responsive design, Google will rank your website based on its performance on mobile devices. Okay, so you want to make sure that your website is mobile friendly. And if you're in an interview and somebody asks you this question, you could even take it a step further and say, look, I'm going to measure how friendly my website is for mobile devices in Google Search Console. Because Google Search Console has a report that will show you what pages on your website are not mobile friendly. And it's not a guarantee, but I could tell you if I'm Google and I'm crawling your site with my smartphone bot, and that page or one of my pages is not mobile friendly, I'm probably not going to index it or rank it. So you want to leverage that report in Google Search Console to see what pages are mobile friendly. So that's a little bonus for you to really impress the interviewer who asked you this question. Because how are you going to know if one of your pages is mobile friendly or not if you don't look at a report? So keep an eye on Google Search Console's mobile usability report. Okay, number 6. List down the most important local SEO ranking factors. Okay, so organic local ranking is just as important as anything else in organic search. Because if you have a local business, you want to use the likes of, say, Google My Business to show up when somebody types in, looking for a florist or looking for a coffee shop. So what you want to do is you want to create a web page for every product and service. Okay? You also want to opt for your business listings on Google My Business. And there are plenty of other local business directories out there like Yelp, for example, or Bing even has one. So go ahead and also make sure you have a business listing as well. But since Google in the United States has a huge market share, you want to start with Google first. You want to update your NAP citations on your website, maintain consistency of your NAP. Okay, so NAP is name, address, phone number. So you want to make sure that that's current and consistent. So if you have a number on your website, make sure it's the same number on Google My Business. Okay, you can embed a Google map on your website. You could certainly optimize the meta tags and content, not only on your web pages, but within your Google My Business directory. So you can add your business to other local directories, like I mentioned, Yelp, and then also, just as important, opt for reviews and ratings. Okay, so the more reviews you have, the better off you are. Okay, so I always say this with local search. 3 of the main factors in showing up for local search on, say, Google is obviously the keyword. The second is the proximity of where that person is. And then third is the reviews. So you can't really control the proximity, but you can control the keyword and you can control the reviews to some degree. So work hard at getting reviews for your business, but at the same time, you can certainly work in some keywords, let's just say for your product and service pages on your website, but also you can translate that over to Google My Business. Okay, so working in those keywords, making sure your number, your address, your name, they're all consistent. And really just spreading the business out on other directories. That's really, all these are really key factors for local SEO. Okay, so question number 7, how to avoid duplicate content, getting penalized for duplicate content. So for example, if you have 2 different versions of a web page, you may result in a duplicate content issue. So it's just SEO 101. You never want to have two or more pages with the same content. So what do? Well, we can avoid this in having Google penalize us by, again, setting up a 301 redirect. Remember, 301s are permanent. We can also use what they call a canonical tag. And a canonical tag basically alerts the search engines as to which page is the original. Okay, so if we have an original page, we want to point to that page with our canonical tag. And then the third option is opt for preferred domain in Google Search Console. Okay, so if you have multiple domains, make sure you set up a primary one in Search Console. So those are ways to work around it. Of this 3, I would always go with the canonical tags, because that's just a tag that's going to sit on the page. It's going to alert Google as to what the original is, just in case they get their hands on the duplicate. So all the pages that have the same content are going to have the same canonical tag pointing to one page. So again, 301s are permanent. You can simply just redirect one to the other if you end up having duplication, or you could just tell the search engines, hey, this is the original page, or you can go through Search Console. Okay, number 8, what are the tactics to increase a web page speed? Okay, so what are some of the tactics? Well, when you build a site, especially for mobile, you want to keep it as simple as possible. And what I mean by simple as possible, really, I mean, hey, use a simple website design. Don't get overly creative, if you will. Most websites, all websites have images. You're not going to be able to get around that, but just make sure you optimize your images. In other words, don't have such a large image size. If you don't need something very large, don't have it. Okay, you want to improve server response time. And what do we mean by that? Well, your site's sitting on a server somewhere. You can own that server, or you can be renting it out from, say, Amazon Web Services, or let's just say GoDaddy as your registrar. They also have web hosting. Well, if you have it on, say, GoDaddy's server, you may be sharing that server with other businesses. And at certain times of the day, other businesses may get a lot of traffic and suck up a lot of bandwidth. What is that going to do? That's going to reduce the server response time for your site. And so you want to make sure you have an idea of, what server your web page or website is on. And you want to be able to have some control over that. Because if your server response is slow, that's going to slow down everything else in terms of loading in the browser, and that's not going to be good for SEO. Okay, optimize your code. We mean by minifying. When we say minifying, we mean get rid of some of the redundant code. If you have CSS, get rid of the JavaScript you're not using. So that's what we mean by optimizing code. Reduce redirects. Okay, ideally, you just want to have one redirect in place. You don't want to create a daisy chain, so to speak, of redirecting and redirecting after that. That's never going to bode well, and it's going to slow things down as well. Enable browser caching. So if you enable browser caching, basically, if somebody comes back to the page they've been on, say, 2 days ago, they're probably going to see a cached version of that page. And then opt for the content delivery network as well. So these are some of the ways to reduce page speed. Now, if you're curious about the page speed of your website, you can always go to Google's Page Speed Insights tool. And all you have to do is just Google Page Speed Insights, or even just something generic like Google Page Speed. And you're going to get this tool, Page Speed Insights. And all you need to do is just plug in a URL. When you plug in the URL, Google is going to analyze the URL for both mobile and desktop. And so here we could see Google gives a score. So we could see the score for mobile and we could see the score for desktop just by clicking on desktop. And so here I could see some of the issues that the site may be having in terms of page load time for their desktop. If I flip over to mobile, here I could see some other issues. For example, they have a server static assets with efficient cache policy. Now, if you're not sure what the heck that means, you can always just click on it and you can see some specifics here, or you can just always Google it as well. Here you got to reduce the impact of third-party code. Okay, so that's another thing. Reduce JavaScript execution time. So again, going back to some of the comments we made about coding. Okay, sometimes too much code or code not functioning as well as it should will tend to slow down the site. Okay, so you can use PageSpeed Insights. You can always get a glimpse of how pages are loading simply by also going to, for example, Google Analytics. Under Behavior, okay, you can go to Site Speed, and if you click on Overview, okay, what Google does is they do a sampling of pages over time. And in this case, based on 89 page views, they have an average page load time. And so you can get a sense of how quick specific pages load your site overall simply by looking at the Site Speed Overview report in Google Analytics to get a sense of how quick your pages are loading. Now, there are certain factors that do affect load time. So obviously the way the page is built with the code, the images, etc., but also the browser. Each browser loads differently. Okay, so you want to take a look at it by browser, also by country. Every country has a different network. Okay, you can be in the United States and have worse network service than you do, say, in Ivory Coast in Africa. Okay, so it really depends on the network you're on. So, and also the page. Every page is built differently. So you want to get a sense of what pages are loading quicker and which pages are not. You can simply just go to page timings in Google Analytics and you get a sense of what pages do not load fast and which ones do. And maybe hone in on the pages that aren't loading fast and address those pages first. Okay, so you have two tools at your disposal, one Google Analytics and one PageSpeed Insights. Okay, so let's look at question number 9 here. So when should an individual target short tail and long tail keywords? Okay, so remember, short tail are usually 1 to 2 keywords, very broad in nature. Long tail keywords are maybe 3, 4 keywords in a query, or maybe an entire sentence. Those are considered long tail keywords. So usually short tail keywords have higher volume, but also higher competition. Longer tail keywords usually have lower volume, but also lower competition. But the great thing about long tail keywords, the conversion rate will tend to be a little bit higher than, say, a short tail because it's less vague and more specific. So you can use short tail keywords if you're trying to drive a lot of visitors because those keywords are going to be vague or broad in nature. Long tail keywords are used for targeted pages such as product pages and articles. So if you have a specific product with a long name, you can certainly optimize that page for that product name. Again, the product name may have low volume, but if somebody types in exactly that product name, you show up, the chance of them converting are going to be very high. So you don't have to always be that specific with the product name, but try and be as specific as you possibly can in order to get somebody to click on your link in the search engine results and get them over to your site to convert. Okay, so those are really the big differences. Short tail, very broad, very vague, a lot of volume, but also a lot of competition. But hey, if you're ranking for a short tail keyword, you're probably going to get a lot of traffic. The conversion rates may not be as high as something, say, long tail, where, hey, maybe you're just honed in on a few set number of products and you don't care a lot about the traffic. You just care about getting the relevant traffic to your site to convert. Okay, number 10, what are the important elements to focus while developing a website? So we're talking in terms of SEO. Okay, so if somebody asks me this question in an interview, what am I going to focus on while developing a website? Well, the answers are right here. Yes, we talked about mobile. Mobile is so important because a lot of websites are going to be indexed with Google Smartphone Bot. So mobile usability is very important. So we need to make sure our website is responsive for mobile. Just some basic practices when it comes to site architecture and navigation. We want to have a simple URL structure. Okay, no overly cumbersome. The navigation should simply be clean and neat. Okay, if you have 5 products, okay, maybe you have in your navigation, you have something called products with all 5 listed, or you have all 5 products in the main navigation. The key is you just want to make it clean and neat and easy for somebody to find. The rule of thumb is if it's good for the end user, it's probably going to be good for Google. But if it's complicated for the end user, it's probably going to be complicated for Google. You always want to create a sitemap. Now, what is that sitemap? A sitemap is simply just a formatted file that includes all your URLs and assets, your images and your videos. They're going to be sitting on your server as well. So you want Google or these bots to be able to find your pages and assets. And by the way, you want to take it a step further and make sure you upload that sitemap, which is sitting in the root directory, meaning domain.com/sitemap.xml. Okay, you want to take that sitemap and make sure you input that sitemap location in Google Search Console. That way, Google Search Console has a one-way ticket to grab the elements in the sitemap. Another important element to focus on while developing a website is having a robots text file. And all a robots text file is, it's like a lock, I always say, to a house. So if you lock a door in your house, nobody's going to be able to get in that door. So that's all a robots text file is. You're telling Google and these other bots that are coming to crawl your site what's locked and what's not locked, meaning what they have access to and what they don't have access to. So you want to be able to make sure you have a robots text file if you're trying to non-index specific pages of your website. Because if you tell Google, don't crawl these pages or this directory, they're not going to get crawled. And if they don't get crawled, they're not going to get indexed. So robots text file is an important element to focus on while you're developing your website. And while you're developing your website, it could be on in a directory just called new website. So you probably want to have new website as the directory in the robots text file, and just to let Google know, don't go into this directory because it's my new website and I'm not ready to go live yet. So you don't want it indexed. So there are a lot of reasons to have robots text files. That's the main reason. Sitemap, you want Google to get these pages and assets quickly. Okay, you want to make sure that your site architecture navigation is in order. You want to make sure your site is mobile friendly. And you also want to make sure you have content on your website. That's the key, because that's what's going to keep people on the website and engaged. And when I say content, I don't necessarily just mean words. I also mean videos. I also mean images, something interactive. Okay, you want to keep people engaged. That's the key behind it. Trust me, if an end user finds your site engaging, Google is likely going to find your site engaging. Okay, so those are good brownie points to bring up if somebody asks you this question in an interview. So just a recap here, it's important to have a better site structure so that bots can easily access and index the content. Okay, with a responsive design, helps to make your website mobile friendly and user friendly. Would also increase the amount of time a user spends on your website, which may improve your site's ranking. Sitemap is simply just a file that helps search engine bots to understand the structure of the website. Okay, how many pages are on your website and where are they located, along with the videos and images. Okay, and then the robots text just instructs the search engine crawlers to understand what pages should not be indexed. Okay, this is simply just a text file, and it's added to the root directory. Again, think like a door, think of a lock. Okay, you can lock whatever doors you want in your house. Think of it that way.
Great job on completing Simplilearn's SEO full course. You now have the skills to improve search rankings, drive more traffic, and remember, SEO is always changing. So keep learning and stay ahead. Thank you guys for watching this video and have a good luck with your SEO journey.
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.